I first saw my classmate playing PUBG Mobile during a school break. He was talking while playing, and I asked him who he was talking to. He said he was talking to his teammates. That moment changed everything for me. Until then, mobile games only had text chats, but PUBG Mobile had real-time voice communication. It felt alive, it felt competitive, it felt like teamwork. This is when I downloaded the game and I never looked back. My house was always the gaming house of the village. Gamers would gather there to play together. Forming my first PUBG Mobile team in my room in 2019 felt exciting and fun. At the beginning, we were just friends playing together and chasing wins. Even today, when I talk to some of them, they remind me that we started in that same room. That room holds memories. It's where everything began. When I decided to step into esports, not just as a player, but as a career, I spoke with my mother first. She told me if I saw a future in esports, I should go for it. That gave me a strength, and also my fiance supported me from day one. She told me that I found myself in esports. I used to make monthly goals. He used to help me track if I'm doing hard enough to reach my monthly goals. If I'm not doing enough, she used to tell me, go for it, don't be lazy. It felt like a dream came true. PUBG Mobile became the first real esports platform that represented Somali youth. It created the first esports community in the country. For the first time, Somali youth or Somali players had something they could proudly stand behind. I realized it was bigger than just a game when I saw young players looking at me, not just as a teammate, but as a leader. When parents started asking me questions about esports, and when players said that they had hope because of what we were building, I understood it was no longer just about winning matches, it became a mission. The hardest part was building a team that shared the same vision and passion. It was difficult to step into a field that no one plays. Many people doubted esports completely. In Somalia, there was no investors, no sponsors at the beginning. What kept me going was the desire to build something for Somali youth that I never had as a player. I did not want them to struggle the way we did. Esports is not limited to a certain countries. It's for everyone. If you are disciplined, focused, and consistent, you can build your own path. Dream big, stay committed. Do not let anyone let you. It's not possible. It's impossible. Thank you, PUBG Mobile, for being a light for esports in our country. You gave Somali youth a platform, a community, a dream. I hope to see more investments and more events hosted in our country. Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
The time has come. Be the #1 for Africa.
Welcome everyone to day 2 of the Pmnc wildcard. It is going to be a hot and sweaty day here in group stage, and of course, to take you through all the heat and action and insanity that's going to be unfolding on that battlefield is none other than myself and of course Mitch Gaming. Mitch, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling amazing. I'm feeling great. Ready for the action. I mean, it's a wild card, and just like the name, it's going to be a wide lobby today.
Yeah, and of course, we already saw from the lineup a few teams being displayed down there. We've got some very interesting names, and the teams were quite curious to see what they're all going to be bringing out onto the field here today. You were talking about Pain Esports that we have. We've got all Legion in there as well. So curious to see how these teams are going to be stepping up. And of course, I already know that when you start looking at a team, you go like, what's that over there? Something interesting is going to come through here. But now I want to ask you the question is like, how do you think it's going to go looking at that map rotation that we have today, right? We've been seeing it all the way through the entirety of the Africa region here, right? We are going to be starting off with Ron. Do you think that is going to be enough for a few teams to play any major potential upsets?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're talking about Rondo, and I'm sure most of the teams already from Wildcard have been watching the other regions from Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria. So they know that when you go into Rondo, you have to actually make sure it works out. You have to make sure everything you do is perfect
Mm.
from your kills, from your placement points. So I'm sure in game one, we might just be seeing a lot of contenders coming in and trying to get as much points as possible from Rondo. It's going to be a good day. I feel it. I just know it.
Yeah, well, that's what we're looking forward to. And of course, speaking about the day, let's take a look at that map rotation to see exactly what we are going to be working with. From what we've seen so far, it's going to be no different at all, right? Everything is going to be exactly the same. But just in case this is new to you, let's take a look at that. So the roadmap, of course, this is where we've started. We worked all the way through those game qualifiers, in-game qualifiers, making up into the group stage where we are right now. And then from here, only the top 5 teams for wildcard can move forward then, right? So the top 8 teams from this group stage make it into the finals. There they play to compete to see who's going to be the ones to take up those 5 slots. And of course, they are going up against, well, the other 10 teams that we've already seen qualify from South Africa, Nigeria, as well as Kenya. So quite a bit of pressure coming through. And of course, we've got that invite slot as well, right? The Pmnc champions from last year, none other than Team X-Force Rejects. And of course, we know they've already had the opportunity to make it all the way up into PMGC. So curious to see how that is going to bode with these teams competing and rubbing shoulders against them. Of course, Mitch, they're playing for something here as well. Not today, but in the finals.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, they are playing for that prize pool that they, of course, are going to be trying to get a 3,000 USD just from the wildcard group stages. From the first place all the way to the 16th place, they will be getting a prize. And that means every single team right now should try and make their way into that top 16 slot from the group stages. And, of course, for the MVP getting 200 USD, we have seen this time and time again. And I'm sure everyone right now knows where they need to be looking at. It's basically that MVP slot. It's going to be tricky, it's going to be a little bit hard, but they should try their best to get into that 200 USD. From the first place getting 800 USD, the sweet spot for every single group right now. They know what they're looking for, and they are going to be making sure that they make it to the either first, second, or third place. That is where a lot of juice is at. From 4th to 16th, there is something for everyone. All they need to do is work their way through the top 8 in every single group. Seeing that yesterday we already saw the top 8, today we have a different group playing again, so they need to make it to top 8 again to advance to the finals for their region to compete against the 3,000 USD. And for the total prize pool, that been 22,000 USD. You have seen how it has been distributed across all regions. 3,000 USD for South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, and the wildcard. And going into PMGO Africa, after the 5 teams qualify, then they'll be going for a chance to compete against winning 10,000 USD that is going to be on the line. A lot of things in play here today, DK, as well. I believe the top 8 slot is going to be very shaky, and of course for the prize pool for each and every stage.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that be pretty evident on all 3 prior regions participating as well. So expected to see even more heat, right? Because not only is it one country that's being represented or one territory, right? We've got so many teams from all over the place, all stepping into that wildcard slot. And so I think that is going to bring quite a bit of excitement to the battlefield. But speaking about the battlefield, of course, there's one way to ensure that the teams can make it into those qualifying positions, right? They need to earn the most points. How do they do that? Well, ideally, they go for winner chicken dinner, right? That's the easiest way to get the 10 points on the board. But if you land anywhere between that 6th to 19th position, you don't walk away with any points, but you can still make up for that by accumulating a few eliminations, as well as each of those will be awarding you a single point. And as we've seen a few times, there are a few ties rather that happen as we push across the way. And there we have our tiebreaker rules, right? First, we look at the winner chicken dinners, then the placement point, the eliminations. And of course, if all of those are still the same, we look at who placed the best in the most recent match. So match 1, it's difficult to break ties because it's the first one, right? Once we get into game number 2, it becomes a little bit easier to discern with that. But excited to see exactly how this all is going to pan out. And speaking about which, though, Mitch, we are going to be taking a look at those teams. We've already seen 2 of the teams, we've already rather spoken about 2 of the teams. But here is that full lineup. We've got Asa Creatives coming in. We've got 4Kill Esports. We got the Magicians. I want to see some magic from them today. I don't know if they are going to do a vanishing act or are they going to go for something crazy here. But of course, we also then see another team representing from the side of Zeus.
Yeah, we do have Zeus. Maurice, just to mention another team that you should also keep in mind is Astra Creatives and 4Kill Esports. Astra Creatives have been in the same lobby with the winners for PMNC 2025. They were there. They just did a rebrand. So we're going to be seeing something coming from them. 4Kill Esports, another strong team that I'm sure is going to be dominating around. Zeus, Maurice, Terra as well, Rogue Esports, All Legion, LLN Esports. We have United Strikers, Veteran Esports. All these teams, you have heard about them. We know what they can do. But of course, we have those teams that we have seen playing before. We expect them to perform a certain way. So, of course, the expectation might get to them. We are really sorry we are putting this on them. But of course, if you already put a name for your team, then you actually have to live up to that name. We are not even forcing it, you know. It's you forcing us to say it because of how you've been playing. So, yeah, we have to look at those teams. You'll see what I mean, DK. When the time comes, you'll see.
Yeah, I mean, they've already created quite a bit of an expectation there, and I don't know, right? We'll see whether or not they can step up to the plate. Of course, quite a bit of a lineup that we've got here. Curious to see how these teams are going to be performing out on those battlefields. But speaking about the battlefields, it is time for us to look at that map rotation to see where the teams are going to be going. Of course, it is going to be no surprise. We are going to be starting on Rondo. We're heading into a triple dose of Erangel before finishing up the day with a double dose of some desert action, right? So a very well-rounded approach coming in here for our squads. Curious to see who is going to look to bring in the dominance over on the side there of Rondo, as we've seen quite a few teams really looking to shake up a few things, right? I mean, just yesterday, we did see, of course, the players from Seems Outplayed stepping up with their winner chicken dinner and 14 eliminations over on the map of Rondo, which is surprising because usually on Rondo, right, there's a great opportunity for teams to go absolutely crazy and really try and surpass the 14 elimination count, right? We've seen some 18 elim games, we've seen some 17, 19. So I want to see which of the teams out of this lobby here today will try and maybe surpass that, right? I don't know if that's on the table for them, if that's even something they're considering, but you know what? I'm open to it.
Yeah, we might see that. We will be seeing some crazy players today. Honestly, whoever made the grouping for Group 2 is just good. And I just want to say thank you, because the teams that have been put together, they're going to be causing a lot of stories here and there. Of course, we do know how teams like Payne Africa, they have created a name across their region. And now coming here and playing against other regions as well, we might be seeing something different from them. They are well known in Somalia, so we'll see a lot of that for them here today. Another team is the Astra Creatives. You'll see that in the comment section. When the time is right, Madagascar flags will be everywhere in that comment section just because of Astra Creatives. So just give it time. You will see a lot of crazy movements coming from these teams. Again, sometimes I tend to over exaggerate, but I'm being honest that I say we might be seeing a team that we might just get a team giving us 20 kills, 19, and give that big margin that teams have to fight their way through it throughout the other maps. So I'm hoping they don't disappoint me. I'm really invested. I'm very invested.
Well, I mean, I'm very excited to see that all come through, and of course, well, you have had the opportunity to really look at a lot of these teams, right? Working their way through scrims that I know that you've been casting as well. So there's a lot for these teams on, or rather at play here, as we are going to be looking to see who will end up as our top 8 come end of day, right? 6 matches, that's all they have. They have to bring all the aggression that they can find, and of course, back it up with a lot of strategy to ensure that they finish in those positions. Now, of course, we've also seen it be a thing where there is sometimes teams that secure themselves multiple winner chicken dinners. Based on what you've been saying so far today, I don't know if that's going to be the case. I'm suspecting that there might be a little bit of a spread with a few teams maybe trying that. But of course, we'll find out once it all starts to happen. And looking at that face, Mitch, I'm pretty sure you have other things to say. You think that there's going to be maybe 2 teams that could be dominating it today. Who do you think it is?
Oh my, no. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest. We might just be seeing 4Kill Magicians. Zeus Boris as well can step up. We have Astra Creative, Spain, Africa, and All Legion. I'm gonna do six teams, 6 maps. I don't
Okay.
think we'll have any consistent chicken dinner. We'll see a team giving us a chicken dinner and a chicken dinner. It might just be a little bit tricky. I don't think some teams will fall easily to that type of situation, because in their mind they're like, there's no way you're making it hard for us. We need to also make it to the top 8. So
Yeah.
if you really want to put me in this position, those 6 teams I think can do something today. Those 6 only, but the rest can also step up. Just say.
Well, there we have it. There we have it. I mean, chat, if you guys agree, let us know. We are keeping a close eye on the chat as well. And of course, if you're not on chat and you're seeing this at some later stage, be sure to let us know on social media. Of course, there you can see all the links as well, right? We have TikTok, we've got Instagram, and a whole bunch of other platforms as well. But speaking of which, speaking of platforms, the teams are going to be presented with their platform now to show us what they've got, if they mean business, and if they're going to hold true to what Mitch just said here, right? One team in particular, maybe, well, definitely is going to look to dominate our very first game. Who that will be, we'll find out very, very soon. And of course, with that, we are going to be heading straight onto the battlefield to see what Rondo will have in store for us.
Yep, it is that first map of the day, the first chance, basically the only opportunity they'll get to finish a game with at least 30 points if they want to. So I'm hoping that as we enter into this first game of the night, it's going to be Rondo. It's going to be an easy way for teams to create a really good start for themselves. So I'm hoping they are going to really invest in this game. And of course, looking at that flight path, we do have it, an interesting one. I do not see the other one, but I can see one. And most of the teams are already exiting the plane. I do not know where they're going. Mostly, I tend to see people going around factory, test track, just to stay there and get as many eliminations as possible. But for this lobby, for some reason, we do have some people going a little bit far off from the other teams. I don't think they're looking to get any early eliminations, DK, which is not a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rondo is one of those maps where you can be excused for getting into some early game engagements, and we could potentially see that happening over in towards that Neox factory, as there seems to be quite a bit of focus, quite a bit of attention being drawn up into that region. Stadium for the time being is going to be a little bit more reserved, but we also did see Danqing being one of the favorite locations in prior matches, so not quite sure if that is going to be happening here today. But the big answer to the zone question is going to be, of course, down to that southwestern side, right? Hangshan rather is going to be where a lot of the pressure is going to be applied in towards. And speaking about that, Astra Creatives already right out of the gate getting a knock coming their way. Pew pew though. Needs to be quick on that revive.
Yeah, we do have a very early fight here for Astra Creatives. Sleazy has already been revived, and Wildstorm GMG is trying to get something Ziol. Okay, if you give yourself such a name, you need to make sure your due diligence is as the name, because he decided to call himself Ziol. We do have 2 PPUs in the game as well, so we might just see how the 2 of them perform from the different teams. For 4Kill Esports already, one of the teammates, Franco, is down, and we can see Paid Africa is also closing in on them. So we do have, again, the strong teams coming in together. They do know what they want, and that is those early eliminations just as much as they can before it becomes very hard to even get one elimination as they make their addition into that zone. So you can see what's really happening here, DK.
Yep, the pressure is on, right? And that is what we love to see. Teams now getting tested all over the place. But no surprise to see that happening over here in the lovely Neox factory. I like what we are seeing there from the side of Astra, right? Really trying to play that elevated angle. Rogue also now feeling quite a bit of that pressure descending down upon them. But they have only 1 player remaining, so a very rough start there for them. 4 kill, though, they are just trying to light it up as they are contesting further up to the north. Now comes No Expression here as Salem pops a cheeky spray up in the window. I like this angle, right? Just how they're looking to kind of squeeze every little thing out of this. But is Salem going to be able to close this one up? I like no expression here, right? They definitely choose quite a bit of aggression. Salem taking quite a bit of a beating as he gets taken on down. And now they're down to 2.
Yeah, okay. What just happened there, Salem? It's like his gun did not even respond to that fight at all. But it's fine. It's the first game. the jitters are there. So we have Respect is trying to get some eliminations as well for his team, but we have a grenade there coming from Des. And if it's a good one, Respect might just be going down, but the nade was a little bit overcooked there and it did not land exactly where it needed to go to. So the veterans do have 4 eliminations already, but when you look at Pain Africa up there, 5 eliminations already, and they're still moving around and looking for more eliminations as the game continues. For Respect here is going to be forced to lay down for a while, take a rest, and just think about his decisions, because right now he's the only player from his team that is very close to the opponent. Everyone else is gone and they need to be revived. For the Astra Creatives as well, we do have 4 eliminations for them though here, DK, but I think they should do more, seeing that they do have some teams here. They have been able to revive each other time and time again, but Rossini is the only person remaining in factory. I don't think it's going to be easy for him to pull this off.
Well, let's see whether or not anything is going to come through from this. A very tough position to find yourself in here. Let's see how this one is going to pan out. LLN. Ooh, I like that nade getting cooked up. Good bounce, good damage, but not enough to convert that into a knock just yet. That's going to be up to Rossini here. Is he going to push it? Maybe go a full out aggressive slide around the corner? Not quite yet. Veterans also, they've been able to clean up at least over on towards the southern side. There is still quite a bit of an opportunity ahead of them. So let's see. Can they maybe come in with a bit of a third party here?
Nah, they need to really do that as fast as they can. They do have the opportunity and they should take it before it ceases. And Rossini, they're getting pushed by Olsen, who's getting some pre-fires there. The S12K and Rossini, he goes down, immediately gives up before he's even eliminated. He knew there's no way anyone is coming to save him. That is totally okay. But for Pain Africa, we can see them closing in as well. For LN Esports, they can finally get the revive on their knock teammates. They can get the rotation going after this, because if they stay at the same place, we do have Pain Africa who'll be listening in, and they know there is a team there that has just finished a fight. Not as easy as it looks though for Pain Africa. Anything will happen. We do have You're Next. Might just be choosing to take Pain Africa with them.
I mean, that is a prime choice of a name right there. So let's see whether or not they are going to look to live up to that. Meanwhile, it is going to be rotations coming in across the way, right? As everybody is going to try and get themselves situated. The Persecutors also going to be pushing a little bit further into that zone, as we can see them taking a nice southern stroll there. 4Kill also going for exactly that approach. But, I mean, for the side of 4Kill, right, things are looking pretty grim. We did see them getting reduced down to a solo, so not quite sure if there's going to be much hope on their end. And now it's going to be Pain looking to step it up. They are so far able to control the majority of the factory region here, but LLN is still going to be looking to contest. They're not giving up just yet. Good angle that we see Ulshin coming through here. But where's the rest of the team? I think they've opted for a position closer towards the zone. In fact, they might exactly have done that. Very soon we'll see what is going to come through from the factory. The pressure is now on as Boney has been found out. I hope for the side of Pain here, though, Mitch, that not their entire team is situated here.
Yeah, they did a whole split here. They've separated, and they're looking just to make sure not everyone is at the same place at the same time. But we have Venom here. He's not going for that push. He knows that the revive is taking place, and FPP there, the S12K, can be a little bit lethal, and he's confident that jump shot does get a good damage, and he's damaged as well. But Venom, Ruby gets in, the player there from Melbourne, all the way back to lobby. Well played from Venom. 9 eliminations already, and we are just in that first phase of the zone, and they still want to get as many eliminations as possible. I'm not sure we'll be having a 30-point mark in PMNC group stages, but if we do from Rondo, that will be a good one. So far we've seen 28 and 29. We've not seen 30. We need to look for that 30. The team that crosses 30, wow, they've really outdone themselves.
Yeah, we know that they are the absolute GOATs here. And of course, speaking about GOATs, there is going to be an opportunity for even more teams now to step up as the zone is going to start to restrict. But for AST, though, it's looking pretty challenging as they've dropped all the way up in towards the far northeastern side of the map. So that is going to require quite a lengthy rotation on their end. Meanwhile, we jump over to the Magicians, as they are going to start us off with a bit of a magic show. Let's see what will come through. Is it going to be a disappearance act? It might very well be. They've now already asked for their first volunteer here But it's now up to MGod to see, can he lock in on the spray? Can he get the shots going here as Ammo just there ahead of him, trying to put a little bit of distance and really looking to capitalize on the buildings.
Yeah, but Amo is running away. The magician's text is making a lot of sense in my head now. They want to do something, and I hope they're able to do it. But Amo here is not ready for this. Aim God and Zendex, they're looking for him. What they don't know is that he actually changed his location, and he's watching them as they try to get closer. So one small mistake, and the magic will be done on them. They might just disappear from this game because Amo was not where they thought he was. He gets 2 eliminations easy for his team, and they're already at the 11 eliminations point mark. DK, it is looking good for Pain Africa, and they're making the lobby look so easy that they don't even need to do a lot to get these eliminations.
Yeah, the only thing they need to focus on is pretty much just staying ahead of the blue zone, right? They do have a little bit more time now on the clock to get the whole team situated. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be Wildstorm also trying to get out of that pressure situation. It does seem like they're opting for play a little bit more towards the southern side, coming in for a very wide rotation, a 2-2 split. That could be an interesting angle to take here. But of course, LLN, right, also opting for a slightly different play as they look to squeeze on through. Speaking about which, now it is going to be Extraordinary coming through with absolute carnage as they go toe-to-toe here with Raze. Raze just trying to stay ahead of those hits, but so far, it does seem like Extraordinary is looking to do a pretty good job here.
For Extraordinary, they're trying. I think they can do more. With how Nate and the teammates are taking the rotations, they're trying to figure out which fights to take and which ones not to take. It is going well for them, but they can also look into getting as many eliminations as possible along the way, because this is the only chance they have to get at least 10 eliminations without feeling the pressure of the game, without feeling they're going to lose players along the way, and it's going to be a little bit tricky for them. That doesn't really happen in Rondo. As long as you do have a good plan for your team, you do have enough strategy, one person far away, getting all the recalls, and you guys getting as many eliminations as possible, that might actually work out for Extraordinary. But let's just give them time and see. It is unfortunate though that 4Kill Esports was just, oh my days, they've left the game too early. This is too early. One elimination, they need to stay top 8 to be able to qualify to the next stage. But I don't think this is something some of the teams are yet to grasp. They're not feeling the pressure just yet. 6 games may seem like a lot, but once you make it to the 3rd game, things start getting sweaty. You start losing it. You start feeling, no way, there's no way we're going to come back, you know? So I think teams should start thinking about it from this first game.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that, right? Especially in a day where everything is decided in just 6 matches. You can't afford to let anything slip, right? You have to stay on the money, on the ball, and keep that focus right then and there. And speaking about which, though, we are going to be looking at quite a few rotations now having to come in on that eastern side. Oh, but here we go. It is going to be Balala all the way there from Astra, just looping into the side of Pain. And based on the laugh coming through from Mitch, I'm pretty convinced I didn't say the name right, but you know what? La we'll just take it and keep on going as Venom also looks to pull up with the rest of the team here on the Pain side. I mean, the 11 eliminations here, Mitch, can really go a long way.
Yes, 11 eliminations already, and we still have 15 teams. Removing them is 14. That's still a lot. So Pain Africa is way ahead of the game right now, but they're not that far off. We have veterans that are just behind them. There are 6 eliminations. They're not that far, so they might be able to catch up. Pain Africa 11 eliminations, good start. For the name you just said, I also don't know how to say it, so please save me. When that time comes, I will just run away from the name. You can see Astra Creatives there already sporting Pain Africa. They have been able to get some damage, but they're going away from this fight. They do not want to take on any fight just yet. Unique is also there. We can see a couple of car chases here and there. They're all avoiding each other. Literally went east and west of every team's direction. No one wants to be a part of this fight just yet. So as they do this now, that means by the time we make it into that last zone, we might just still have 15 teams still around. That would be a little bit tricky,
I mean, you're talking about tricks. Here comes the magicians, right? They have a whole bag of tricks as they are going to be looking to step up and assert themselves over on towards this western side of zone. I'm not quite sure how everything is going to pan out for the players coming through from No Expression, as Salem is again finding himself right in those crosshairs. But a good position coming through from Expression, as they are going to be looking to hold on to a slightly more elevated angle. I like this bottleneck that is going to be created with that angle. But can they survive it, right? Can they outdance these nades that are going to be thrown at them? There we go. Aim God is going to get sprayed on down. Oh, Salem getting hit with a nade all the way from the side of Caleb. But here we have it now. The pressure is on. It is going to be go time. A fair trade on either side. Both squads getting a knock. But unfortunately for the players here from No Expression, they already are a player down, right? So they need to keep their wits about them. They need to fight if they want this compound.
Yeah, they need to really put in the work here. You do have the Magicians applying a lot of pressure. Respect is trying as much as he can to get as much cover on his team, but it's not really working. The players of Magicians are moving everywhere. They're trying to get closer. They're trying to do something here, but grenades nicely done from their own teammates. The grenade actually got some damage on them, but we have grenades that are not really doing what they're supposed to be doing. Of course, Magician here, Tough Man, trying to get closer with that shotgun. And Salem is very much aware that Aim God is really, really close to him. They want to get on with that push. They're not just one player, and Salem is not ready for this fight. You can hear them getting closer. Nice pre-fires, and he goes down as well. Beautifully done by Zendex. And we do have someone spraying. That is a third party, and we do know how this goes. As long as there's a third party, one of the teams will be on the losing end, and it will be painful to witness this.
Ooh, yep, the persecutors now getting persecuted on as they are getting rushed down on towards the southern side of zone. Quite a few other teams sharing the position here with them. Of course, we did see that zone just taking a slight little bit of a shift up towards the northeastern side. Meanwhile, over on towards the far western edge, this fight needs to get wrapped up pretty soon, right? I like what Zeus is doing here, trying to pressure. Both teams still held up in the compound, but either which way, No Expression needs to make something happen. We do see Rays also getting taken on down. Out they go. Unfortunately, nothing to show for this game. They tried, but will that be enough? Now, Salem is going to get pushed as the rest of the Magicians now start to try and clear the building out. I gotta say though, Expression so far doing a pretty good defense here, right? Managing to hold onto the angles, not looking to give it up just yet. Oh, beautiful hits here from Respect. And with that, just clearing it out.
That was beautifully done. We cannot say anything. We have no expression of how they played in our game. But well played there. You have United Strikers. We do have veterans. They have been able to get a knock there in the first immediately. They're trying to get the revive on one of their knocked teammates. That could work as long as no one gets closer to them. We do have a couple of teams circling around. It is the edge of the zone. They're trying to find the best position to hold before they can decide where to go in next. But a nice grenade has been cooked, but it misses them by a small margin. Another one goes in, and this one again lands in a little bit far. But we have veterans as well trying to cook up our grenades, and they want to get a polar, but the nade is not really landing just yet. The nades are getting there, but they're not really going towards where he is. Sometimes I feel a lot of pain, DK, when I see grenades being wasted. Because why?
I mean, sometimes teams are just throwing grenades because they have them, right? It's like, let's have some fun with them, see if we can do something. Of course, we prefer to see them used a little bit more strategically, and that seems to be exactly what LLN is doing here. As they now look to line up all the utilities, just finding bit after bit of damage, running down onto the side here of Zeus. And well, pretty soon we could see Zeus getting wrapped on up if LLN has their way with them. Up comes the push now. A little bit of a response to utilities just on the money, but we do see the players there from No Expression, of course, getting taken on out of here as they get wrapped up in 12th place. At least 7 eliminations to go along with their performance here. Zeus calling in those Doritos. You gotta watch out, Stone. They do hurt if they land on top of you, but LLN now might have the table starting to turn against them.
The grenades there are looking quite good, and Zeus is cooking up some grenades. They're trying to see where LLN is as of now. The nades are going in. They're not really connecting just yet, They're looking for that opportunity. Another one is being cooked by Zeus, and we have some damage there from the veterans. That means the third parties have finally gotten closer. More grenades are being launched. No one is going down just yet, but the third party from veterans are getting some knocks on LLN. They need to start moving, or rather change their position right now. It has been compromised, and everyone knows that they are in a disadvantage. The nades are still coming in. They're not stopping. Someone is trying to go in for that push as well, and they need to be careful though. Don't just go inside the fight without seeing who you're going against. And we have Dempsey getting the fast knock there, and Zeus confirming that elimination immediately. And Zeus is starting to lose numbers one by one. Kevin goes down. Mike, he passes by as well, but he doesn't want to engage just yet. And that's going to be a very bad scene for Zeus if they go out in this game this hard.
Yeah, well, let's see. Can they pull it all together? Meanwhile, it is going to be the veterans now getting hit as well as Pain moves on forward. Ammo just being absolutely relentless here on the side, but you still got to watch out there for Apolla. Cheeky nade popped over the top, trying to see if the flames can connect. Indeed, it's no need, as Unique locks it in. Veterans, the next team to walk away, all the way in 10th place. 9 eliminations, though. A very good showing through from them here. But now, let's see. Can United Strikers get themselves back into the zone? LN, though, getting absolutely blown to pieces as Zeus Maurice is going to be looking to back it up.
Wow, he's actually getting nice grenades there, getting some good damage on Dempsey. And he might just be able to get something happening here, but we do have a third party getting some damage on Dempsey. Mikey is lucky with this one. But if they are able to change their location, All Legion might just be able to spot him and take him out of this game while he's lying down by the stairs. 4-star creatives, they're still holding on tight. 5 eliminations to their name. They still have the numbers. 3 players in game. Same to Pain Africa, who've already gotten to 17 eliminations. We might just be crossing the 20 eliminations mark right now. And DK, it's going to be a very interesting start of the day. There is no way 20 eliminations. If they get a chicken dinner, that's 30 points. That's a clean 30 for them to, just in case they have a bad game. In case, that 30 might just be able to cover any loss they might encounter throughout the next 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking to cover their back ends, right? They want to make sure that regardless of what happens, as you've said, they have something to fall back on. So a little bit of a buffer is never a bad thing to work with. Let's see whether or not Wildstorm is going to look to kick into high gear as they are left with a solo, ready for eliminations for the squad. So not a bad position to be in. But up comes Extraordinary as they've got good control over on towards that northeastern side of the zone. The blue is going to close in. We'll see where stage 6 is going to be taking us next. And of course, the answer to that is right over there. Right, we're heading a little bit further down south.
And the teams, All Legion is not even close that zone. TR as well, they need to start moving. They can easily make the rotation on that northern side of the safe zone as they try to make it into towards maybe eastern side. Might work for them if they start moving now. If they don't, it's going to be a little bit tricky for them. Same to All Legion, who need to start moving as well. But they're kind of in a tight situation. TR and All Legion outside of the safe zone, they're still taking on each other. It's going to be a little bit damaging. Once we go into that 7th phase, they might not even be able to survive in this blue zone. And we have Lil Sax here trying to change his position and has been spotted some sprays towards him. And he survived that for a while. His teammate has been spotted. Some sprays coming from Captain. They're not looking good. They don't really get that much damage. He can do better with the spray. That maybe would have been an easy knock, seeing that already the teammate was actually distracted.
Ooh, you know, distraction, if it's not you getting distracted, is always a good thing. So let's see whether or not there is going to be any bounce back from this. Pew Pew, though, waiting patiently atop the hill, looking for an angle and opportunity, but there's still so much just happening in and around the zone here. Pain very comfortably in reach of a few grenades coming through here from Astra Creatives. I'm not quite sure whether or not Astra is aware of Pain's position just behind them there, but I'm pretty sure they'll find out soon enough. Meanwhile, Wildstorm also just going to be holding on with their solo. As you can see, Insane just popping over onto the side of the cliff. Khaled is most likely going to find them pretty soon. So for Extraordinary, there could be a 6th elimination just around the next bend.
they can try and look around more, risk your foreheads and everything just to see what's happening around you. But of course, Astra Creative seems like they've spotted Pain Africa there. We have seen a grenade coming from one of the teammates from Astra Creative. They've tried to get a grenade towards Pain Africa. It can work out if the grenade connects, but the grenades again are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is totally okay. It does take time. Sometimes they work, sometimes it doesn't. They do have a team extraordinary there beneath them. They're trying to cook up nades towards them as well. So Astra Creatives is like their king there. They're on the throne and everyone is beneath them. They're just looking at them. They're trying to look for an opportunity. And we have all Legion Jack Boys easily eliminating TER. Well played there with the shotgun, and that gives them some points ahead. One player from Astra Creatives goes down, and that means DK Astra Creatives is finally getting engaged.
Yes, we didn't even get invited. Well, we don't need to be invited because we are sitting here looking at everything unravel, and this is going to be that full set now from Pain trying to work their way up the hill. Oh no, la 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 la, goes down. It almost sounds like something that you would say at Christmas or something along those lines. Extraordinary now pushing in as well as they do find hit after hit, and with that they back up the Astra Creatives all the way in 7th place. Only 5 eliminations to them, but Pain here, Mitch. Pain, 1 elimination away from hitting that 20 bomb.
It's gonna be a good start. I felt it, and it's good it's there. Pain Africa comes in, 19 eliminations. They're looking for another one. They still have 5 more teams to go against. They could even go up to 25 if they want to. That's going to be another very, very crazy situation happening for just the first game. And of course, Extraordinary here, you've talked about them, DK. You did give them an advice. I'm sure they did not hear it. They cannot hear it now. But they are somehow finally stepping up their game. 6 eliminations to their name, and they're still looking for more. Their position not as good, but of course, if they change their position, keep on the same tempo with their confidence and moving as a team, we might just be seeing them do it even more and surprising us and the viewers as well.
Well, let's hope that they do exactly that, as we don't have the magicians in here, right? So no magic could happen anymore. All Legion, though, just rushing on forward onto the side there of Zeus. Absolute aggression. And that is the way that you make an entry into a zone. But of course, a little bit of damage has been sent their way as well. You still got to watch out here for Dempsey. Great opportunity, great angle. Is he going to be able to get the jump on there? Does back quite a bit of a punch here. Oh, but Lil Zach's quick on the response as LLN gets shipped on out. Down to the final few we go. It is going to be a fifth place finish though, as LLN managed to lock it in here. But again, Mitch, this is where I asked the question, right? Can the teams that are still surviving go for gold, right? Can Pain get that one more elimination they need and secure the victory?
At this point, it seems like the Extraordinaries are making it so hard, but we have one of them again, has been spotted, distracted for the second time, and we have Ammo. Last time he showed the Magicians something interesting, and we have the Extraordinary players here. He might just be showing them an extraordinary play, trying to give us a clutch against the whole team, but it's going to be a hard time seeing already 2 players are there, and they cross the mark, and we have 20 eliminations for Pain Africa, and they're still going on with that push. For Soul, he seems a little bit distracted. He's sporting all Legions crossing towards their side. They're getting some grenades towards him. He's quite distracted, cannot help his teammates. And Pain Africa is also applying the pressure right now. Ichazo and Ammo, they want to go in for that push. Soul has been damaged, and they want to take him down before it's too late. The damage there on Pain is good, but of course, Exalted will not be surviving that. There we have Soul as the last person standing. He wants to go closer, but of course, that will not be an easy. Oh, Khalid. Sorry, what did I call you? Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how this one goes, as Pain is also now brought down on their knees. 1 player left. The utilities coming in yet again. This seems like, well, it could be going in the direction of All Legion, right? They definitely had the numbers stacked in their favor, as Pain is going to be wrapped up, rather. 20 eliminations, though, going their way. Absolutely phenomenal showing. The craziest performance that we've seen so far. And speaking about crazy, there we have it. Game, set, match. First game of the day done and dusted. All Legion coming out with that victory. The winner chicken dinner getting taken, or rather, taken over by them, right? It's just so insane to see a team rolling up with 4 players all the way into those last few phases, managing to hold on, just kind of keeping themselves disengaged for time being, and then, right when it matters, they step up and claim the victory.
Yep, they took their time. They came in a little bit late. They were staying in that blue zone. They stopped Pain Africa at their 20-point margin, and they said that's enough. I think you've tried your best. Now it's time for us to get the 10 points from the chicken dinner. And of course, that will boost them somehow. Seeing that they already have the 9 eliminations plus the 10 points from a chicken dinner. That will be 19 points in total. A good game coming from All Legion. If I'm being honest, the rotation was perfect. They took their time. They tried to understand what can we get from Rondo. Surviving 27 minutes and 51 seconds finally gave them a chicken dinner that they were probably looking forward to getting. And it's a good thing. That means they do have a good start in their game.
Yeah, there's nothing that we can really fault on their approach here. I mean, even Lil Sax, right? Didn't get any eliminations for this game, but still was a crucial part in the success here for the team, right? Contributing with regards to the damage. We did see that quick defense on the bridge coming in as well. But this is what we like to see. Teams stepping out here, looking to make statements right out of the gate for the first match, looking to lay down the foundation for the rest of the day. And as we know, that's all they have, right? They only have 5 more matches to ensure that they finish in the top 8. Because that's the only way they are going to make it into those regional qualifiers. But speaking of which, though, let's take a look at the action here. 78 eliminations, 91 knockouts coming through. Absolute insanity. And only 14 headshots, Mitch. Only 14.
Yeah. Oh, but 91 knocks? Oh, my God. How did they even end up getting 91 knocks, almost 100, just from this game? A lot has happened there. The damage is also high, 18,552. That is a lot of damage. Longest elimination at 386 meters. I cannot wait to see who was busy getting those eliminations all the way. But of course, looking at the match summary, Pain Africa player Ammo, 8 eliminations. That the player with the most eliminations. Highest damage goes to Ammo again, 1,300. Again, 1 grenade elimination goes to Ammo. Longest elimination goes to VET Jano with 386 meters. And the top traveler, we have Astra Creative Balal. Oh my God, Balalalal. I don't know how to say it. 12.848 kilometers. Balalal is making it so hard for us, but I can say it's Balalal. That means Balalal. Oh, we might just get it along the way. If I don't get it, DK says it quite well, so he will say it for us.
There we go. You know, you just gotta imagine it's Christmas and you singing along to a carol or something, right? Just whipping the name out there. If it's the right way or if it's the wrong way, it doesn't really matter. We're having fun out here, but you got to give it up to Ammo though, right? 1,300 damage.
Yep.
That is absolute insanity. Love to see that come through. And of course, for my OCD, that works out exceptionally well, right? Hitting it exactly on the dot, right? Not one more, not one less. Exact. So, Ammo, I appreciate that, right? No pain was caused in witnessing this game. But speaking about pain, though, we need to take a look and see exactly what that match standing looks like, where the teams find themselves, and of course, what the overall situation is, right? We did see a 20 bomb getting dropped with regards to those eliminations. Did that amount to anything insane? At least we know what the one answer is. One team is sitting with a minimum of 20 points on the board, right? That I know.
Yep.
I don't have to do math on that. That's kind of all figured out. And of course, before we get on to that, we can take a look at the lower half of the board here, as we can see Zeus coming through with their 3 points. And then on the lower end of the board, we see Raze and Rogue locking it up there with bubbles on either end. Unfortunate start, but hopefully they'll be able to fix that moving into the later games here of the day.
Yep, they do have 5 more games to recover whatever they've lost along the way. But Pain Africa do get first place, 26 points to their name, and it's 21 eliminations. The placement points fell short for them. They can recover that another day. All Legion, after getting a chicken dinner, they get second place, 19 points. Extraordinary, third place with 14. LLN Esports fourth with 11. We have fifth place at Veterans with 9. Wildstorm sixth place, 8 points. And No Expression 7 points. And Astra Creatives 6 points just from that game. That should tell us a Chicken Dinner and Elims as well play a big part in your overall ranking. For Pain Africa, if they got a Chicken Dinner, that would have been 31 points in for them. But because of not making it there, they get themselves 26 points, which is totally okay. That is already a big margin as is. For the head-to-head here, All Legion and Pain Esport, we have Pain All Legion at 9 eliminations with Pain Africa at 21. The damage for Pain Africa is 3,681 with All Legion at 1,406. 6 knockouts, 9 eliminations, are able to confirm 6 and get 3 along the way. For Pain Africa, they had 24 knockouts and 21 eliminations. So if they had a chance to confirm all their kills, they would have had 24 eliminations just from this game.
I mean, that's pretty insane, right? So what a performance that they've brought to the table here. But if you look at the amount of damage versus eliminations, right? The conversion there for Pain was also pretty strong. So I like what they are doing out here. Speaking about Pain, Ammo, no surprise. 8 eliminations, a lot of damage, a lot of knocks, and, well, surviving long enough as well. So that is, of course, going to be match number 1. Rondo, done, dusted, ticked off, and we can put it in a bag for the time being. But this is where things get exciting because, as we know, we are going to be getting closer and closer to stepping in onto the Erangales here of the day, right? We're going to have 3 of them coming up. So will Ammo and Borny be able to keep that same kind of pacing all the way through to the end? Or could we potentially maybe see All Legion or somebody else look to play for the upset here? Extraordinary. They could also have a little bit of something cooking on that end, right? We'll see exactly what these teams will have in store for us, whether the veterans are going to allow the rest of the lobby to do what they just did, right? I hope not. We'd love to see the teams prove us all wrong and just blow up those standings, right? Bring in as many points as you can because, well, you only have today.
Yep, they only have today. There is no other chance to qualify from the group stages. All they have is 6 matches. Game 1 is done. The only cheat code is gone. That is Rondo. So now they're back to default. There is no recall. There's nothing you can do. Just get your game right. If it's your communication, I hope Rondo taught you everything you need to have been taught. If you were shaking, I hope you got enough time to shake. Because now it's done. You need to relax and get moving because there's no other chance to make it the top 8. And for some teams, they're already creating a really big margin, which will be impossible for some of the teams to close that margin.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough, but we'll see how the teams are going to fare as we are getting ready for game number 2. In order to get there, we are going to be stepping into the break, so stay tuned, and we'll see you right back soon. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready to move on with the action. Match number 2 is about to come on in. Mitch, we're heading to Erangel for a triple serving of sweaty action coming into the matches here. Of course, I'm really looking forward to seeing what the teams are going to be doing. If I could English today, that'd be great, right? I guess that's quite helpful, especially seeing that we're doing the broadcast in English.
Well, it happens. I think I told you the name Wild, everything is going that direction from the English to the game. Everything is not going as it should be. But honestly, DK, I'm having a blast. The teams are giving us what we came here to see. Nothing but action, competition, everyone trying to make it to that top 8. So, of course, we're going into Erangel, another very we can say it's an investment again. If you understand Erangel, can be a good map for you. If you don't, it's gonna be a really bad map. So it depends on how the team's playing. I cannot wait to see how they do it, you know. Again, I don't think Pain will be able to give us 21 eliminations. Not happening again.
Ooh. All right. So Mitch is setting the standards. She's setting the challenge. And hopefully the expectation. Let's see whether or not the teams will be able to live up to that. Of course, if you've got any thoughts on the matter, share it in the chat, right? You can see there's been a lot of support coming out here for Go Team Madagascar, right? I think there might maybe be more than one here, but we definitely know that that is an interesting team to look at here. So I love the support coming through. If there's a team that you are here to support in chat, let us know. Give them shout out, show them some love. Love to see that. But in the meantime, we're going to get ready to hop over onto Erangel. Now, Mitch, anywhere in particular that you would like to see that zone go, or are you going to be happy with pretty much anywhere for the first one?
If it could go to the southern side of Erangel, maybe give us some bridge action where there's a need for a team to be either on both sides, that would be amazing. Either on the Novo side or Ferry Pier, whichever side of the bridge. That will be amazing. The team that will survive that, we're going to give them free pass to the finals. Not me.
Yeah,
EV2 my tournament.
Yes. Mitch will be giving to her own event that she's hosting, right? Because that would be an interesting one. I mean, that's a statement. Definitely, that's a statement right there. But yeah, we are going to be heading into the action pretty soon. I'm just curious to see what Rogue Esports and Raze are going to be looking to bring in, right? Can we see them secure some points this time around? Hopefully they do, because I did see some support for them in the chat as well. So they need to live up to the hype, right? They need to bring in that heat. They need to play Erangel like they know how to play the game, right? We know they do, because how else did they get here, right? All these teams work so hard to get themselves qualified and into this group stage. So we want to see them all secure some points on the board. But speaking about securing points, I mean, veterans, they did quite well in the previous game as well, right? Walking away with those 9 eliminations. We did see All Legion also doing exactly that, and they got the winner chicken dinner. But we're going to see just how aggressive these teams are going to go. And what's an interesting thing that I've actually been noticing throughout the other regions, right, is that Rondo is usually the game where there's not as many eliminations. As we get into the later parts of the day, that's where the teams start to go crazy, right? That's where they start consistently hitting like 18, 19 eliminations. And I don't know why, but hey, you know what? Bring it on.
Yeah, probably because they don't play Rondo on a daily. You might find some teams are not really as familiar with Rondo as they are with the Erangel. You can tell a team understands Erangel just by how they're making their rotation. They'd come from one end of the map to a shack in the middle of Erangel directly without taking any turns. That should tell you that team understands Erangel. But when you look at Rondo, one team, they move, they decide, okay, let's hold this rock. They don't know if there's going to be someone from the back. So it does make sense if we see in the next games, we see teams giving us 13, 15 eliminations. I've seen what you're saying. Even last night, the groups that were playing, they did the same thing. Teams are getting 15, 16 eliminations after Rondo. So it could be a thing with the other maps.
Yeah, well, only one way for us to find out. We need to hop into the action to see. Of course, we are going to be starting over on that western side, staying very far south. So you were asking for a southern zone. Maybe it could still happen, but we usually also see when the zone is, the flight path is this far south, the zone has a tendency to go somewhere else, right? It likes to go up north or maybe more in towards that center area. So we'll find out soon exactly where it intends to get itself situated. Also from the Magicians, I just want to see them throw a lot of smokes out, right? Because that's exactly what magicians do, and then they disappear, right? They run into a different location. I at least want to see that happen once. I don't know if that is part of their tactics, but that's what I want to see, right? A quick disappearing act.
I hope they do that. I hope they give us something and a free act that we don't have to pay to watch. A lot of us here from the live stream, it will be amazing to witness that. And looking at the teams now, it seems like no one wants to go on the southern side of Erangel. And I know sometimes PUBG says, fine, you don't want to go this side. Let me just give you free pass to the southern side. And the zone decides to go far away from everyone else. But we'll wait and see how this plays out. Most of the teams are somehow moving towards the western side. Oh, and the zone
Ooh.
goes towards the southwestern side. We do have some bridge in that zone, but I don't think it's going to stay there for long. Might just shift even more towards Quarry and areas of Primos. A team like the Magicians, they did a good thing there. I think they performed some act around that, and the zone decided to be with them from the beginning, probably till the end of the game. For a team like Astra Creatives, they're far away from the zone. They'll need to do a whole rotation all the way into that safe zone. But we'll just give it time and see how this actually plays out with how the teams have decided to land. We might just be seeing some early fights as well.
But I mean, Astra Creatives, they did a similar thing back in Rondo as well, right? Dropping a little bit further away from teams, trying to not be as involved just yet. Unfortunately, didn't go exactly according to plan for them, but we'll see how this one unravels. Speaking about unraveling, though, hey, yo, All Legion finding themselves in a bit of an altercation right at the start of the match. And as we know, there are no recalls this time around. So it is a pretty bumpy start there for no expression as well. Already 2 players down. You can see Jackboy having to get himself patched up. Those reses coming through here. But Salem and Salem, I don't know which Salem, the one with the double M probably is going to be the one that's not going to be under immediate fire just yet.
They do have some time. No expression. Why? We start saying we have no words because of what is happening right now. Seeing that they're already getting pushed. Salem with a good damage. Oh, almost getting a knock. But for some reason that did not pay out for him. We do have Salem 2 still in the game. He should run away if he can. If he can go away and avoid hell, the better.
Yeah.
There's no way you want to be there. Where there's fire, you run. So if they can avoid them, then why not? But of course, every team with their own strategies, what they're looking to do, all depends on what the IGL decides or what the whole team decides to do at the end of the day. Looking at a team like Persecutors, they do have a team passing by as well. They're trying to get the loot up. United Strikers, they are going away from them and avoiding them as much as they can. But a team like Zeus Morris, yes, Naya Poliana, no one is with them. That is a big place to be in right now. So I hope they'll have 20 grenades, 20 smokes, 20 meds, everything enough. So that when they come to fight people, they have enough utilities to get as many points as possible. Because even from the last game, we saw a lot of grenades flying everywhere. Some missed, but the more you have, the merrier. You just have a good time in the game. But of course, you can see what's happening here, DK. You can see the teams from the eastern side here. Astra and Persecutors, Zeus, they're not really in that zone. And you can see what's happening in that safe zone. If you were the one playing, where would be your ideal place coming from a team that is not in that safe zone just yet?
Ooh, a good location to rotate up in towards. That is pretty tricky because a majority of the good positions are already somewhat occupied, but I would maybe try and push where Raze is leaving now, right up into towards the chopsticks area. Get yourself a little bit of an angle over there, as it could maybe provide you with a bit of an opportunity. Either that or potentially Pmnc Hills, right? You want to play for some elevated angle, and if all those spots are occupied, I would definitely go for where the observatory is, right? A little bit more towards that center zone.
Yeah. Well, the thing is the teams cannot hear us, so they'll probably just drive around and get to anywhere but where you've said. So it might be a little bit different, but let's hope that they have the same thinking as DK. Those are really good sports to take as of now. With that zone about to shift, we should be seeing them making their rotations into that safe zone. 4Kill Esports, first team to be eliminated in the first game. they should really focus on this game. They have a
Mm.
big margin to fill. Getting into top eight, you need, okay, not that much. I mean, eighth place has 6 points and they have 1 point. All they need is they need 5 points to get to top
Yeah.
eight from game two. What? How is it top eight at 6 points? What happened there? And first place is at 26. What really happened? Oh my, I didn't even notice that. That's huge. What, 20
Yeah.
points away? You see, that's the thing with Rondo, DK. That's how Rondo
Mm-hmm.
makes it so hard for some teams.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you are able to capitalize on the available eliminations, might as well go for it. But I am looking up in towards the zone. It does seem like the players there from United Strikers are opting to go for a compound, what Maxman would call the God compound, right? It is right there, smack dab center, a very strong position to hold. We'll see if that is going to bode well for them, and if that is in fact where they're going to be looking to get themselves situated. They are the only team right there in the dead center. It does seem like they're opting a little bit further on towards that western side. Another team that needs to continue running west is none other than the Astra Creatives, right? They are just looking to get disengage from that Milta position. Meanwhile, up in the north there, right? Extraordinary. They've got a bit of time, right? The blue is not going to be moving that fast, but they still need to keep at least a consideration of that, right? You want to try and stay ahead of it. You don't want to get caught up by the blue unnecessarily.
Yep, they just need to start moving as early as possible. I don't know why some teams prefer taking their sweet time. Everything you looted will go to the enemy team because you did not take your time to get the zone on time. So, of course, if they're thinking about the zone and the utilities, they need to start moving as early as now. Something you've mentioned about the hill where United Strikers are going to, I love it. It's the best. If you know how to play there, you will enjoy the game. As long as no one is able to remove you from that spot, you will be the
Mm,
happiest team in this game. But of course, some people do understand that that's also a really good place to be in, and they'll try their best to remove you from there. So let's see how they take on these rotations. It has been a very slow, easy game for the teams here. They're not really engaging that much. We've only seen one team that, unfortunately for them, landed with a team and had to lose at least three of their players. But every other team right now is just making rotations into that zone. It's going to be heavier as they continue the rotations. It's going to be a little bit tricky getting a good compound, having to
mm.
fight with all the teams trying to third party, getting you guys distracted. A lot of things could happen. But of course, we just give them their time and let's see how they're really going to be performing. A team like Pain Africa that already took on a fight early, we cannot see them engaging at all. And the safe zone
Yep.
decides, magicians, go back to where you are. Why did they leave? Why?
Yeah, they didn't get the memo, but of course they are going to start to make their way on down. That compound still being well within the zone. Of course, the God compound right there at the squiggly road, as you can see on the northern side of the zone. Very strong position to take occupancy of. That might be where Rays, all the players there from the side of Wildstorm, might be looking to go for next, as all the teams are now going to hurry up and try to get themselves positioned here, as a big chunk of the zone has been taken away from them. All of that, of course, being water, so it does really limit the angles the teams can go for here. I like the fact that we have so much beach in here as well, right? I'm not quite sure if we'll have any teams bold enough to go out and get a little bit of a tan there, right? To go enjoy the sand, because that is going to be a very sweaty position to go for.
Yep, but let them get the turn. No one wants to fight. No one wants to be by the beach. It's empty. No one is there. So they have some time. They can go there and relax, think about their life choices, whether playing this was worth it. Yes, it is. As long as they qualify to that top eight slot, then they will have made the perfect decisions in their lives. So far, so good. We have finally, some teams are finally getting closer to each other. It's getting a little bit too crowded at the center zone. It's getting too crowded. All the teams are here, and the fights might finally take place. You have the persecutors already. One of their teammates, that will be Colonel, has been taken down, and Rogue is not stopping. They just passed by and left. They don't want anything to do with any fight. I feel like everyone is avoiding the fight because there are still 16 teams. They do not want to be the first one going out. Everyone is avoiding this,
Yeah.
but there's nowhere you can go, DK. At the end of the day, you'll still fight. There's nowhere you can go.
Yeah, you don't have a choice either, right? You will have to step up because that is exactly how this game goes, right? You need to bring the heat. Otherwise, you're going to be denied entry into the kitchen in future. Speaking of which, though, we do have some eliminations now starting to roll on in here. No expression. They've been brought down to a solo. Pretty damaging play here on their end. The Magicians, though, looking to make some magic happen as they now also start to move up in towards that Primorsk area. But already 4Kill Esports are situated here. Will they be able to defend it? It is a very centralized position, and I'm seeing quite a bit of focus that could be shifted over to there, right? Especially if the zone continues to go further down south. But this could be that turning point where the zone decides to go in the opposite direction, pulling it a little bit further on towards the north. But we'll find out right about now as we will be heading straight into the action. And of course, it moves slightly further down south, keeping it still quite challenging for the teams, right? Still having quite a bit of water in play.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky. The good thing about Primos, there's usually a hill around it just to you can use while fighting. All legions finally encounter. That is Pain Africa. Ichazo has already been knocked to have Pony. Is it Pony or Boney? Who is playing there today? Pony trying to get the revive. Venom as well, really close. That grenade actually gets some damage on him. The thing they don't know is that he was snaking right in front of them. A grenade again from Besbar, looking for another grenade to do some work here, but he already changed his location. Venom is getting exposed. Nice shotguns from Besbar. They don't really connect just yet. Another one is being cooked, and Venom Block said, wait, I heard him and I know where he is. But as he goes out there, we have beautiful cover from Pain Africa. They do get the first knock again. And all Legion grenades start flying in. That means Ichazo as well. He falls victim of a Kobe. Amo as well joins the party. And that makes Pain Africa down in terms of numbers. One player remains standing, and Pain Africa has been eliminated. First team to be eliminated. Again, DK, like I said. Room for error. Room for error. This is not a big deal for them. It's room for error. They have time. Yeah.
Yeah, just the first Erangale, so nothing to stress about just yet. Meanwhile, Rogue, one of those teams that need points, right? As we can see, just trying to keep themselves out of the fights for the time being. But that's not the approach to take here, right? You want to try and get involved as quickly as you can or as soon as your strategy allows. Speaking about strategy, interesting to see that hovercraft coming through here yet again. Now it's going to be the Magicians trying to contest against 4Kill. Both teams holding up in Primorsk. As we know, 4Kills, they've been the ones to lay claim to this area. The Magicians now rolling up behind them. Oh, Tuffman absolutely battered. Down he goes. It's up to the two remaining hopefuls, Zendex and AimGod. With the pressure now on their shoulders, can they hold steady? 4Kill looking to bounce back here as well, right? They came into this match with only 1 point to their name. They've so far been able to triple that as they now have 3 points. It sounds amazing, but it could be. Let's see whether or not it will be.
It could be. It could be. Any plus is a plus. As long as it's not a minus, they're doing okay. So let's just give them time and see how this goes. 4Kill Esports, they have Fargas. I've not seen this synergy in a while. We do know them for having really good energy as a team. But Khalid, he gets knocked off the vehicle while they make their rotations into that safe zone. They do have time, though, to get the revive. Even though there are a couple of teams around them, they might just be a falling victim to a lot of third parties. Astra Creatives Rossini is getting some good damage on Nate, and he still has time to get away from this fight. I'm never a fan of this location. Can be a little bit tricky to hold it, seeing that anyone can come from your back or even in front of you. Doesn't really have good cover, but we'll see how they take on that fight. Although we do have Hell is ready to wreak some havoc.
Ooh. All right, well, they can bring it all in. We are ready to receive it. Speaking about receiving, the Magicians are going to be receiving a lot of love, and I don't think they are particularly looking for it right now. We do say goodbye to Zeus Maurice as they go out next. Ooh, the hits, though, just raining down here on the United Strikers as the shots come through. Raise looking to raise all craziness around them. We do say goodbye to another squad here, and down to the final 13 we go. I mean, Mitch, this is where things could take quite a bit of a turn, especially for our teams that we have outside of zone, right? They are going to be bumping heads as they try to rotate into the zone.
Yep, and that's why I'm never a fan of that late rotation. They should have started moving as early as the first shift. They should have decided this is where we want to be and start moving as early as the first zone shift. But of course, again, whatever the IGL says goes. There's nothing you can really do about it. Just trust the decision and try as much as possible to survive. For 4Kill Esports, two eliminations in, they have unfortunately lost one player. They do have still have good numbers that they can use, but Raise from Hell again is ready to raise some people here in Hell. And of course, if they are not careful, they do will have some third parties joining them as well. So they have to be really, really alert with this fight. It is a very compromised location. We do have Rogue there. All Legion is also really close, so a lot of teams are around them. So one small mistake, and Hell could stay in Hell alone. No one will join them in after this fight. So they really need to think about what their next step is. Are we going to be fighting in that compound? Are we going to be avoiding this fight and coming back a little bit later?
Yeah, well, that would be a good consideration to make there. But I also got to say that I think the players from the side of All Legion, right? I like the way that they've been able to respond to this match so far. I mean, they have been put under a little bit of pressure, right? They did find themselves in a bit of an altercation not too long ago. But so far, securing 6 eliminations, that is definitely the way to try and bounce on back. But let's see whether or not Extraordinary is going to be able to get any kind of a play over onto the side there of Rogue. Rogue now just absolutely pinned down from all directions. You can see Raze pushing in, Extraordinary keeping a very tight position over on towards the south here. Then at the same time, we do see All Legion also sneaking up from that eastern side. So this is where you don't want to be a team like Rogue, because they are just going to get absolutely pincered in this position. And there's a really high chance that this could be their trip back into the lobby.
Yeah, All Legion is going to be giving Rogue a hard time there. They're not really in a good position at all. They do not have anything at their odds right now. If they can start moving, the better. For Extraordinary, though, they have already one teammate eliminated, another one is already knocked down. Astra Creatives, I saw them making a very interesting rotation on that western side of the safe zone. They came in on the back of the Persecutors, and they're wreaking havoc, already getting at least one knock there. They're still getting closer to them. They want to eliminate them as fast as they can before that zone decides to shift again. Teams like TDR, very good compound they're holding by Primos, but Persecutors, we do have Colonel, last player standing, and you do see actually two. We do have Bully still in the compound, and Rossini, he sports him beautifully done by a third party, and that will be LLN sporting the fight happening between Persecutors and Astra Creatives. Last player Bully is about to be bullied by the Astra Creatives. The grenade that are going to be launched on him will not give him a single chance to survive. One more grenade from Slazy, and that will be it for Bully. They will be saying good night, Bully. Oh, what? The grenades are somehow missing him, and he actually gets time to heal up a grenade there, lands perfectly, and that will be goodbye for Bully and GG's for the Astra Creatives.
Yeah, unfortunate turn there for the side of Colonel and the rest of that squad. But you know what? Fortunately, they were able to survive at least 2 grenades getting thrown in their direction. Now it's going to be up to Extraordinary to see if they can lock down this northern approach. A good entry point that they have here, but they still got to watch out for LLN situated right behind them, right? If you can see that dark 2 just there on the southern side of the mini-map, that, of course, is the side of LLN, patiently awaiting any team to rotate up. Now, down south, though, things are about to get quite hot and heated, as the majority of the lobby has decided to rotate up into that Primorsk position. Extraordinary is still going to be looking to play out on the outskirts here, finding a decent spray over in towards Raze. But this is where I'd like to see Extraordinary have a backup plan, right? What is going to be their approach and their rotation to get themselves situated coming into this next zone? Because already there are so many good positions occupied by the entirety of the lobby.
Oh, sorry about that. Pardon moi. They do have a lot to think about. They do have to figure out where they want to be next. A lot of things could come in play. Even the mini shack there has been taken. They do not have anywhere to go other than the high ground they're holding right now. So they really need to figure out what is next. But so far, 9 teams remain standing, and we do have the Magicians 4 kills still in the game. They were not able to do much in that first game of the night, that is in Rondo, and they are now trying to redeem themselves. Beautiful grenades, they're coming from Mamoon. They're not really connecting just yet, but they're going a really good distance towards veterans. They're almost getting some damage, though they're not really getting any casualties just yet. Grenades are something, DK. If you master them, they can change the game for you. If you understand steps and everything, you're relaxed. Grenades can actually do a good number for your team.
Yep, they definitely come in quite handy. Speaking of which, let's see whether or not player has his hand on it here as he's trying to sneak a cheeky nade over the top of that ridge. Fortunately for the side here of All Legion, they are not quite within reach just yet. So it's now going to turn down to the barrels. Extraordinary have a bit of an opportunity at hand. Can Nate squeeze his way through? Yes, he does. Right back into the lobby. As that is the quickest way to get there. One elimination is what they have to show for this game. But with the remaining 8 squads, we are about to enter placement point territory. So if LLN goes down right here, it's not going to be the worst run. Already they've got 7 eliminations up, but ideally they are going to try and push for even more, right? Not necessarily eliminations, but try and play for placement points as well now.
Yeah, they can try get as many placement points as possible. They do have a good compound. They have a nice house. They can stay in there for a while, pay rent, have their meals. No one is going to be evicting them. So if they can stay there and just focus on those placement points, they might actually be at a good place. But let's see what their strategy is going to be after these fights that are happening right in front of them. All Legion is sporting veteran esports, and we have Maestro is getting damaged. They're trying to move towards the safe zone. The compounds that are safer going next to their teammates, Unext and Des, might just be a little bit tricky, seeing that all these teams are very much aware of their location. For Astra Creatives, Slazy gets a little bit distracted, and we have LLN getting that one player down already. These distractions sometimes, but of course, do what you gotta do to get your eliminations, right?
Yeah, sometimes you gotta go get your knees right there in the mud to try and keep it going. Speaking about which, though, up comes the Magicians as the pressure starts boiling on over. Good defense here, as we do see the players there from, well, 4Kill Esports getting taken out all the way in 8th place. So a lot of pressure now building up, but can they continue with the pacing? Can they keep the momentum going? So far, with the duo, they're doing a pretty decent job. 5 eliminations up.
5 eliminations is good. They can perform more magic. I don't think a magician needs anything other than, what's the name of the person who holds the hat? I'm gonna call him the servant. They are always 2
The
on stage
assistant.
performing.
Yeah.
Yes, they're always 2 performing on stage. And again, they're just 2 players, and they're somehow doing a lot for their team. So good stuff they're coming from the Magicians. For Astra Creatives, they're trying to get as many eliminations as possible. Already, they are at 9. And like you said, there's something about the other maps where we have teams getting more eliminations compared to Rondo. And that is exactly what is happening here from the Astra Creatives. All Legion, though, best bar, the grenades coming from LLN are going to be a very, very bad situation for him. If one grenade connects, that will be it for All Legion, and they will no longer be able to get as many points as possible. 9 eliminations, they might be looking for more, and Bezba's grenades are actually connecting. Sexy there is getting damaged a lot. A nice one there on Bezbar. Almost a Kobe, but his nade gets good damage on Sexy. Who goes down now. Dempsey has to do something, otherwise Bezba might just be able to wipe up the whole team using just grenades.
Yeah, Bez definitely doing a phenomenal job there. I like the reach, but can he go the distance, continuing to try and just reach into the side here of LLN? They are now onto a duo. Oh, make that a solo. A quick on pickup coming through, and it's going to be all now riding on the shoulders here of player 1. But I like what Bezbar is doing here, keeping the pressure pretty high. It's going to be the players from Astra also just wetting over that ridge. So this is where Bez needs to be super cautious, right? Don't overextend it just yet. But you can see the focus coming through as Bez is pretty determined to get that final play. But there is another threat coming in on the side, and that is exactly that, right? Rogue looking to snap it all to conclusion.
Oh no, that is quite heartbreaking. He was about to do a very interesting play here. Was going in for that push, looting, probably looking for more grenades to get more eliminations. Even though, if you've noticed, all the knocks he got on LLN all went to Astra Creatives. Not even a single elimination counted for him. He stayed with the 9 eliminations the whole time, even after getting 2 knocks. For Astra Creatives, they were able to fish eliminations along the way. So again, anything it takes to get your points. If it's to steal, steal. No one is going to judge you. This is the only place
Mm-hmm.
where you can steal something and no one is going to judge you for that. So please, if you can get all your eliminations just from stealing them from another team, be our guests and enjoy the free meals. But so far, DK, we only have
Mm.
5 teams remaining. So far, most of the teams on that top 5, they do have good eliminations. LLN at 8, we have Astra Creatives at 10. They're all of them trying to get as many points as possible. And like we say, there's no way one team can easily get a chicken dinner from first game to sixth game back to back. It's going to be a little bit tricky.
Yeah, especially looking at the kind of pacing coming through from the lobby, right? Already, as we know, the team that got the victory in the first match of the day, not necessarily here to try and keep that torch alight, right? That was none other than the players there from All Legion, but they went out in 7th place. Now we are going to say goodbye to LLN as they go out in 5th place. So even more pressure now starting to mount on the shoulders here. Down to the final 4 we go. You can see 2 full squads remaining. The rest, a few players short here. But it is going to be go time. AST, I like the setup that they've got on the hillside. But unfortunately, it is not in the zone. So they need to find a way to maintain the control, right? To keep that angle tight. But looking at what Wildstorm are doing, Mitch, I think they have the more preferred setup here coming into this phase.
Yep, they do have the compound. They're in that safe zone, sitting comfortably, and they're facing that one team that is looking to go into that compound, Astra Creatives. Going in for that push will be a little bit tricky, but let's see. 2 pew pews. There can only be one. So we want to see between WSG Pew Pew and AST Pew Pew who is going to be the better of the two. Again, he called himself Ziol. Please make sure you do something. Make sure you make us proud with the play. Of course, with the zone shifting, teams like VT, the veterans, need to move a little bit closer. One of their teammates is not. Actually, no, the other one just actually made it. So for the magicians, they are the ones who need to get closer. Smokesters are in. So they need to use the smoke to go in as much as they can, but we have Astra Creatives. Finally, they have decided to actually engage, and the grenades are beautiful, and that will be WSG. Grenades are connecting. Slazy goes down, same to Insane, and another one has been cooked. A lot is happening right now. Astra Creatives, Balalal is there as well. He's trying to get some grenades cooked, but nothing is changing just yet. Wildstorm is still standing. Only one man has been knocked so far, but for the Astra Creatives, they are not in that position to do much. So far, DK, they have a long way to go, since I think another team might just keep that bird in.
Yeah, ooh, we are almost going to have the opportunity to see our very first pew down, as it could be pew pew versus pew pew. A nice little bit of an exchange cooking on through here, but it is going to be pew pew, the last one left now for the squad here, as they are trying to just put a little bit of distance on this front line. I like the position from Frags, also bring in a bit of a helping angle. The utility's absolutely relentless, so not quite sure how this one is going to pan out for Wildstorm, as the push is there. Frags, I like the cover. Is going to make it a little bit more challenging for Astra Creatives to push through over on towards that left-hand side. So now they're going to opt for the windows and find another strategy to get themselves right there on the pressure point. But now, Pew Pew, unfortunately, gonna go Pew Pew as they get taken on down. And this is Astra Creatives now dominating the lobby. 12 eliminations already under their belt. And we have only got 3 teams left to show us who's gonna be the one to walk away with that winner chicken dinner. I don't see Wildstorm making it out, and in fact, I was right as they get taken on down. Now it's the big old showdown, right? The veterans versus Astra Creatives.
Yep, and the grenades from Astra Creatives are coming in hot every single minute. We do have a grenade being launched. You next. Might just be next. See that one of the teammates from Astra Creatives on the side, Slazy, has already spotted him. Beautiful damage, but Death is cooking up a nice one here. It's gonna be a hard one, and it's gonna land on Slazy's head. That will be the first grenade connected. That's a Kobe on Slazy, and Death immediately taking advantage of this there. Rossini, he does get one of his teammates knocked, but unfortunately for Death, Rossini will not be letting this one slide. He gets another knock. We have Astra again trying to go in for that push. Pew Pew is doing a good job so far, and they might just be able to eliminate Veteran Esports and getting a winner, Chicken Dinner for the second game of the night in Erangel.
What a play, what a push though. I mean, Astra trying everything they could to bounce back, right? I mean, we saw them in that first match of the day walking away with only 6 points. This time around, they went for everything, right? They tried to secure themselves as many points as they could possibly imagine. And what an insane performance. 16 eliminations going their way. That is the way that you step up and step onto the side here of Erangel.
Erangel can be a little bit tricky, but if you understand it, you could end up like Astra Creatives, getting yourself an easy winner chicken dinner with lethal grenades being launched from all the teams throughout the game. So of course, big up to Astra Creatives. The coordination as a team was beautiful. They took their time, focused on what was important, and that was teamwork, and that chicken dinner followed suit. Well played, Rossini, with that last blow, and that is it for Astra Creative. 16 eliminations and a chicken dinner. They basically got the same points as Pay in Africa, who had 21 eliminations in Rondo. Again, there's nothing we can say about this group other than it's never as it seems. At this point, everyone and anyone is game. There's no one who cannot give us something to talk about. This is crazy. Honestly, 26 points already. Same thing as Pay in Africa. And they did not need a recall to get that.
Exactly, right? That just shows you that if the teams decide this is the match, they all look to step up and blow us away with the performances here. Unfortunately, Balalalal this time didn't get any eliminations, did bring in a decent amount of damage, contributing to the chaos and carnage the team was able to secure here. But you got to give it up to Rossini. 8 eliminations and a decent serving of damage, almost hitting 1,000. So a very strong presence that Astra brought onto the battlefield. But that's the exact kind of pacing that you need to bring on in here, right? They're going to have to keep that consistency alight if they want to keep a strong position with regards to those rankings. I think at this point, it's going to be pretty tough for them to maybe not be in the top 8 come end of day, right? They are looking like a team that is going to be able to pull that maneuver off. So we'll see pretty soon exactly how that is going to pan out. But yet again, Mitch, we see more knocks than eliminations, right? Almost 60 eliminations, but 72 knocks have been secured throughout this game. So a pretty interesting bit of consistency that the teams are going for here.
Yeah, we did have 91 knocks in Rondo. Now we have 72 in Erangel. The damage is also quite high. 13,000 is good. They have done a good number here in this game. 26 revives that we have witnessed. Not a single team went without making sure they got at least 1 or 2 players revived before they got eliminated. So it does make sense if we have 26 revives coming in from this game. Longest elimination, 362 meters taken. That's a good stuff there coming from LLN Player 1. I guess he did not have a name to call himself. But looking at the match summary, there are both eliminations with 8. We have Astra Creative player Rossini, who still gets the highest damage of 917, and 2 grenade eliminations as well to his name. Long top traveler, we do have Rossini again, traveling 16 kilometers longer than the top traveler from Rondo, who only took 12 kilometers around Rondo. So good stuff coming from Rossini. You have mentioned it. He has done a good job throughout this game, and it has finally showed off with all the stats he has been able to carry just from this one game. So again,
well, I guess it paid off, right? How far they dropped away from zone, really coming in clutch here for them. it seems that they really know how to rotate up, right? That's what you said before we hopped into the game, right? We'll see who knows the most based on how the teams get to rotate themselves into this position and what a rotation that was coming through from Astra Creatives. But of course, we are going to take a look at the standings to see exactly where the teams find themselves. And it is going to be Rogue picking up 3 points. There we go. Well done to them. As we know, they were in need of some points. The same went for Raze, and we don't see Raze over on this side of the page, so that is good news, as we'll be seeing points on the board for every single team. Unfortunate for our bottom 5 teams in this game, right? TR, Persecutors, No Expression, United, as well as Zeus. All of them getting sent back empty-handed, but that means that the top is going to be quite heavy with the teams just securing all the eliminations at hand. And of course, here we have it, right? 16 eliminations going in favor there of Astra, as we've already seen. 6 then getting picked up by veterans. We got LLN in there. Raze walking away with 5 points. Hey, yo, everybody trying to push. But of course, this is only but the start.
Yep. Anything could change. Any team could step up. Of course, we're just starting. It is just the second game. 4 more to go. There is room for every team to find their way to the top 8. The problem is, how will they make it into that top 8 if they do not farm eliminations along the way? So a lot of things are coming to play, of course. I cannot wait to see what really changes, because veterans, they were able to get 12 points from this game with LLN Esports. This does give them a huge jump in the overall ranking, so we'll wait and see how that goes. But looking at the head-to-head, Astra Creatives and Veteran Esports, we do have Creatives at 16 eliminations with 14 knockouts. That's actually, they were able to confirm all the eliminations throughout the game. There's not even a single one they were not able to get. You will see, you've seen that from the last 2 players there. From the fight, they were able to get at least 2 knocks and they get the last elimination easy. So well played there from Astra Creatives. From the veterans, 6 eliminations, 5 knockouts. Same scenario. They have been able to confirm all their knocks throughout this game. The damage there on Astra, 2,000, that is a lot. Almost getting to the 21 elimination for Pain Africa. So of course, that means they did put in a lot of work. For the player of the match, Rossini, again, 8 eliminations, a damage of 917, 5 knockouts, and a survived time of 30 minutes and 39 seconds. Good stuff there for you, Rossini. Well done, well played. All I've not been able to see is the MVP lineup.
Yeah.
I cannot wait to see how it goes. I need it.
Well, we'll be taking a look at that pretty soon, but of course 2 of the heavy lifters coming through from the side here of Astra is going to be none other than Rossini and Pew GS, right? You have to add the GS in the end, because we have 2 Pews here, but this was the Pew with the most, walking away with 700 damage and 5 eliminations. So a very even contribution coming through from either of these players. But speaking about a contribution, we need to see how that balance works out, right? Where do the teams find themselves? Have we seen any major shifts, any crazy performances coming in with regards to these past few matches? Because as we know, Astra, they started all the way down in that 8th place, right, coming to the back of that first game. But now we get to see pretty soon exactly how much opportunity that has allowed them. You were asking for the MVP list. Here we have it, and it is pretty much Pain with a strong presence, right? Rossini, this past game allowed them a good bit of a head start here. But of course, this could potentially change up quite a bit as we progress through the remainder of the day. So our overall top players looking pretty decent. 1600 damage is going to be the top of the board, but I got to give it up to Zendex there, picking up exactly 1000 damage. That is hard work, right? 1600 damage, that's impressive, but 1000 on the dot, that is quite impressive. But of course, no surprise, that is coming through from the Magicians. That is where they make the magic happen. Speaking of which, though, speaking about that magic, we need to take a look and see exactly what the standing situation is, right? If my math is accurate, we should be seeing some major jumps. But the first few jumps we are going to be looking at, though, is going to be Raze, right? Raze, they jumped up 4 positions all the way up into that 11th place. I mean, 4kill also taking a beautiful upwards move, now securing themselves all the way up in towards 10th position, right? 2 slot jump. Rogue, they've jumped up 3 all the way into that position where they find themselves right now. So I like the upward moves that we have here, but they only have still single-digit points on board. This is where the magic happens as Astra Creatives, they've jumped 7 slots all the way up into pole position.
7 slots? Come on, Astra Creatives. 32 points. DK, that's a huge jump. That's huge. But of course, they cannot rest. You can see what's happening there between first, second, and third. Fourth place, fifth place, the margin is not that big. Anything could happen between Pain Africa, LNN Esports, and Veteran Esports coming the next 4 games. Anyone could be moved from their slot, so they need to look through that as well. Magicians, good stuff on coming into 8th. Extraordinary, they're keeping on 7th, 15 points, and then Wildstorm, 17 points. I mean, this is going to be an interesting turn of the table as soon as we enter into the next 4 games of the day. It's going to be a little bit tricky. Again, some teams might be pushed down, others might come up. There is still room for improvement. 4 games is a lot, but like I said, as soon as we hit the 3rd game and we finish game 3, that will start being a very small margin for any team that is trying to make it into that top 8 slot. So of course, it has been a good time here. DK seeing what is happening here, but that means teams like Magicians, Extraordinary, and Wild cannot rest just yet.
Yeah, there's no rest at all, right? We've only completed 2 matches. We still have 4 more to go. So curious to see how this is going to pan out, right? We've concluded our first Erangel and our only Rondo. So we still have 2 more Erangels to go. And as we know, right after match number next, that is going to mark the halfway point of the day. So whatever the teams haven't been able to achieve just yet, let's hope that they can pull it out of the bag, because the pressure is really starting to mount up. Of course, looking at the difference between 1st place and 9th place, right? That is a decent serving of points. 25 points currently separating those 2 slots. So there's going to be quite a bit of work for anybody trying to gain entry up into those top positions. But top 8 still very accessible, only 11 points. So it's going to be quite easy for a team like No Expression just to add 4 more points in to contest. But the Magicians know that they have to let all the cats out of the bag if they want to ensure that they stay in that top 8 slot, right? They're gonna have to fight for it, and we're excited to see exactly what these teams are gonna be bringing in.
Yep, Magicians cannot rest. They cannot. They cannot afford to even close one eye throughout the game. But of course, they do have time to do anything they want to do and basically get those eliminations, get those placement points. A lot can be done. But of course, guys, we have enjoyed game 1 and 2. For now, we're going to be taking a very quick break, and then we'll be back game 3. So of course, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
opportunity. Welcome back to the action. So far, Madagascar has been bringing quite a bit of an opportunity, right? Quite a bit of a dominating streak that we've been seeing so far. Of course, I have just shown that I'm a really good mime, right? I can mime and make it look like I'm saying words with no sound actually coming out. But of course, either which way, bitch, we are going to be hopping into the action to see what our second air angle is going to be bringing in for our teams.
Yep, we are going into that second Erangel, and all I can say is we are about to have another good time. The second game was amazing. Third game could be even better. The third time a charm, of course, it is going to be a good one. Madagascar, I just said it. The comment section will always be filled with their flags. They'll always come to support their region. The teams, either it's 1, 10, they'll all stick through it. So good stuff, of course, coming from the region, trying to, give the team, some good time, some spirit to continue the games. But I cannot wait to see who gets the chicken dinner for game 3. Game 1, you put me in a tight spot, DK. It's your time to give us the team that is going to give us a chicken dinner in game 3.
Ooh, okay. Team that's going to give us a chicken dinner in game 3. It has to be Pain at this point, right? It has to be. Because they've been pretty consistent. They still in there, right? They still have points. They still have things going. First match over on Erangel, yes, only 1 point going their way. Not the best play, but I think that was their way of assessing the lobby, right? Just getting a good read. And then they're going to do what their name suggests, right? They're going to bring a little bit of that action in onto the battlefield. So, yeah, that's going to be my prediction.
So DK has said for game 3, we are going to be having Pain Africa giving us a chicken dinner. So Malia, your flag has to be there. If he doesn't get it right, we'll talk about that later. Don't worry about it. But of course, let's wait and see how it goes. I mean, you said something real. Pain Africa do have good potential. We've seen it from game 1. So if they get to show it in game 3 as well, they've locked it in. No one is removing them from top 8. Easy.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, come on. We know you can do it. Let's, show the rest of the lobby what you have in store for us. And, of course, we're just waiting to hop into the match to see exactly how everything is going to unfold for these teams, right? Will we be heading down over in towards Pmnc yet again for another showdown? Hopefully, right? We'll see pretty soon exactly what territory these squads will have to work on with. So, yeah, just waiting to see what it is going to be bringing in. So far, of course, we've already been seeing Astra Creatives or Legion bring in some pretty strong performances on either side, right? We did see Astra walking away with those 16 eliminations just in the past match. Before that, we did see the players there from All Legion also very consistent. 9 eliminations with that winner chicken dinner. Not quite the 21 from the team that ended up at the top of the board for the day, right at the start. But right, they've been coming back a lot stronger, trying to kind of bounce back and see just how far they can push it.
Yep, that is actually true. And of course, something you've also mentioned, if a team decides to go that extra step, they've seen game 1 can also be even out with game 2. Basically, 2 teams, different maps, same points when the game comes to an end. So if they want to lock in, they can easily do the same thing. We can see a whole change in that leaderboard if the teams decide to lock in and give it a try. It can be a little bit tricky sometimes. We do understand the game can be 50-50. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. If it's bad, I hope you have a plan to recover. If you don't, then say goodbye to PMGO, because everyone is trying to make it to PMGO. But if you don't really lock in, then you're not going to Indonesia.
Ooh, yes. So of course, the team that brings the most heat, the most pressure, right, and the most hunger to get those points, those are going to be the teams to walk away smiling at the end of today, because that's literally what it boils down to, right? They are going to be stepping into the wildcard finals to see which 5 teams will be representing the wildcard region. And of course, based on what we've been seeing so far, and if we had to go off of what is happening in chat, right, with just the amount of support, Madagascar has a pretty good chance, right, at least from this group, to make it into that. So curious to see whether or not they are going to make their supporters proud here today.
I think they will. I've not seen them choosing to disappoint them before. They've always put their region first. Of course, all the teams are putting their region first. They're trying to make them proud. At the end of the day, everyone is carrying their flag. So they really need to make it to that end of the line. So that's something, of course, I'm seeing. Apart from Madagascar, I feel like other regions as well can step up and do more with this game. So we'll just have to wait and see how they take it up. How are they planning to do it? Because All Legion and Astra Creatives, they are battling it out crazy. They are on something, and we cannot wait to see what they're on actually, because it's going to be a very interesting time if they actually go on a roundabout first and second place rotation.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting to see kind of how both those teams sitting at the top of the board had gotten themselves into those positions, right? Because Astra finished in 7th place in the first match and then got the winner chicken dinner. Or Legion got the chicken dinner but finished in 7th place in the past match, right? Both teams going out at exactly the same places. So I see a bit of a trend, right? Because both of them are sitting with 11 placement points apiece. Astra so far just being slightly more aggressive than All Legion has been able to do. But Pain, they are the dominators when it comes to those eliminations. So the moment that they can secure a strong, consistent flow of placement points, I'm pretty sure Pain could look to dominate. But we'll find out whether or not that is going to be the case here. And I mean, we spoke about this earlier. There's not a big barrier to entry to make it up into the top 8, right? As you can see, 8th place, only 11 points, right? So that would make me a little bit nervous if I was a team like Extraordinary or the Magicians or even Wildstorm, because that whole situation can be turned on its head just in this next match. And of course, 8th or 9th place rather is just 7 points, right? Then we've got 10th and 11th, which is 5. So either of those teams sitting on that second page could still very comfortably bounce up onto this first page. All they got to do is lock in and do what Astra or Legion has done in their first few matches, right? Just go for absolute aggression, or even embrace what Pain did. Just try and fire at everything that moves, right? If the pixel isn't doing what it's supposed to, it's probably an opportunity to secure some points.
Yep, of course. And just a reminder, All Legion is also from Madagascar. I don't know how I forgot that. I've been trying to think about it so many times. But that's also another team from Madagascar. That explains why everyone is trying to root for Madagascar and the two teams. But let's just give it a time and see how it goes. And the flight path again decides it's going to be on the southern side. This time round, they only did a flip of the previous game and decided let's start from the eastern side and then let's go all the way to Primorsk. Same movement of the flight path. It is in the southern side. We can see some teams have already decided to go where they feel comfortable with landing. The only question is, where will that safe zone be? Will it finally listen to me or not?
Well, we'll find out, right? We are going to be seeing pretty soon exactly whether or not the Zorn has been paying attention, or if it's going to stick to its business here, right? Look to go where it decides to go. In the meantime, we are going to be on board here with the ba-la-la-la-la as we move up into the power plant area, looking to just squeeze on through up in the mini melter, right, as they go about it. Mini melter power here. Pew and the rest of the team moving up as well. I like the spread, though, that they have in the zone. Yeah, it is going to pull right back to where we've seen it already, right back over on towards that southwestern side.
I mean, why is this happening? Now, teams, you see, the thing is, even if the zone has decided to go right towards last game, the teams again are trying to go where they were last game. We have Zeus, they're trying their best to go back to Yasnaya, Astra Creatives, in Milta Power. Everyone is going where they were before, and I don't know, it's like a repeat again. So will we be having the same team repeating the chicken dinner, or this time around they have understood this type of rotation where they need to be, where some teams are going to be holding? If they've understood that, then they're going to be having an easy time in this game. But so far, we already have a team taking on a fight, and Raised from Hell, the only player that is Lord, is the only person in this room, has nothing to fight. He's just holding the dagger and hoping it works out for him. They leave the buggy and he tries to go for it, but they're chasing him and he has only a dagger, and they said, okay, fair game, everyone is taking one, apart from that is gonna be Zero, who says, nope, no time for fair game. And there's no time for being nice. There's no way. We
Hmm.
need to make our way, and we need this skill to be confirmed as fast as possible. Surprisingly, he actually got a knock.
Well, I mean, you know, sometimes you just gotta risk it, right? Come in with the daggers to see, is that gonna be enough? Will you get the prize? Unfortunately, as we saw there, the answer is most likely no, right? The other teams are not gonna respect that. They are just there. They are in it to try and win it. So any opportunity to gain points, they will do what they need to do. Speaking of which, though, up here in Yasnaya Polyana, it is looking quite interesting with Zeus and the players from Extraordinary having a bit of a share opportunity. Both teams on either side of that, so no chance for them really to bump heads, unless, of course, they intentionally rotate over onto the wrong side of business, right? Of course, blue starting to close up very soon. So ideally, we'd like to see the teams get themselves situated up in towards the zone, but I'm expecting that there might be a few slow rotations coming in.
We might just be seeing some people again, just like the previous game, doing very slow rotations. Will work out if it does for a team like Astro Creatives. They proved it's possible to do that. So if any other team decides to steal that play, then it could work out for them as well. But let's just give them time and see how they take on this rotation. No one likes going to Pochinki other than Pain Africa, who really enjoy staying in Pochinki because they know no one is going to be landing there, as they're afraid there might just be a number of teams landing with them. 4Kill Esports, they've taken Fairy Pier again. They've not left the same place from previous game. Magicians, same place. Literally all the teams are just where they were at the previous game. Now looking at the southern side here in Military Base, we might just be seeing an encounter, and two teams might just take on each other. Oh, okay. They changed their directions again. How is this even happening? And the thing is, they don't even know there's a team there. They're just moving around with vehicles, and surprisingly, they have decided to change their location. Might just be a good play coming from them. As usual, DK, we might be seeing another slower angle and then a very aggressive end when it comes to this game three.
Yeah, I mean, it's very possible. So let's see how that is going to pan out. Of course, a lot of love coming through for Botswana in the chat as well, right? For DER. Let's see if they can make their supporters proud here. In the meantime, Rogue taking quite a bit of damage here as well as Bo Bronx. Ooh, getting shot at is King Tartar. No time for anything else, right? Just bring the Tartar on in and let those shots ring on through. Rogue, a very battered position, right? They've already lost their first player. Now, can they pick it back up with a three-piece, right? So far, for the side of Rogue, they only have 3 points on the board, so they need to play very selectively going through this match, right? They can't risk it. They can't get caught out in the open. They need to try and survive and also bag a few additional points.
Yep. I think all these teams should do that. Bag as many points as possible. If it's third party, just go lie in a hill and wait. Please do anything just to get as many points as possible. But of course, again, DK, they cannot hear you. If only they knew how smart you are, they would be getting a, a lot of points. So they don't know that. They don't know that. They just know DK is talking about our game, and that's it. But if they decide to listen to you, we might be seeing a lot of impressive plays coming from these teams. Well, we'll just give it time. Probably we'll see more as the game continues. For Team WSG, they are not changing where they are. They will be staying here because they know there was a team on the other side of the bridge with them. The only thing they don't know is that they're not coming where they are. They're also making their rotations towards Milta through Novo, and they might also encounter Astra Creatives as they make their rotations. So let's just wait and see if that's going to brew anything. But in Pochinki, two teams might be going towards Pochinki. We'll be having at least 3 teams inside Pochinki, and it will be a good start of the night if it is going to be them in Pochinki and taking on a fight. But of course, it does take the IGL to decide whether they will be taking on any fight or not throughout the games. Pochinki is easy to defend, to be honest. I think it has the easiest buildings to go around. Especially going to the roofs. It's so easy.
Yeah, well, it depends on what you define as easy, right? For me, I would say that doesn't sound easy, right? Any city kind of setup that you move into is always very risky to try and play through. I mean, depending, of course, on what stage of the game you're in, right? If you're in the early stage of the game, going through the city, there's not very high risk going through there. But if the zone has centered up on that, right? We're like in zone 5, zone 6. You don't want to be in the city because there's no way out, right? If the zone comes in with a bit of a cheeky shift, that's your ticket, right? You're done. It's like, okay, well, thanks for coming. It is over now. At least that's not going to be the play for the teams just yet, as we are yet to see where these zones are going to be taken in. Stage 1 about to come to an end. Phase number 2 getting ready to pop on in. We do see still a few teams straggling outside the zone. Of course, Extraordinary all the way back in Yasnaya Polyana, but Mitch, it does seem like the zone is not exactly going where it was in the previous phase or the previous match, but this time around, just a little bit more to the north.
Yeah, they actually lucky with this one. No one knows how to play this one. They knew the other game, so everyone is all in on getting something from this game with its placement, eliminations. Everything has changed. Nothing is similar to the previous game. They can make their rotations and actually have a good time. For 4Kilo Esports, they do have WSG passing by. Souls is going higher and higher. Hey, he's going to hold the tower. Wow, this is going to be risky. As soon as they sport him and he gets knocked, the jump or the fall from there might make it hard for him to be revived. But of course, if it works out, they might be able to confuse a couple of teams before they can sport him all the way up in that watchtower. It's going to be a little bit tricky, but let's just give them time and see how this plays out. For WSG though, one of their teammates has already been knocked and thirsted. But this Souls is showing players a very interesting turn. Hey, why are we going up the towers at this point? I don't think I've seen that in the esports scene for a while.
Yep, it's definitely a thing, right? I mean, the players sometimes come up with very creative ways of going about their movements across this map. Speaking of which, though, we did see Astra Creatives also being creative and hitting trees. That happens quite a lot, right? So it's something that we see on a very frequent basis. That or the big rocks, right? The big ones that you can see coming. Somehow it's like your vehicle is just, magnetically drawn into that. Especially if it's a very sticky situation, you need to get out of dodge, right? That's when you always start to hit the rocks that you've been able to avoid for the longest time. But speaking about avoiding, the Persecutors are going to be finding themselves in a nice southern setup, right? Not a lot of teams currently behind them. There's only going to be one squad, right? That is 4 kills. So they can pretty much just focus ahead, pretty much as LLN is doing here, as they've been able to find Raze, just raising the temperature, popping off a few hits. But now Raze down to 1, and they've not yet found any points.
Yeah, really unfortunate for them. Last game they were able to get into an early fight, but this time round that is not going to be the case. For Frags, good sprays there, almost getting a knock, but it did not go as planned, and the team is safe for now. The rotations are finally starting to kick in, and the teams that were holding out far out in that blue zone are finally coming in the safe zone. We do have 4 kills still around. A fair pair just staying around there, making sure no one is with them, of which no one is. For Pain Africa, though, an interesting rotation, leaving Pochinki going towards the eastern side of the zone, and then they might just come back a little bit later because they are looking for that chicken dinner that you actually mentioned. So let's just wait and see if they'll be able to give us that chicken dinner, or it's going to be a little bit tricky getting back into that safe zone and encountering a lot of teams. A lot is happening right now. The teams are trying to get their rotations right. They're looking for the best compounds to hold. You can see Astra Creatives passing around a race from hell. They do not want to stop there just yet. So it's going to be a little bit tricky for the teams that are not yet in that safe zone. For Magicians, for the Rogue team, all of them have a hard time as they try to make it into this safe zone.
Well, the teams kind of knew what they are letting themselves in for here as they all stepped out onto the battlefield willingly, right? So let's see who's going to be the next ones to keep the pacing going. The pressure is starting to bolt on up. It is going to be the Persecutors just, kind of listening here as CER is going to be pulling up right alongside them. Oh, nice welcoming nade going out. This is the opportunity now for the Persecutors to get the jump, to get the upper hand. TER, this is also their opportunity to try and advance their overall points. You can see the eagerness coming through from either which side. So far, good grenade. Colonel and the rest here of EST holding nice and steady. Captain and Colonel could find themselves in a bit of a situation. Let's see who has the most authority. It's 21. Oh, down they go. Captain getting wrapped, and that is TER getting shipped out.
Right off the game. And we have the prosecutors. 4Kill Esport are also third party in the fight. We have Saul's passing by. Seems like he's very smart idea will not be coming to play in this game since no one is going towards Ferry Pier and they need to get closer to everyone else. Astra Creatives holding the trenches. We do have LLN as well. They are basically in that compound. They are not ready to engage, but the veterans sporting WSG beautiful sprays. They are almost getting a knock on Insane, but he's lucky he gets off that spray with a really small margin. He was about to get knocked off that buggy and just stayed down and back to lobby. That would have been quite unfortunate for the team. But for Astra Creatives, they're taking on an early fight, something we have not seen them doing before. They did not have anywhere to go to. We've seen them passing by here right next to Race from Hell. And now they are in another compound really close to at least two teams. So a lot is pressuring them to take on an early fight. Same to Pain Africa right now. You say they might just be able to give us a chicken dinner, but let's see how they've performed in this fight.
Well, only time will tell. Let's see whether or not they are persistent enough to get the job done here. Up comes Venom. Picking up a nade. Could be a beautiful angle onto Poseidon here. Ooh, is he going to get it, Thor? Poseidon, very nimble on that feet, Thor. Just quickly trying to avoid the utilities falling in behind them. A cheeky nade, Thor, as it finds its way over in towards Spain. But this is a 1v4 showdown, right? The odds of Raze surviving this bush, not very high, but not impossible. Let's see whether or not Poseidon has the trident at the ready. Will he summon the forces of water to help defend from the bush coming in as Spain? No, they can almost taste that additional point coming their way. This, of course, would be the first elimination for game number 3. The time is running out. The zone is going to start to close up very soon. And this is where Pain needs to make the decisive play, right? Are they going to stay around here and wait for Poseidon to come down? Or are they going to rotate out if they're not looking to get aggressive?
Yeah, a lot of decisions to be made, but I'm sure they can hear it's only one player. The only thing they're worried about is where is this player holding right now. We might go inside, he might take out all of us. It can take only one shotgun to take out a whole team if the player is good. And we have the extraordinaries are passing by. They do not want to engage. They are going as far away as they can from this fight, which is a good call if you ask me. You have Bonnie there trying to get up on that window just to make sure he can see where Poseidon is, who's not moving just yet. He's waiting for Pain Africa to go inside that building and then he can get to engage. So now it is all up to how he takes on this fight. Bonnie is by the window. They try to go in. Beautiful damage from Poseidon, but they all come in guns blazing. And that will be it for Poseidon. Pain Africa finally been able to secure one elimination in this game. The zone is about to shift. They need to get moving as well. They need to shift and look for the perfect location. But if you look at the map right now, DK, it is occupied, and I don't know what Pain Africa will do, but they might just be forced to push in any compound that they find pleasing to them.
Well, they're going to have to do something here, right? We'll find out exactly what that will be very shortly. But now, veterans enjoying a bit of the spoils of war here as they move up just to ensure that they are properly looted up. A quick little pop in the window as Zeus is going to be now descending down upon them. Maestro needs to keep their wits about them. We do say goodbye to yet another squad. The Magicians going out there in 14th. So the casualties now starting to stack on up, right? You said this in the beginning, Mitch. It is going to be a slow start, but it's going to look to get a lot more aggressive as we get deeper into it. And that is exactly what we see happening here. It is, of course, none other than the players from Extraordinary and Pain having a bit of a staring competition. Who's going to be the one to engage? We don't know just yet, but United Strikers, though, will get snuffed out.
Yep, they were unfortunate to engage in a fight there. But what is happening here is that Pain Africa just lost one player. Another teammate, that is Amo, is already down. Bonnie trying to heal up, and the extraordinary player is already looking to go in for that push. Bonnie ready and locked in for that fight. But unfortunately, that will not be happening because Khalid and Nate are ready to take on Pain Africa and take them back to lobby. Now, one of their teammates remains standing. That is Nate. He will be forced to give us an amazing clutch. Otherwise, it's going to be GG's for Pain Africa when a team decides to push each other. 12 teams remaining. We are in that fourth phase. Moving on into that fifth phase. Nice Molly there. Jano and his teammates are knocked dead, trying to get a pre-nade happening. Doesn't really connect. A shotgun is launched, but unfortunately, Zeus Morris will not be letting veterans survive in this fight.
Well, still 11 teams to try and settle their differences over here and see who's going to be the next ones to lock it in. I mean, a very wide spread, right? Only two, maybe what, 4 teams currently held within the zone. Everybody else situated on the edge of the blue zone. So I don't know if they get a kick out of sipping on some blue juice, but either which way, they're gonna have to get their butts in that zone because all the compounds pretty much up for grabs is already occupied, right? You can see Zeus, they've done exactly that. They've locked one in, and I don't know if they're going to look to allow anybody else to squeeze in alongside them here.
There is not a lot of space for these teams to even fit at this point. Astra Creatives, on the other hand, they are losing numbers as well. One by one along the way, they're losing. Also in that blue zone, like you said, they're taking on the blue juice. Why? I don't know. It's not even tasty. I'm sure it's a bitter feeling. But for some reason, they cannot move past that. Balalal is knocked, and Rossini trying to get that revive. He does not have enough time to do this. The zone will be forcing them again, and they need to do it as fast as they can for the Persecutors. Nicely done there by Medsers, who gets a fast knock on the Persecutors. 3 players still standing. They can easily get the revive, but as you can see, we might just be seeing a push there. Mamoon goes in for that push, and he wants to confirm that elimination. Persecutors, though, on the other hand, a little bit distracted. They're looking at a team that is passing by, and just like that, Ichigor has been taken back to lobby. Persecutors a little bit distracted, but now they have their mindset on the 4-kill esports. Grenades are being launched, and they're looking to take on 4-kill. It could go either way. Persecutors could take them out, or 4-kill esports could easily get the 4 kills from the Persecutors.
Yeah, they definitely could. It's all going to come down to how they take these next few angles. Up comes AST as well, as they are looking to get themselves situated, or at least half the team is going to be looking to roll on up here. Will they find a position to squeeze into? Instead, they pull up to Pain, and look at that. Pew, pew. Going up in flames. That is the end of the road for Astra. Out they are, unfortunately not being able to replicate their efforts from the prior game. But we are still looking over onto Zeus, and Extraordinary to see what is going to be happening up in center zone. I mean, if there's any compounds to hold, these are probably some of the stronger ones. It is going to rely quite heavily on what this coming zone is going to be doing. But Pain also with a very decent setup that they have just a little bit over on towards that more eastern position. Now Khaled having the grenades raining on down there. Not going to be any crazy things to contest with, but it is looking quite challenging, especially for the players there from All Legion, right? They are still very exposed on the field over on towards that western front, and the same can be said for several teams situated over on towards the east as well.
Yep. The rotations right now are looking good for some. All Legion looking okay as well on the eastern side, like you said. Oh, okay. The zone decides to go towards Pain Africa. They have only 1 player surviving so far. They do need, though, to think about what their teammate can do. I'm guessing they're giving him a couple of directions here and there while he's playing. Not to move a muscle. He's still in the zone. He can't survive there. He can't get the placement points. So I hope he's going to be listening to his team, because it's going to start getting a little bit tricky. As soon as the zone shifts, it will be placing him in a very tight position, which might actually affect the team if they do not get enough points. But of course, anything could happen. Mamoon, though, he's about to be cooked, and it seems like the Persecutors have been able to create a lot of pressure on 4-kill esports. Mamoon here and Medsos, they do have a lot of things to do. Basically, either fight this team, make their rotations into the zone, or rather avoid everything and just stay away from the fights.
Well, if you want the points, you can't stay away, right? You have to try and get involved as Mamoon now pushes on forward. Ooh, everything now coming down to the final hopeful here for the side of 4Kill. Let's see, can they secure any kind of continuation? They are just outside of placement points, so they can't really afford to go down just yet if they are trying to catch up to that top 8. But now, Metsos, Ahmed in a world of pain as the shots come through. 4Kill getting taken on out of here. But so far, actually, I gotta say though, things are looking pretty decent over towards the side there of the Persecutors, right? They are doing a pretty good job defending their position.
They actually not even trying. They are doing a really good job, like you've said. They have been able to encounter 2 teams, and they have survived through that without moving from that same compound. They have seen extraordinary passing by. They have been able to scare them away. They got 4Kill Esports joining them, and they're still maintaining the same compound. But now for the extraordinaries, Khalid is the last player standing. We do have Zeus Morris though getting closer. They want to apply enough pressure because Rogue as well is here. So 3 teams in the same place, and it seems like Zeus doesn't want to take part in it, but Kevin sports him all the way from their compound, holding a corner, and decides to eliminate him before he can move and take on his teammate. Now we do have Rogue there. He's trying to take his time. He doesn't want to move just yet. Could be a good start for him, depending on how he anything could go either way for him. For all Legion though, Jack Boys, a DBS in his hand, they get snatched from LLN, who's looking to do more. Block there as well, trying to get some sprays towards them. Lil Sats goes down as well. Jack Boys follows suit. 1 player remains standing. That will be Vlog, and he has to do something. Otherwise, this will be it for all Legion. And that will not be a good play for them. They will be leaving room for another team to take on fast plays. And another spray from LLN will be taking all lead back to lobby. Pain Africa though, DK, they're still surviving.
Definitely are surviving indeed, but this is now the opportunity for a team like the Persecutors. Oh, well, it was an opportunity for them to step up and bring it all home, but unfortunately things not panning out the way that they would have hoped. LLN also getting swept away, and the pressure now starting to mount as we're down to our final 4. Rogue, this is their chance maybe to do something with the solo. I don't see a lot happening for them or for Pain, but you know what? They can try. Zeus, though, they've just been thundering down on this lobby. 12 eliminations already under their belt. They are having a phenomenal run right now.
They're actually having a good time. Zeus Morris finally are living up to their name. Mauritius will be happy in that comment section as well. Zeus Morris, 12 eliminations, 4 players are still standing for Pain Africa. This might just be the end of the road for each other, but of course we have seen time and time again a solo player can actually do a number if he's that good or if the odds just let him be. But Salem will not let Pain Africa survive any longer. That will be it for each other. They will be going out in 4th place. That's a good survival if you ask me. They have been able to take on at least some placement points, but of course they can look for more in the next coming days. But for now, that will be it for Pain Africa.
Well, it's all going to boil down to the wire here for the final 3 hopeful squads. Rogue, I mean, this is now time for action, right? To step it up and show us what they can bring on in. No Expression also looking to bounce back and reclaim a bit of territory here. It is going to be tough going toe-to-toe with Zeus, seeing that they've already been so dang aggressive. But at this point, no team really having the upper hand with regards to the overall positioning and the spread in the zone. It's all going to rely on what stage number 8 is going to be bringing to the table. But so far, Zeus, they look pretty confident, pretty comfortable as well, right? A lot of scouting. As you can see, they're just trying to get a good assessment and a good know-how of where No Expression could find themselves situated. This is the golden opportunity for Action, right? Because nobody knows of the location of Action. So if there was going to be an insane upset grenade, right, taking 4 players down all in one fell swoop, this could be the play. But Rogue has to be absolute pinpoint accurate with a grenade or a play like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, Rogue has survived a long time being a solo. Getting that chicken dinner will be tricky. We have to just tell him as it is. But they do have a chance of getting second place if they can, if the two teams take each other on. Then Rogue will be able to survive for a while. Zeus Boris, though, 12 eliminations for them, 4 eliminations for No Expression. They already have a good start. And this thing about Erangel being so easy for people to get points is a good thing at this point. If Zeus gets a chicken dinner, that's easy, right? They get a total of 20 plus points just from Erangel. And they can get as well 16 eliminations. If, oh, no, not 16. They can get, okay, 16 actually. Oh, wait, what? They actually can get 26 points. It will be something to do with 26 at this point, DK. It will be like a rhythm that all the teams are just embracing. 26. That feels right.
Well, let's see whether or not they will have it in store here. It's all going to boil down to these final few pushes as stage 9 is imminent. It is about to hit, and that means that there's going to be nowhere left to run. Action needs to get out of the building if he wants to try and survive. That grenade, unfortunately, not going the full distance, but this is Action now getting punched out as the blue is about to catch up. Ooh, almost sacrificing that point to the blue, but instead it goes to Kevin, as Rogue will have to settle for a 3rd place finish. 1 elimination being brought in here. But now, Zeus, No Expression, getting ready for the showdown. Zeus, they can almost taste the victory, right? You can see the odds quite in their favor here as well, but both sides having a full squad, both sides having a very similar opportunity to go for gold.
Yeah, they can easily go for gold. We can still have Zeus giving us a chicken, or it could be No Expression giving us a chicken. Their odds are almost the same. They do have 4 players in the game. They do have a chance of using this to their advantage. The numbers is not an issue for both teams. All they need to do is figure out how they will be able to get that chicken dinner. And this is where all the utilities come into play. How many smokes do we have? Can we smoke out our way into that zone? Can we smoke out and get a knock at least? Can we get grenades working? Here, all the utilities come to play. So it depends. Even the stun grenade, I can see Thomas has a stun grenade. So let's see if he has something on it. But Respect, no, he's about to expose his team there. 1 casualty might just be the beginning of the downfall of a team.
I mean, it could be, but that could also be a bit of a luring play coming through from the side of No Expression. But either which way, the zone is now favoring Zeus as they've grasped the opportunity to push on forward. And now they are going to be looking to apply themselves. The utilities now starting to rain on down. No Expression might have no time left. The Slayer is the last one left to defend their honor. The grenade is on the money. And down they go. An easy slam dunk coming in there for Zeus. Maurice absolutely on the money.
Oh my god. Zeus Morris might just have surpassed that margin for 26 points with the number of eliminations they have gotten from this game. Well played from the team. Again, utilities always come to play in that last zone fight. The grenades, the smokes, everything was literally wiped out a whole team just by using grenades. The only grenades they had is what gave them that chicken dinner against No Expression. So good stuff coming from Zeus. The grenades worked out quite well. The Kobe's were launched perfectly, and that gave them a smooth finish of game 3 in Erangel. Again, a cheat code if you understand Erangel. And like I said, they just surpassed the 26-point margin. First team to get 27 points from getting a chicken dinner and 17 eliminations from this game. This is a good job done here from Zeus Morris DK, and I think it might just change their slot in the overall rankings.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus doing pretty well. We did see them walking away with 3 points in the first match. Then came game number 2, in which we saw them only picking up 1. So going from 4 points to 27. That is a great day at the office. I'm not going to lie about that. But look at the performances here. Kevin and Thomas definitely carrying quite a bit of weight on their shoulders here. Stone also coming through with a very solid play as well. 4 eliminations. And then Mikey coming through with 2. So a very hefty dose of aggression being served up by the side of Zeus Maurice.
Yep, this will be a game they'll forever talk about. The game that gave them a chance to make it into that next stage, the top 8 slots. From this game, 58 eliminations and 59 knocks. Everyone that got knocked in this game got confirmed. There was no running away. There's no way you could get away from anyone's spray. So we have them getting a damage of 12,737. Longest elimination distance at 279 meters. 9 headshots, a little bit lower compared to the previous game. But of course, it is not easy to get headshots since most of the time they're close quarter fights. Most of them isn't even grenades. So I am hoping to see what the number of grenades are from this game. Mostly you have seen 2, 1 most of the time. Again, another 2 from Zeus Stone, 2 grenade eliminations. Highest damage 699 from Zeus Thomas, who got 6 eliminations as well. That is Zeus Thomas. Longest elimination 279 meters from all Legion player Jack Boys, and then the top traveler 12 kilometers as NE respect from No Expression. Good stuff again from all the players that have made their way to this top of the table with the highest damage, eliminations, all that good stuff from these teams. All I'm thinking about right now is what Zeus Morris is feeling, because again, I usually say a chicken dinner should not get into your head. Should be a start to the greater things coming in the next games.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a great opportunity for the team morale to be considerably higher, but yes, right. Don't let the chicken go to your head. It's going to start laying eggs, and that causes problems, right? How do you get them out? Right? Maybe you got to tilt your head a lot to the one side, and they'll roll out the other end. Who knows, right? Definitely something that I don't want to sit too much time thinking about here. But yep, interesting looking at the match summary, the breakdown that we saw. But this is what we've been waiting for, to see the points, right? United Strikers, they are going to be closing off the lower half of the rankings here with 3 points for themselves. But unfortunately, Raze and TER, both teams going to be sent back empty-handed. Astra Creation also only 1 point alongside the Magicians there. And of course, kicking up a Storm all the way in 12th place is Wildstorm, and walking away with 1 there as well. So quite a bit of a change up in comparison to what we had in the previous game, but that is kind of to be expected. Speaking about change ups, Zeus 27 glorious points going their way. No Expression walking away with double digits as well. And those are the only 2 squads. And it kind of makes sense, right? Zeus, Maurice, they've just been poking and prodding and taking everybody else down.
Yeah, I mean, they were all in this game. They're like, it's now or never. They did land the usual place. Yes, Napoleona came in a little bit later, and it did actually pay off, and they were able to get some eliminations along the way, which did pay off. They finally have 17 eliminations, 6 knockouts. What? Hi, 17 eliminations, 6 knockouts? Come on, Zeus Morris. What happened there? But of course, they have a survival time for them as 30. I mean, it's their full game together with No Expression. The damage done Zeus Morris is 1,636, while that for No Expression is 1,139. For No Expression, the eliminations and the knockouts were actually the same. So of course, it is a good play for them. Unfortunately, they did not get enough to even maybe get them to 15 or so points in total, but at least they got double digits, and I believe that's what counts. 10 points is a good jump.
Yeah, definitely a good jump. And of course, it just shows that well, Zeus, they were just cleaning it up, right? Even looking at what Thomas did, got 1 knock at 6 eliminations and 700 damage. Talk about opportunistic angles, right? Zeus, they were just in the right time, at the right place, just being there to clean up the lobby, and that is exactly what they did, essentially taking down the equivalent of 4 and a bit of squads. So absolutely phenomenal work on their end. Speaking about the hard work, we are going to be looking at Dempsey versus Thomas. Both players contributing quite similarly to their respective teams. But as you can see, Dempsey has brought a lot of those knocks in as well. 4 knocks versus the solo single knock coming there for the side of Zeus. So a good trade up between both of these. But of course, as we know, right, we need to see how these 2 players measure up with the rest of our MVPs. Where do they sit, and do they even stand a chance with regards to that?
Actually, they do. Dempsey just joined the list. He was not in the list at all. And Pew Pew as well joined the party. Bonnie is still in there. Bell's Bar as well joined them as well. Seems like the MVP cycle is a little bit shaky right now. Rossini cannot sit pretty anymore. He had 12 eliminations, and who was following him was Bonnie with 9. But now we have Dempsey joining him, 11 eliminations, 1 elimination away to him. Maybe the damage might just be the big difference right now, but Rossini should do more. Otherwise, that MVP slot might just be shifted to another player. So if he can do more and try as much as possible to get this working for him, then Rossini might maintain that. But of course, GG's to Best Bar and Pew Pew for joining the line here. 6 eliminations for each. Bonnie drops down from 2nd to 5th, all getting 9 eliminations. That means that something from him is not doing it. That is his survival time. So far, it has not been good. So it is, of course, making it shaky for him. Of course, because Pain Africa has not really survived so far, DK. They have been losing Ali Ali, and you can see it's affecting the MVP for Bonnie.
I mean, yes, they did have a great start, then a little bit of a bumpy run coming into game number 2. Game number 3, though, they still finished in 4th place. So it's not the worst that they could have had, right? So they do still have quite a bit of ground to bounce back from. But speaking about bouncing back, the Persecutors as well as Rogue all heading up the board. You can see the Persecutors there sitting on a very comfortable 10 points going their way. They of course now they've jumped 4 slots, I believe that is, up to where they find themselves. Rogue, they just moved up a little bit more. Not anything crazy or drastic happening on that front, but as we know, there's still a big opportunity for teams to make the necessary moves. Speaking about moves, this is where it's all now come to. As you can see, all Legion, they've moved up into pole position. Pain also moving up into that 2nd place. But Zeus, though, they've also just jumped leaps and bounds, trying to get themselves situated, trying to get themselves in the conversation. And they've succeeded, right? Jumping a glorious, what was that? 7 slots all the way up in towards that 5th position.
Wow. LLN Esports is, oh wow, that's a big jump. That puts them in a really good position to a point they can actually just play the game easy from now, and they might just still maintain the same place or even go higher, seeing that only 1st place has 36 points and they have 31. So 5 points is not that big. For Pain, still, at least luckily, they were able to go back there and get into that 2nd place. So a lot is in there for them. But for here, again, 7th and 8th place, that is going to be a very painful slot for these 2 teams. They need to think about it. Otherwise, they might just be pushed down, depending on how the teams that are coming up, for example, Rogue there, they're really pushing for that jump. So if they do well, by the time you're in the 6th game, they might just be able to join the top 8 positions.
Yeah, I mean, that's not unlikely, right? So we'll see pretty soon just what exactly these teams have in store for us as the first half of the day is done. First 3 matches concluded. All we have from here is 1 more Erangel and a double dose of that Desert Serving that is going to be just running forward onto these squads. So some pretty high bits of pressure that is going to be building on their shoulders. So curious to see exactly how that is going to pan out for our squads. But of course, it is time for us to take a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you right back in a short few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Before the break, we've seen some pretty exciting bits of gameplay. Zeus stepping up to the plate, leading the charge with 27 glorious points going their way, 17 of which came through thanks to eliminations. Mitch, big question. Do you think anybody is going to be able to lock in 18 in the next match?
At this point, yes. At this point, I am convinced that anything is possible. So we might actually get that 18, even 20 at this point, if they just want to. That's all I keep on saying. If they want to lock in, we can get to 20.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if the teams are going to look to go for that. But of course, I said that, this would be a good opportunity for Payne to get that winner chicken dinner. Seems like Zeus interrupted that message, didn't make it all the way over towards Payne Esports. So let's see who is going to be the ones to step it up. I mean, Payne, they've been showing some pretty great consistency, right? Coming through with 35 points versus the 36 points coming through from All Legion, right? All Legion, of course, sitting at the very tippity top of that board. So the consistency is there for Payne. Now they just got to endure a little bit more pain to make it all the way into that winner chicken dinner. And of course, what a better way to do it than on the final Erangel up for grabs right before we head over into the desert. So do you think, Mitch, that we are going to be looking at any crazy major upsets, or do you think the teams are going to be opting for a very similar approach from what we've seen in the previous two Erangels?
We might just be seeing the same play as the previous two. I don't think there's a team that is willing to risk this just yet. We've not seen any risk takers in this lobby. We've not seen any team that has decided, let's do an early drop where there's a team, let's take them out, let's do all we can do. We've not seen that. So we might just be seeing the same thing. A slow start, people that making their rotations, coming in late, and looking for a compound, having to be forced to take on a fight. That is what we might actually see. Past that, I don't think we'll see anything different, DK. It's gonna be the same all through.
Same, not too different. Well, I mean, I can go for that, right? The teams that have already been performing quite well, they're going to be quite happy with that. We are also looking at a bit of a barrier that's now starting to kind of appear, especially between the top 5 teams and the teams chasing them. So I like what that situation is kind of coming to, but still entry into the top 8, still quite comfortable, right? 18 points is going to be where the players there from Wildstorm have essentially set it up. But now it's going to be up to a team like No Expression to see, can they have a stronger performance, right? Can they actually push all the way in? Because they came so close in this past match, securing themselves the double-digit points, putting them on a grand total of 17. But is that going to be enough, right? If they can double down and keep the consistency going, they might even be the team stepping up for their winner chicken dinner.
True. They've been so close to that finish line that I think it's time they crossed it. They've been finding their way into situations like this. They're almost getting a chicken dinner. Then someone just stops them. So I hope that this last angle, they'll take advantage of it. Same rotation, same patience, and see if they can finally give themselves a chicken dinner. But looking at that flight path, it is locking in from the northeastern side all the way to southwestern side. It is looking comfortable for teams like Zeus Morris, the Lavia, Snaya, Pollyanna. Will be an easy drop for them. They will not have to take vehicles all over again just to be in their comfort zone. But every other team, I see some of them have decided to change their location. Veterans, if there's, again, we do understand that teams, if the flight path is different, they also choose different landing spots depending on how the flight is taking them. So, of course, we might see some changes. But Pain Africa, of course, I'm expecting them to go to Pochinki. Which team again is comfortable with the Asia Learning Sports? 4Kill, we might see them again in Ferry Pier. Astra Creatives, again, another predictive landing. They're going all the way to Milta Power. So it's okay, but what will happen once the zone is again going too far out and you have to come into the zone late? A lot of things come to play again.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And so we'll see whether or not the teams have potentially set up for those eventualities, as the zone is going to be taking us over on towards the eastern zone this time around. So that is going to be an interesting one indeed. I mean, prison close towards center. We do have, of course, the underground area there that is going to be hot and heated and potentially contested as the squads are looking to get themselves all situated. Up comes, a play here from United Strikers. Will they be able to get a little bit of an angle here up towards the edge of shelter? I mean, looking at Raze, though, Oh, they are just locking it down, right? Nobody can even try and come close as they just are so swift with their responses here.
I'm looking at them and wondering, why are we taking these early fights? What is causing all this risk taking that is never working? These two teams have been fighting time and time again. Rise from Hell, they've been taking on early fights. They do not want to avoid them. And they never have a gun. Look at Poseidon. He's coming in all Ranger trying to get a fight happening. But you see, you're going against a whole player with a whole weapon while you have pistols to use. So, of course, it's going to affect you. And United Strikers this time round are the team that is going to be leaving the game early. Why? Why is it the teams that are on that second page of the results table taking on fights this early? I think they should be focusing on what really matters: placement points, elimination points. If you cannot get eliminations, hold it. Come fight a little bit later. But why?
That is a good question, right? And of course, that is the question that we are going to look to have answered here as the teams now continue to try and get through the looting phase, right? That's going to be the important phase, after which they'll have to commit to getting themselves situated. I like what Extraordinary is doing over here, disengaging from that looting quite early on, trying to prioritize zone positioning, so I can get behind a play like that. Curious to see where exactly they are going to choose to rotate in towards. But the rest of the teams, they don't really seem to be too bothered with the situation, at least not for now, right? Of course, if we're looking at the players, they're from the side of Wild Storm, also approaching the bridge, making sure that they've got some loot. I don't think they are going to be looking to set up a bridge cap. There's no reason for that, but no expression. They could maybe opt to do a little bit of something, right? Just hanging around the bridge a little while longer in case our southern teams here are going to be opting for a potential sneaky approach to get themselves situated.
Yeah, that's true. No expression has been landing there time and time again. Same to Astra Creatives. These two teams have been landing the same place. The only thing is, I don't think they watch the live while they're playing, which is totally okay. But sometimes it's good to be ahead of your competition and know where they're landing. And no expression has been on this side of Novo from the faster angle. Same to Astra Creatives, they've been maintaining the same location around Milta Power. So these two teams can easily make it hard for each other, but they're not going to be doing that. You've talked about no expression waiting there and seeing if we'll be having any sneaky plays. Unfortunately, no. For Kill, WSG, all of them are not coming towards Novo, so that means they'll have to either go towards Astra Creatives or just wait by the bridge and just hope nothing is going to be coming their way. Unfortunately, something might come their way as soon as they try to make their rotations. But of course, that depends on what they're planning to do. The zone is about to shift though. We still have Magicians in Primos. We still have All Legion, Quarry. All these teams are comfortable with the same positions. I'm not seeing anyone change anything apart from Extraordinary and the Veterans. They're the only teams that have decided to change their location. But everyone else, same place. Yasnaya, Zeus Maurice, chilling there, not moving. TR, Kameshki, again, not seeing much from them. They do have a couple of people in the comment section looking out for them, trying to see what they can do. But I believe there is more potential coming from them, just that we have not really seen it just yet. Being the only team from Botswana, that should say a lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're carrying the torch here, right? So they need to make sure that they perform as well as they possibly can. So excited to see whether or not anything is going to come through for them over here. I mean, multiple opportunities, right? The same opportunity as the rest of the squads in the lobby. So let's see, can they capitalize on that northern angle that they find themselves in? Could be quite interesting, especially looking at the fact that Rogue is ahead of them. So we know that Rogue has had the opportunity to bounce back to get themselves all the way up in towards that 12th position. So DER, this is your time to shine. Meanwhile, looking at Raze, though, I like the spread that they have up in shelter, right? Really making sure that they have quite a few angles right? As the teams are yet to rotate in. So I think at this point, information is going to be absolutely essential. Speaking about rotations, though, I do see ASC starting to move up as well, right? They've just started to disengage from that multi-power position as they start to head into the zone. So there might be some heat coming over to the side of Rays.
Yep, we might be seeing persecutors trying to engage with them. Astra Creatives, though, will be going away from them, avoiding them for a while as they make their rotations there. You can see they're really focusing on what is not with them at the moment. They just want to make rotations, try get some compounds that work for them. If they cannot, we'll see them just maintaining. We might not see a lot of Astra Creative for now till later in that game. So we'll just wait and see how that goes. But for the other teams, Pain Africa, again, another team that has decided to take it quite slow. They're also making some slow rotations in the safe zone. They're looking for another compound to occupy in case Pochinki is not looking good. I cannot wait to see where they will be going after that. But we still have the 15 teams in the game. LLN is very far out in that blue zone in George Paul. They will be wasting some utilities instead of going into that safe zone. Magicians make their way into Pochinki. You can imagine if Pain Africa stayed in Pochinki. Magicians right now, they'll be they'll be practicing some skills here if they were encountering Pain Africa in Pochinki.
Yeah, they would definitely be putting up quite the performance for us. But as we know, unfortunately, we'll have to wait a little bit longer until we can see exactly what they have up their sleeve. For the time being, the zone is going to be centering in on raids, 4-kill, as well as the players there from the Persecutors. So a pretty decent setup that they have. Now, how will they respond to the rest of the lobby rotating in? Of course, no expression. This is their opportunity to kind of just push a little bit more up towards the edge of zone, as no one has really dared to venture all the way down south. Quite a bit of focus and attention still up on towards the north, as we can see so many teams now starting to roll on. In LLN also getting ready to join in on the action here. But that blue is going to just continue to slowly hack away at their health, right? I'm happy to see that they're moving up now and not waiting until we hit stage number 3.
Yeah. We've seen some very bad rotations before of people waiting and waiting till the blue zone has done a big amount of damage. Now that's when they decide, okay, our time outside this zone is done. Now let's start moving inside, and it does take a toll on them in terms of their utilities. They waste a number of that along the way, so of course it's a good thing they're rotating now, so good stuff on that. I was looking on the rotations for WSG. Initially, they were following Extraordinary, but somehow they took a turn and went the other way around towards the eastern side of where the safe zone is, around the northern part, and they have TR right in front of them. So the rotations are actually really interesting. If you have a quick look at what they're doing, you'd see the teams are really taking their time this time around. It is the last Erangel and the last chance for them to play a map they're very familiar with. Erangel, everybody is familiar with it. Once we are done with the wrangle, your chances for going through a map you understand becomes done. Same way they took out Sanok. I mean, they went into Rondo abruptly, and people are like, "What? We don't even play that map. Why would you do that?" You know, and I know people were pained by that, but it's always good to embrace change once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, Rondo can be quite the decisive map, right? It could give you exactly the amount of points you need to stay in contention. So I definitely put it on the list for a map that you have to play, right? Go out there, go learn it, understand how everything is and what would be the best possible ways to rotate through. It's good having even more in your repertoire, right? Having a big old resume saying we could perform well on all the competitive maps that we have currently in the esports scene. But speaking of which, though, it is going to be up to still the entire lobby pretty much to have this next phase be decided. Right out of the gate, though, Rogue coming under fire.
Finally, we can see Rogue trying to step up here, but it can be a little bit tricky. Well, we have, they have already one of their teammates that was already knocked. They have been able to get the revive. Shelter, if you don't know how to play Shelter, you cannot use the tunnels as you're expected to. If you understand it, you can easily make rotations around it, confuse the opponent, come out, take them from another angle, go back. A lot of things come and play for Shelter if you understand. If you don't, it can be a very tough place to hold. So Rogue, again, even though they have been able to get on some fight here and there, they have not really gotten a lot happening on their side. They haven't gotten an elimination confirmed. They've gotten damaged for their end. So they need to figure out if this is a place they want to hold, or they might be moving and going into another location. They do have two teams here, Rays from Hill, and they have Zeus Morris as well. So they might be in a sandwiched position. And we have TER that will be LB getting the first player down, knocked and thirsted. That means Bingalos will not be there to help his teammate. Look at Slazy though. Astra Creatives are creeping in quite well, and they might be able to fish a couple of eliminations before they make it into that next rotation.
Yeah, they very well might be able to do exactly that. But again, doesn't seem like they too aggressively committing to coming in with any kind of push at this point, right? Just kind of sitting back, relaxing, looking at the rest of the lobby to kind of clear out the pathway for them. In the meanwhile, LLN and the players here from Wildstorm are having a bit of a race off as both teams are trying to see what is left of that drop. Unfortunately, probably not a lot. TER, though, also a good setup that they've got right in the opening here. And you were talking about knowing how to play Shelter, and that's always so interesting to see kind of just how the teams approach it, right? Because usually you see some teams opt for the position above ground, right? They kind of just try and get themselves situated and singe in between those mounds. Other teams venture deep into the shelter itself, and normally you see the teams that are quite deep in the shelter, you're usually having a pretty tough time getting out of it, right? Because usually there's another squad set up right at the entrance, and so they have to find a creative way to get themselves a little bit unstuck. Speaking about stuck though, well, I don't really see any team particularly pinched into any compound for the time being. I mean, 4Kill, I like what they did with their rotation, just sneaking their way forward, pushing out, looking to find a decent compound to fight off of.
Yeah. Though all the compounds, if you look at the zone, are occupied. How did everyone make their way into these compounds? That is the beauty of rotating early. If you know to use the ridges, they cannot find anywhere to go to. Either this, or they can try and use the garage. I'm not sure if the garage is there, but they can try and use any shark, something just to give them enough cover, just so that they can survive throughout this. Because right now there is not a single compound that they can go into without being encountering a team holding it. The zone decides to shift, and all these teams are going to be making rotation into the zone. 4Kill Esports, Persecutors, Extraordinary, Veterans, very safe in the zone. LLN as well. We do have an amazing move here from Astra Creatives. We do have two of their players right by the center. Balalal is not moving, but Rossini and Pew Pew are making the rotations around there. He might be sporting WSG, and Pew Pew will be forced to engage in this fight. You can see immediately switches his direction and goes back to his teammates. Balalal waiting. You can see what's happening there. The movement from Astra Creatives shows they're trying to get closer just to be able to defend each other. And luckily, WSG does not want to engage just yet. Now, DK, if you see what is happening here, you see Pain Africa doesn't have a compound. So they are going to be forced to take on 4Kill irregardless.
Yep. I mean, that is if they want to stand a bit of a fighting chance coming into here. And I mean, for the side of 4Kill, right, that is actually a pretty decent compound to hold on to. It's not going to be an easy breach for the side of Pain Esports. So curious to see what Pain's approach will be. It does seem like they're opting for a little bit more of a wide rotation, right? Looking to go down on towards the southern sides. But that area is already occupied. We've got veterans in there. We've got the magicians there. The players from all Legion also starting to move in exactly that same direction. So we could be looking at quite a bit of convergence as the teams now all look to boil up into this farm position. And it is go time as the magicians rather start to move on up. Ooh, veterans already prepped and good to go. Let's see, can they maybe blow a hole into the magicians?
They might just be able to do that if their grenades connect. And Vortex and Aim Guard, they are in the middle of a hot zone. Grenades are coming in back to back. Veterans, they want to take them out, and if it means wasting all their grenades on them, they will be doing exactly that. For the magicians, two players have already been eliminated, Aim Guard and Vortex, 2 versus a whole team of 4 players, veterans, will not be moving until they are done with this fight. Grenades been launched. Are they really releasing them? Nope. They're just cooking and thinking about what are we going to be doing next. Though for Ape God, he has all the grenades he needs to take on this fight, but unfortunately, we have a good cover coming from the veterans, and they're able to get 1 player knocked already. Magician, Vortex, last player standing. Another grenade is launched, and Vortex gets damaged, but he's still standing. Now, DK, this will be a little bit tricky for one Magician to make a whole trick against 4 players.
Yeah, you definitely need your assistant, and I'm not quite sure if that is going to be coming through. Astra also going up in a cloud of smoke here as they get taken on out. 13th place. It opens opportunity for the rest of the lobby to try and rise to the occasion, right? We do have all Legion still looking pretty comfortable with the full squad up and available as they rotate through the southern side. But Magicians, Vortex, the time might be running out. Same thing goes over here for No Expression as well as Extraordinary. Both squads in a heavy, heavy fight. Extraordinary down to a solo, No Expression, holding on to their duo, looking for an angle, an opportunity to gain entry. They are slowly trying to advance. But again, making all this noise is going to draw a lot of attention to this engagement. And Khaled, out in the open, absolute nade to the face, and No Expression wraps it up as Extraordinary needs to settle for nothing but bubbles.
That's so unfortunate for them. Going back to lobby with bubbles, you're just gonna have to pop them and be happy with that sound. Otherwise, the veterans right now, they cannot do anything other than wait for the magician to make a mistake. Vortex, on the other hand, not ready to expose himself for Rogue Wahe. He gets knocked while he tries to engage against LLN, who are basically looking to get maybe a chicken dinner. It has been basically by their grip, but unfortunately, it has been taken from them time and time again. And in this last game for Erangel, they seem like they know what they want, and that is a chicken dinner. They're taking their time, they're making the right rotations. So let's see if that's going to be giving them a chicken dinner or not. For teams like 4Kill Esports, they are still holding the same place. They were able to make it hard for Pain Africa. They did take on a compound, but once the zone decides to shift, they will be forced to leave that compound and go somewhere else. So right now, what really counts is, are you in that zone? Not even how are you getting this fight done. You need to be in that zone. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit too damaging for these teams.
Yeah, and with that, I'm going to be looking at the Persecutors because they have a phenomenal setup right in the center of the zone, at least for the time being. So it is going to be, I think, somewhat reliant on how the teams rotate up from the southern angle. Vortex now joining the rest of the team there as the Magicians go out here. 11th place it is for them. Still quite a bit of pressure coming through on the southern side. All Legion following pretty close behind them. And this is where things now start to get interesting, right? The next team to fall is going to be the team to go out just outside of placement point territory. Once we hit that 8th place, that is where the teams get to capitalize on even more. But now the veterans are going to be feeling a lot of the heat. No Expression trying to sneak up right behind them. But I like the fact that Rogue is also still applying a little bit of pressure, right? Still trying to just poke a few shots and have a say in what is happening on that southern side of the zone.
Yeah, they're trying to take advantage of any team that is not where it's supposed to be. They're trying to make sure their location gives them as many points as possible before it's too late for them to acquire any more points. They only have 2 players standing, so they need to be really smart about every call they make. For the veterans, though, they will not be making it into that zone. See that 4Kill holding that roof can easily spot them as they try to get the revives, as they try to make their way into that zone. And of course, 4Kill Esports, 6 eliminations already to their name, and they're ready to make another rotation. We saw them crashing in on Pain Africa. They might be looking to do that as well on the Persecutors, but they need to take their time. For No Expression, there's nothing to express. I was about to express my thoughts about how they're playing, but unfortunately, they'll be going back to lobby.
Yeah, a very abrupt end coming through there to their game, but let's see who else is going to look to jump on up. I like what TR is doing, though. Mitch, 3 points already in the bag. They have a decent position up towards the north. Yes, it is a bit of a hill that they find themselves on, but there's not too much focus currently being sent towards them. Still got to watch out for Wildstorm, so they're not quite in the most comfortable position, but I still think that is going to be something that they might be quite happy with here, especially looking at that zone closure that will start very, very soon. But now, stage 7 just around the corner. Now, it's all down to how the Persecutors can look to lock down the central portion of the zone.
Yeah, they have the best position right now. They do not have to make any rotations. They have the compound. It's going to be keeping them safe for a while. But let's just hope they can easily manage the whole lobby without being pushed off that position. For 4Kill Esports, they want to go in for that push again. They're ready to do another Pain Africa situation, and they're trying to get on the Persecutors. The Ichigor, he does get good damage, but unfortunately, he gets distracted as the rest of 4Kill Esports make their way into that compound. A pre-nade is in hand, beautifully done by the bully, and we have Ichigor and Ravage getting good cover from their teammates. A grenade goes in. That will be from 4Kill Metzers, but the nade doesn't really do much just yet. But this time around, we have Persecutors. They are not ready to go down just yet. 4Kill Esports though. Marmoon is already down. Beautiful grenade. And Franco does get ravaged, knocked, and thrusted. Last player in this building, that will be Ichigor. They want to take on that push. They want to eliminate it. Metzers has been spotted. Ichigor right now is feeling the pressure, but a shotgun is in his hand. He gets out. Another one tries to go in for that push. He confirms that Franco has to be careful. Otherwise, Persecutors might just be able to take on 4Kill Esports.
Yeah, they definitely would be able to pull this one out here, but now it's going to be Ichigo trying to push on forward. Beautiful hits with the shoddy. S12K can only take you so far, so all the pressure now turns to Bully to see whether or not the Persecutors can get a wrap on this. 3 eliminations up already. Can Bully get the job done? Franco just above him, so it's now just a bit of a cat and mouse game here. A 1v1 right in center zone. A lot of noise has been made, so that is going to bring a lot of focus into this position very soon. Bully super low on the health, just trying to get away from the damage, but not being able to evade the majority of it. Franco, got to be careful, because as we know, the ammunition is going to start to run pretty low, rather. Now 4Kill looking to get themselves back in the fight, going for the res, the jump, but that is Bully just locking it in, and 4Kill go out.
Oh my god, this table is going to be a crazy one. Persecutors had only 3 players. 2 were taken out by 4Kill Esports, but Bully, I guess the bullies always have it. They will just always find a way of making it so hard for you. And Bully right here just made it impossible for 4Kill Esports to make it even into that top 8 bracket. They were looking for that. They were trying to be as aggressive as they could. They were trying to farm the elimination points along the way. But Bully made sure that will not be happening tonight. So well played there from Bully. And now we have Wildstorm, who are also trying to get into that zone. Bully still holding the best compounder is in this zone. He's alone though this time round. So if all the teams want to take him out, all they need to do is crush there. But he was able to take on 4Kill. So what's stopping him from taking the rest of the teams again?
Yeah, I think for a team like Zeus or anybody else still considering maybe coming through with a rush, there is a missed opportunity onto Bully, because they have the numbers advantage, so they could definitely look to bully the bully, right? And get him right out of that compound. But now, this might even be Wildstorm looking to take the plunge as they come sending it up, trying to play with those evasive maneuvers. They don't want to get hit just yet, but a quick look back at how this compound, the dispute was settled. Ichigor just trying everything they could, but unfortunately, as we know, right, for the side of 4Kill, there was only so much they could do. It's only holding on for so long. And Franco, at the end of the day, getting jumped, bang, down he goes. But I think that was a good play coming through there from the side of Bully, right? Just being an absolutely relentless. Zeus now also looking to apply quite a bit of pressure, and actually, that is at the expense of Wildstorm here.
Yep. if they are not careful, they will be going back to lobby as well. And Mikey, they have been able to get at least one knock and confirming it immediately. That does put him in a tight spot. He was low, and that last shot from Ziol takes him back to lobby with his teammates. Good stuff there coming from WSG. Ziol, they're keeping the spray constant, making sure he was satisfied with that spray. Now they do have another player from DR, that will be Jerez. A grenade coming from PMGO does get some damage on him, and we have Ziol going in for that push. He's ready to take him on, and a grenade is about to be launched, and just like that, PMGO's grenade confirms another team going back to lobby in this game. Well done, honestly, from WSG. They're really stepping up their game right now.
Yeah, they definitely are, but also a shout out going out to TER, right? Good to see them make it into the late stage of the game, walking away with a very good serving of points. But now it is down to the final four to see who is going to be the one to walk away with that winner chicken dinner. And again, we see action from Rogue, making it up into the top four. Back-to-back matches. Let's see whether or not action can be the main attraction of this round, as we are going to be looking at LLN now getting absolutely bombarded. It is going to be Wildstorm letting everything loose, throwing all the utilities they have at the side, looking to see if they can maybe find a few easy trades. But unfortunately for them, they've only been able to get the knocks, right? No conversions as yet.
Yeah, which is really unfortunate. Anything could happen. We might just be seeing some thieves passing by and taking freebies with them. So they have to really, if they want to get on these points, they have to move. But Bully, back at it, tries to get another team bullied back to that lobby. WSG, one of their teammates, PP, has been knocked. There are only two. So one small mistake and that team will be going back to lobby. For Bully, though, he has LLN right next to him there, and he has to be really careful. They're also a very aggressive team. They're looking for those points, and anything that they can do to get them, they'll definitely try their best to get those points. But unfortunately for Rogue here, they seem to have been eliminated now, DK. It's up to just the last three teams.
Yeah, well, I mean, Rogue, again, showing some good consistency with being a really good at playing hide and seek and surviving all the way into those late stages. They are, of course, benefiting on those placement points as well. So let's see what is going to be happening with our final three squads. One solo and a double dose of duos making its way on through. So far, Bully holding his own pretty well, being quite a bit of a trouble to a lot of the teams surrounding them. But LLN, this could be an opportunity for them to advance a little bit more with regards to those points. Will they get the job done though? Pew Pew, getting absolutely mowed down as he moves on forward. Ziol is going to be the last one left, and down he goes as well. That is going to be the end of the road for Wildstorm. At least 13 eliminations, though, is what they have to show for this game. A very aggressive showcase. But now, it is Bully versus the final two contenders from LLN.
Yeah, I mean, Bully is on a streak right now. He's enjoying this game so much so. And even to make it better for him, the recent fight against 4Kill Esports happened in this building. He can easily go down, get more utilities, get the grenades, get back up, throw more grenades. He's literally in a shopping mall right now. He's just taking things for free and using them as much as he'd like. And again, he has to be careful. It's a 2 versus 1 type of play here. Bully has proven he has the confidence to take on a whole team. The only question we have right now, DK, is can he give his team a chicken dinner and give Persecutors that edge in the top 8 list?
Well, it is stage number 9, so he only has so far to run. You can see LLN now trying to ensure that they send out a few mollies with a few flames to back that up, but a beautiful dance on the nade. That is one player down, one more to go. Ultra now the final player trying to contest against the side of Bully, but Bully staying true to his name as they start to push on up. Know that there's only so many places to hide. Fortunately here for Bully, LLN is not up on the top floor, right? That could have been a big brain position to go for, but the blue is going to look to constrict. Bully getting caught with the animation, trying to climb through the window, sends out the mollies. Ulsha now trying to flank around the outside. Both players trying to use as much of the building as they can as coverage. But this could be that ticket, right? This could be that opportunity for the Persecutors now to persecute their strategy, or, well, let it all loose as the nades are getting ready. Oh, so close. Finds a little bit of damage, but Olsen just narrowly managing to avoid that big upset, right? That chicken dinner getting taken from their very hands. It's all going to come down to the wire as the Blues about to catch up. Up comes Bully, just patiently waiting at the door. We can hear the steps, just waiting for that exact moment to strike. Olsen inching closer. It's going to be a battle of health, and there we go. Bully comes in to steal the show, takes the dub. And that is quite the comeback from the side of the Persecutors.
Oh my god, I have not enjoyed a solo fight this much in a while. Bully just took it as is. He said, today I will use my name wisely. I'll make sure that anyone who tries to get close to my team, I will bully you back to that lobby. And he bullied teams. He took WSG. He took 4Kill Esports. He took LLN by himself, and he has been confident from the word go. So well played there from Bully. But of course, you have to give it to LLN here. They have tried their best. They have been able to get all the way into the second place. Again, the chicken dinner has been stripped off from their hands for the second or third time. They've been trying this time and time again, but it does happen, and there's always room for another chicken dinner. I mean, we have just finished 4 games. We have Persecutors giving us 9 eliminations and a chicken dinner, sitting with 19 points from this game.
Yeah, a very, very comfortable seat to be in indeed. So like this for the Persecutors, definitely a good strategy that they've been able to bring onto the battlefield, finishing quite strongly with double-digit performances across the way. But you got to give it up to Wildstorm, right? 13 eliminations, absolutely loving what they've been able to do so far. But the big shout out going over to Bully, right? Bully being an absolute menace on the battlefield here. That roof, that was the ticket, right? I think if it was not for the roof, the Persecutors wouldn't have been able to extract the kind of performance that they were looking to get out of this game.
Yeah, I mean, Bully, they should buy him a whole truck of water if it needs to hydrate. That was a lot of work. They got him sweating in that game for the team, but good stuff. 60 eliminations, 59 knocks. All knocks were confirmed to the game again. 14 revives with 9 headshots, just like the previous game. The damage dropped a bit, 12,222 damage coming from this game. It is okay. It has been a good, interesting fight for all the teams. They have fought their way through the game. But looking at the match summary, most eliminations goes to WSG Pew, who gets 8 eliminations. Highest damage, 994. That will be PST Bully. Grenade elimination 2, PST Bully. Longest elimination, 300. Jack Boys, and then Top Traveler 18 kilometers. That will be WSG. Ziol again. WSG had a chance. You can see 2 of their players here already on that top. They were able to get as many eliminations as possible. They did a lot of damage in this game, but unfortunately, because the Bully was just chilling in that roof, they said, oh my, I was like sunbasking, and he saw people. He just said, good time to be here. And he enjoyed it. It's a good thing here. But looking at what has happened in this game here, DK, some teams went home with your bubbles.
Yeah, I mean, we got to be running out of soap if they keep on doing this, right? We got to see them bring it all back together, try and bounce on back. And of course, the magicians, they know exactly what to do with bubbles, right? They just make them disappear. They just pop them and then come back with even more. But yep, it is what it is over on this page. The big page that we want to take a look at is going to be page number 1, where the Persecutors walk away with a glorious 19 points. Of course, right there alongside them is going to be Wildstorm walking away with 18 points. And then, of course, 4Kill, right? 9 eliminations, an absolute menace here as well, walking away with double digits. LLN still holding strong. TER, this has been their best game yet. Absolutely loving this for them. And I like what they're starting to do here, right? You can see that little bit of confidence now starting to build as they are like, you know what, actually, maybe, hey, you know, we can do this, right? We can step out there, we
Yeah.
can get a bit aggressive, and we can secure those points, and of course, bring in that survivability as well. So, mad respect going out to them. Rogue also, gotta like what they did here. 5 points. That is a very decent serving of action going their way.
They were able to get some good points and good stuff again to you, Rogue, for taking your time and surviving time and time again. Head to head here, match 4, we have Persecutors and Wildstorm. We have Persecutors at 9 eliminations with 8 knockouts. Of course, every knock confirmed by Bully himself. Knockouts for WSG at 10 with 13 eliminations to their name. The damage is good, 2,200, while the damage for the Persecutors at 1,424. Survival time for WSG 29 minutes, almost getting themselves to that chicken dinner. They just needed a minute and some seconds just to get the chicken dinner. That's all they needed. But somehow, Bully is always watching. Bully is just watching. And we have the player of the match going to WSG Pew Pew with 8 eliminations, a damage of 970, 7 knockouts, and a survived time of 29 minutes and 15 seconds. Could have been a good day for WSG. But they should not worry. They have 2 more games. Could be Miramar is their map, or the last Miramar, the second last, or the last could work out for WSG. You never know.
Yeah, definitely could. Of course, only one way to see, and we'll get into that in a minute. But of course, a quick comparison here between, well, the player who brought in the most eliminations versus the one who made it to get their hands on that winner chicken dinner, right? A Bully versus Pew Pew showdown. Both sides contributing quite similar figures here, right? As you can see, both almost hitting 1,000 damage, some pretty strong eliminations and knockouts coming in either which direction. So, I mean, this makes me excited to see what Wildstorm is going to be bringing in as we head over into Miramar, because this is where the whole arena gets turned on its head yet again, right? That consistency that we've been seeing our MVPs build up, that was predominantly on air angle, right? So a map which we know has been around since the dawn of time, or at least the beginning of PUBG. So these have had a lot of opportunities to familiarize themselves with that. But moving into a map of Miramar, that's where everything starts to change, right? The map plays a lot differently. There's a lot different opportunities, and of course the terrain is also quite comparatively different to what we had in these past 3 games.
Yeah, it actually is very different. A lot of things are happening there. But of course, looking at the ranking so far, seems like TR was able to go up 1 slot up to 15th place with 7 points. That's a good jump for them. 4Kill Esports again try their way up 17 points, and they could do more if they're looking to make it into that top 8. For No Expression though, 21 points for them. Extraordinary, unfortunately they go down. That means No Expression and 4Kill might be looking for a chance to make it into that top of the table for top 8, so they can advance into that next stage. All they need to do is get more placement points, because for the eliminations, 4Kill and No Expression, they have good numbers, 15 for each team, so they actually have a chance.
Yeah, there definitely is an opportunity. But speaking about opportunities, this is what we are going to be looking at right here. As you can see, LLN, they are going to be the ones sitting at the top of the board as they walk away with a glorious play. Look at that, 40 points ahead, just 2 points away from All Legion, right? And All Legion, they've gotten the opportunity to bag that winner chicken dinner. So I like the upsets that we are having here. The teams continuously trying to shake things up, but of course it's not over until it's over, right? Until it's all the way to the very end of the day.
They still have time, again, like you've said, till the end of the day. That is 2 matches away. We are finally at that line, that thin line, where whatever you do now, if you're in 6th, 7th, 8th place, whatever you do now will affect you by the time the day comes to an end. The last 2 matches, Miramar will decide whether these teams that are still here advance to the next stage, or that will be it for some of these teams, and some of the teams from 9th to 16th place will join the top 8. It's getting a little bit tight here, DK. It's getting a little bit heavy. I think the teams are now feeling the pressure. They understand what they need to do, but we cannot call it quits. 2 more matches to go. the land of Miramar. And unfortunately for some teams, Miramar is like Rondo to them. They don't really play Miramar that much.
Yeah, they're going to have to rumble in the jungle, though. Either which way, we are going to hop straight into the action pretty soon to see what will be in store for the squads as they venture into the dusty dunes to, have a bit of a different approach, right? Go for a little bit more of an arid angle. So, of course, only time will reveal what these teams will have in store and who's going to be the ones to come up with those winner chicken dinners. Well, the only way that we're going to find out is by hopping into a break and then returning in with the action. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you back on the other side. The time for Miramar has arrived. We're getting into the final 2 matches of the day, and there's a lot riding on our squad's performances to see who will be the top 8 allowed forward. Who are going to be the ones to walk away with the slots, with the seats to contest in the wildcard finals. Of course, my name is DK. I'm joined by Mitch. A very exciting stretch lies ahead of us here.
Yep, I mean, we're going into Miramar, land of pure dust. People are about to eat dust, literally, and I'm here for all that.
Well, there's only one way for us to see, of course, who's going to be eating dust and who will be the ones kicking it up, right? Of course, as the teams are getting ready to hop into the action, we should be loading into the map momentarily. But I got to say, though, so far, a very exciting day from what we've had. I mean, LLN, very strong performance coming into that last match, holding steady, holding strong. Astra, they had an interesting run, but so far, we've not yet been able to see them repeat that on a consistent basis, right? They had the first 2 games of the day went quite well, and then as we progressed a little bit further on, things became a little bit more challenging as we've been pushing forward. But we've been seeing teams sitting further down the rankings adding in those points, right? I mean, TER, they stepped it up in the past game, really just bagging so many points as they possibly could, right? Picking up the 6 total points, just advancing them even further. So I'm curious to see whether or not those teams are going to be looking to do the same thing here, right? Are they going to try and capitalize on this slight bit of uncertainty that's going to be coming in on Miramar?
I'm hoping they do so, because again, everyone's game in Miramar. There's, of course, we have some people who play it every day, so they understand it, they know where they need to be, the rotations they need to make. But of course, there are some teams that know nothing about Miramar. They only play it during a tournament. When the tournament is done, bye-bye Miramar. So they can take advantage of that, try and take on some teams that seem like they do not understand how they're going around Miramar. And that would actually be a good end of the day for them. They might be able to get some points they're not able to get from the past 4 games, since we are about to say goodbye to their only chance at the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, and that could be unfortunate for a select few, right? As we know, I would say at least the top 6 pretty consistent where they find themselves with regards to the points. So I don't think they're going to have to stress too much, but that of course rather could all change coming into the next game, right? If a team like Extraordinary decides this is the match in which they just perform like absolute legends, they could really bring quite a bit of an upset on to those overall standings. The same could be said for a team like 4Kill Esports as well, right? There's a lot riding on how the teams approach the next game. Speaking about which, we are going to be approaching that flight path. So let's find out where these teams are heading.
Yep, it is Miramar, first Miramar of the night, and their only chance to prove us wrong. We, same as the caster and the viewers, we're just watching to judge what they're actually up to when it comes to these last 2 games. But so far, looking at that flight path, it is almost cutting halfway through Miramar, coming from the western side to that bit of the northeastern side in Miramar. Pozo is looking pretty right now. And honestly, we can get as many utilities as you can get. Please go ahead and do that, because we have seen from a game a team getting chicken dinner just because of the number of grenades they had in their backpacks. So if you can get that, then why not? Actually, DK, what is the standard amount of grenades a team should carry when it comes to a tournament?
Yes. That's exactly the amount that they should have. I realistically, it depends on what their strategy is, right? I mean, is it recommended that you should at least have a minimum of 1? Yes, because you never know when you might need it, right? The game can always throw a bit of a surprise at you, so you need to be prepped and ready to go. So, I don't know. I would probably say 4 grenades. Based on what we've been seeing so far, I think a minimum of 2 actual grenades, frag grenades would be pretty good. Looking at smokes, as many as you can find. And one that we've not been seeing too much of course, is the stun grenade. But we've seen some big brain strategies coming through with stun grenades where players rush in, pop the stun, the player that they're rushing in onto can't see anything, and then that is the quickest way to get eliminations, right? We've seen winner chicken dinners being won with the stun grenade. Doesn't happen often, but it has happened.
Yeah, if you can use it well, then use it. I mean, what's not easy about pushing a team that cannot see you? Everything is easy about that. But of course, for Pain Africa, we do have them somehow taking on an early fight, a little bit too early. It is somehow affecting their performance. If they continue with this, they might just be losing a little bit too early in the game. They have been able to get the revive, but past that, they're going to be engaging in a lot of unnecessary fights against WSG, who seem to be on a streak. There's something about a good game. It tells you you can actually do it. So why not keep up the same momentum and see where we can go with all this? Because it's all up to the last two games. Past that, there's no more, not even a single chance, even wild card to get back into this run for PMGO. So of course, I hope Pain Africa remember that, and they are going to be figuring out whether they want to take on this fight or not. There's something you mentioned, DK, before, and you said that these teams could be testing them and not really playing their best. Do you think Pain Africa is doing the same, or it's just how they're playing?
I think to some extent they might potentially be looking to do that. I mean, I wouldn't lean too heavily into that because it's difficult, right? We're not listening to the comms of the teams, but if we're looking at what they're doing, it might be, right? I mean, these IGLs and the players, they have very surprising strategies in mind, right? Things that I would never be able to think of. It's like second nature to them, right? So I have a lot of admiration for that, and I appreciate what they are able to do out on the battlefield. So, I mean, yeah, I can just talk on what I've seen, and it looks like, sometimes the teams choose to kind of play with their food a little bit, right? That thing that your mom said you should never do, that's what they're doing right here.
Yeah, they're going against every direction they've been given, every advice, and they're just doing what they feel is right by them. And it is somehow working out for some of the teams. For Pain Africa, though, they're down a player already. That means Venom will not be there to help them when the time comes and he's needed. And you can see Charles as well. He's getting pushed. That means Ziol knows of his location. He's trying to get closer, trying to get maybe a point or so from getting an elimination on each other. So that will be a good plus for WSG. Eliminating the threat early, because now they know this is Pain. If they can easily remove Pain Africa from the road, then they can have not an easy time, but they can sit comfortable knowing at least one threat is already gone. Again, there's slots for everyone. 8 is a lot. 8 slots is a lot compared to top 5. 8 is a good number to try and find your way there. Teams, VAT is at 28. So if any team is trying to make it there, they need this game to give them at least to make it to 25 points or so, I believe, so that they can at least make it into that top 8. Let's see if WSG is looking to maintain their position.
Yeah, let's see whether or not they can hold on. Can they contest and go for gold here as the push comes through? Ooh. Pain getting served by the bucket loads as they just run around the corner, find the exact approach they need to find. And I like this consistency and confidence coming through from Wildstorm, right? I mean, it's like they found some new life getting breathed into them. Based on what we saw in that last match. And I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing like what that will mean for them in this game.
Well, if you look at Pain Africa right now, if I'm being honest, they are fumbling easy and they're making it good for WSG. WSG is thinking they know, okay, 2 eliminations, the game just began. You have 2 eliminations. We can easily look for 2 more if we can continue pressuring Pain Africa. If they can give us more, then why not? That is going to give us 4 points ahead of All Legion. Actually, they're tied right now. It's going to give us 1 step closer to LLN. There's something about being first place in the group stage. Even though there's nothing here yet, first place gives you confidence. It tells you, I actually can do it. I just have to put in the work and show that this is where we need to be. Although when we go after group stage, I don't know what happens to teams that are leading, but we'll see if that's going to be the case for WSG.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you see teams get a little bit too confident, and then when they get to the next stage, they get humbled, right? But the ideal part is for the teams to react to that quick enough, right? Because if you're a bit stubborn, unfortunately, there's only 1 seat for you, and that is at the bottom of the leaderboard. right? You're not going to be able to get those points in. But persistency and stubbornness, even though they sometimes might look the same, they're not really that same. For one, they're spelled slightly different, right? There is a few additional letters in the one word as opposed to the other.
Yeah.
But I'm curious to see how the teams are going to look to adapt based on what the lobby is throwing at them, right? Miramar, good example of that. The terrain requiring so much more from you. You can't afford to stay out in the blue on this map. It's not a thing, right? Even though when you look at the mini map, you go like, yeah, well, we've got time. No, you don't. There's a reason why objects on this map appear much closer to what they actually are. There is quite a bit of space that a lot of these teams right now have to cover. And I'm looking at Extraordinary. They're all the way up in the trader park, right? This is going to take them at least 3 to 4 working days to get back into zone.
Yes, and they need to start moving. They need to get everything in their vehicle and get going. I don't even think they'll make it easily into that safe zone. With how they're looking, utilities can end. Miramar's terrain is so bad. Driving your way into the zone might be tricky, but all Legion Jack boys, he get pushed there by Rogue Esports. They get that knock confirming immediately, and they hop into their vehicle and run. And I think that is the best strategy ever. There's no way you'll stop there. You don't know where the teammates are. You don't even know if they're looking at you. So as soon as you get the knock and the thrust, you run. You make a run for it. But of course, looking at you've talked about Extraordinary and them staying all the way out in that blue zone. Do you know how hard it is to drive around Miramar? Driving from point A to B is a task. The number of times your vehicle will roll over, you will not like it. You will not enjoy it at all. So I think they should start moving now. Not anytime
Yeah.
soon. Now. Yeah.
Yesterday they should have been rotating already, right? I mean, but yes, Miramar is probably my favorite map, right? It's the map that I enjoy the most playing, and yeah, it's
Why?
sometimes just sad to see. I just like it. This is the map that I used to rank on, right? This is the one that I come into and then go crazy, right? I mean, because everybody knows Erangel, right? Knowing how to play Miramar is difficult, right? I know how to play it as a solo, sometimes playing with a team member, but playing it as a squad, that's a completely different story, right? Because there are so many things to take into consideration. I mean, even just driving down this road, look at the hills, right? There could be 8 teams sat around, not really 8, but they could just as well be 8 teams positioned just around you, and you wouldn't even know it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually true. Miramar is tricky. You say it's one of your, not even one, your favorite map? That's new. I've not played Miramar since maybe 2 years ago, 3. I've not opened Miramar to play. If it's playing, I just look at it. If I find myself in Miramar, I exit, because why is it so big that I have to play, even go eat and come back? The game is not done. It's so big. But of course, if you understand it, if you enjoy sniping, if you enjoy driving around rough terrains, Miramar is definitely your map. You definitely enjoy it. So don't listen to me and avoid Miramar. Listen to DK. Make it your favorite map, and you might just be dominating every tournament you play, because not many people are familiar with Miramar and their rotations. So please don't listen to me. Of course, DK, you've mentioned how the teams need to also make those rotations early, and I'm seeing a lot of teams are not in the zone. Pain Africa is raced in the blue zone. You can see Race from Hell, we can see WSG, we can see 4K Sports. All these teams are trying to race into that zone. I don't think it's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, they as they are gonna find out very soon, the zone is gonna make them pay the ultimate price, right? It is gonna just keep the pressure building on them, and we've been talking about how difficult it is to rotate up. All those hills become even more targeted the closer you get to where it is that you want to go. But I mean, moving into Los Leones, the entry is going to be easy. If the zone shifts up on towards that northeastern side, it is going to be quite challenging for the teams currently situated within it. So I'm looking at the teams rotating in. to see whether or not they're going to look to get themselves set up outside of the city, right, in anticipation for potential shifts, right? Rogue still very far to the south. Looking at Rays, they're just about to touch the zone, but they could really look to capitalize on the hills that they have available to them, right? If the zone is pulling over into that region, they're going to be sitting there smiling, right? It's going to be probably the best day they've had so far, but it will also allow them a bit of an opportunity should the zone go over to the west, right? Then there is a pathway for them to rotate up. So there's a lot of tactical decisions that need to be made for the teams to play a good setup moving in and out and around the Los Leones area.
Yep, and I love Los Leones. Even though I don't play, when you look at how the teams move around Los Leones, it is quite interesting. They do have a lot of compounds they can use to their advantage. They just have to be smart. But so let's see the team that is going to be doing a good job. It is a big space for everyone to fit in. You just have to be at the right place. Look at where Astra Creatives are. They do have a good position. They can easily go up and down. Problem is, once you're not, it becomes a nightmare when you try to get the revive. We have veterans as well. They're also here. LLN is in the middle of Astra Creatives and veterans. They are not sitting in a good position as of now, but they can relax and avoid the fight. It's just to see where that takes them. So far, so good. Teams are trying to make their way into the zone. TER, that will be Jairus, has been taken down, and King Tartar has to try and get that revive. They need to do it quite fast before players from Extraordinary decide to go in for that push. You can see Khalid is already taking on a vehicle, and like you saying, the noise they're making is a little bit too loud, and I believe everyone can hear the fight happening right next to them.
Yeah, it's quite the position that they have to work with here. So let's see whether or not that noise could maybe help them with a few of the complaints that could be going through, as Los Leones is about to get a very about to become rather a very uncomfortable position. Oh, Extraordinary just flying up the hill. Good spray attempt though coming in there. It is going to be Ichigo also just trying to pop in a few sprays. But now as we center up on the city, this is where the outlying teams, I think they have a slight little bit of an advantage, right? Because they can listen and hear where all the shots are being fired from and try and find a more tactical approach to get themselves in. I think WSG and Rogue, they have a pretty strong setup, but if Rays can get up onto those hills just ahead of them, ooh, that could be quite a bit of a dangerous angle.
Yep, that high ground will be straight for a lot of teams, and Prosecutors have decided to take on TER, and that will be it for TER and a W for Prosecutors. So they'll be taking that home with them. Astra Creatives, on the other hand, they're trying to take on a fight. They do have a couple of casualties to their name for Extraordinary. Very close to them is Khalid, who's right next to Astra Creatives Rossini, who needs to be really careful. Pain Africa Ammo Sports Mikey gets that knock in. Kevin and Thomas, and not that close though. They need to try and get the revive on their teammate who have Stone there, taking on a buggy and focusing on that revive. Slazy's position can be a little bit tricky. He can use it. He can try and get as many eliminations while on the air there, seeing all the beautiful views, seeing all the rooftops. But everyone right now is in the corner. So getting even that kill from up there might just be a little bit tricky.
Well, you can see that the teams know just how difficult it is to work through this area as the Magicians send up a bit of a smoke cloud there. You can see 4 Kill Esports rather, being the team to get distracted by the amazing skills. But now, how is this one going to move forward as the United Strikers? This is a very strong position that they have. I like the fact that they can see right down the hillside, and they need to be quite selective with how they look to engage here, right? They can get a bit of a jump in on the Magicians. They also can apply quite a bit of pressure over on towards the Persecutors, but they're going to have to execute that strategy with near pinpoint precision. Otherwise, it's going to all start to fall apart. Down towards the slightly more southern side of the city, this is where we see the veterans holding up. They do have a bit of a setup where they could apply the pressure onto, well, Extraordinary as well as the players coming through from ASC. So a lot of tough positions to be played through here.
Yeah, Actually, most of the teams have that. Veterans just have to play it safe. They just have to keep quiet. I just feel they need to stay as chill as they can. They do have the edge here. If the zone decides to shift, they're okay as well. Rogue is doing a good job. Rogue is still in the game. They're not really exposing themselves that much, though they do have no expression on their eastern side. They could cause some havoc if they spot each other. There could be an engagement there. For WSG, safest team so far. No one is on the eastern side. Though we have Insane about to pull a very insane stand, trying to go towards no expression, despite the fact that they have the safest place right now. For the United Strikers, they do see a team right in front of them. A lot of the teams are about to sport each other. And since the game decided to go to Los Leons, DK, we might be here for a while because this is a compound fight. Not easy to finish teams just like that. It's not easy.
But the nice thing about this is, of course, the blue zone has the ultimate say, right? So if you don't want to get involved in the fights, that's fine. Just know that the big bad blue zone is coming for you, right? It is going to absolutely just devour you all in one fell swoop. So if the teams don't want that to be the outcome for them, well, they know what they got to do. They got to step it up. They got to step forward, and they got to get busy, right? They have to try and bring these numbers down because we still have 44 players alive, 14 teams surviving across the board. And here we go. The action now starting to roll on through as the all is going to be popping off. They did find Feldro over on the far side. One down. Now we're getting closer to a bit of a snowball effect. And that's essentially what I expect to happen here is once one team really starts kicking off the fight, all the other teams could be drawn into that massacre, and it is just going to be an absolute chaotic rampage.
Yeah, that's true. Again, with the terrains from Myanmar, Rogue is trying to make the rotation. The terrain decides the vehicle will not go up that hill, even though it's so small. But luckily for them, they have made their way into a safe place. But they do have a couple of teams around them. The Magicians, we do have Aim, God, Be Knocked, and Thirsted. Veterans here have a good view because they can easily take on Magicians. But we have one of the teammates making a rotation already, avoiding this place. But WSG with that hill, they have the best view of what is happening right now in Los Leons. They're trying to get as many eliminations as possible. It is not working though because no one is exposing themselves. Every time they get a knock, they're easily revived. Balalal with a grenade in his hand, and the Magician Vortex needs to be really careful, otherwise he might just disappear from this game. But let's see how this actually plays out for them.
Yeah, either that or his cape might get caught in the door. Either which way, both of them equally as drastic, so you don't want to go for that approach anytime soon. Meanwhile, it is going to be a big contention over onto the blue bottoms here. As you can see, Zeus, as well as the players there from the Persecutors, having a bit of a go at each other. I like the fact that both teams are kind of respecting the different buildings, right? This is mine, that's yours, don't come here. And then, of course, it is going to be Zeus that heard none of that. Instead, they choose to push on forward. You can see the molly's not coming out, but a great opportunity for the Persecutors here. A bit of an angle. Ooh, but Bully is going to have a lot of beef coming in his direction once Zeus gain their foothold here.
Zeus is actually trying to push in, and they finally get that knock on Ichigor. Stone here has been exposed to Bully, and we have seen what he can actually do, but we have Stone cooking up something, and the eliminations are being confirmed. Ichigor goes back to lobby. Bully being the last player standing. We know he can do something even though he's alone. All he needs is for you to get close. As long as you're right next to him, he can do a number. Grenade is in his hand. Thomas and Kevin right beneath him is trying to prepare a very lethal pre-nade, and if he cooks it well, he might be able to get at least one player knocked here from Zeus, but he is not getting anything happening just yet. Kevin, he's there, grenade on Thomas. He's looking to get something happening, and Bully has to be really careful. The grenades are being cooked and they're being prepped for him that he can join his teammates back to lobby. Now it's getting intense here in Los Leons. It's starting to get a little bit heated, but of course only a team that understands Los Leons will be able to survive.
Yeah, but I like the fact that Bully is quite nimble on his feet, right? Those nades coming scary close each and every single time. Instead, Kevin and Thomas gets dropped on down, but down goes Bully as the Persecutors walk away with 4 eliminations. I mean, valiant effort, good try, but once the rain of nades start, there's only so much you can do, right? You can only dodge for so long until you get tired, your legs start hurting, and then there's just no more movement allowed on your end. Now it's going to be Zeus getting third-partied by mollies and nades coming through from Bonnie.
He's looking to take on Zeus Morris, take them back to lobby just after they finished with the Persecutors. Unfortunately for Bonnie, he's alone and he has only a few grenades. That means he needs to be as accurate as he can. Bonnie trying to go in for that push. He's tired of waiting and he just wants to get this done. He knows something happened here. He knows someone is quite low. He can hear the healing happening. Kevin finally done with the healing. They can now take on Bonnie, who's getting some damage as well from this side. We do have a third party supporting this fight as it takes place. Bonnie quite low with that HP. Stone waiting patiently. Bonnie trying to get the knock, but unfortunately for him, Zeus Morris is not letting go just yet.
Well, there we go. No expression and Fane. Both teams getting wrapped up, shipped out, off they go. The sand too much to handle. Now, Astra Creatives looking to see if they can start a bit of a position here. Already 5 eliminations up. They still have the full squad in the fight. Ooh, I say that and Slazy is going to get hits. Fortunately, managing to evade the majority of that damage. Now, Pew Pew. Oh, yep, not anticipating the other Pews in their direction. So, a bit of a sweaty position to work through. And this is exactly why I said, moving out of this spot, so tough, so challenging. And most teams, this is where they fall, right? Because they simply just can't get out. There are so many barrels pointing in your direction.
Yeah, does get a little bit so crazy, does get stressful. You see everyone, you notice they can see you, the sprays are not stopping and there's nothing you can do about it. Everyone is hungry. At the end of the day, they all want to move on to that next stage. For Astra Creatives, they're also making rotations around Los Leons. For their side, they seem to have cleaned this area. They have enough space to move around. For a team like the Magicians, they are still trying to hold on with just one player still surviving. Rogue as well there has a duo with a little bit of some utilities to hold on to that they can use to survive along the way. But 10 teams remaining, all of them crowded in Los Leons. When it starts to get small, people who do not work well under pressure, people who don't like tight spaces, when this zone shifts again, it's going to be so tight that the movement from one building to the other exposes you to any team that is so close to you. So I hope they're really ready for what is about to happen, because as much as they're trying to avoid these fights, at the end of the day, the Blue Zone will force it on you. Whether you want to, whether you don't, you still have to take on this fight, irregardless of the situation.
Yeah. Well, speaking of which, though, Zeus is going to be met with a bit of aggression here. And this is where, you know, the teams, they've been taking a little bit of a backseat. I know this is the city finish, and it is quite challenging to play through. As Zeus now shows it to us their unfortunate turn of events for them. 10th place, but at least 5 eliminations to accompany them back into the lobby. But this will be one team. One team is going to be the bold one. They're going to take the plunge, and they are going to start just hitting those shots up, right? And we don't know who that is just yet, but we'll find out very soon, as the zone is going to force their hand. We are about to hit phase number 8. That means very soon this match is going to come to an end, right? It will not get past phase number 9 unless by some miraculous reason something odd happens and something that we've never seen, right? That's the only thing that could make this game go any other way. But so the teams have to step it up. They have to bring the heat, so much heat as what player 1 has received over there. Now for LLN, it's all down to this, the final push to see, can they get their team back on the feet before Unix starts to strike?
Well, that it was lethal. Unext decided to make it so hard for LL Esports to get another good game. They're trying to get some grenades there towards Sexy. He's already down to the revive. They cook up that grenade. Jano is still low. Unext has been able to get the revive on the knocked teammate. He's ready to cook up another grenade, looking for player one. What they do not know is Sexy is waiting, and as he tries to go in for that push, Unext is next to go back to lobby. His teammate Jano goes in with that save, takes down Sexy, leaving just player one, and Des will be confirming that they are ready to try and get a chicken dinner from this game.
Well, good push coming through there. Quick cleanup as well. Now it's going to be ASD. Look at to see, can they survive a little bit of that United Strikers approach. I like the angles being held here by K1. Very, well, that's what, the Wonder Boy, right? Almost the Wonder Boy, but I wonder, will they be able to survive the push? Because AST, they're going to try and lock it down, right? They do have a pretty decent setup. They do have a controlling position within the zone. And on top of that, they've got 9 eliminations. And they are sitting at the top of the leaderboard for the time being. So they look to be super confident, super comfortable. Can they maintain that focus? Can they keep their eyes on the prize? And of course, can they get the jump in over onto the United Strikers?
Well, there's only one way to find out, and that is to wait for how the game decides to end. So far, we do have Balalal right on that rooftop waiting for players to make mistakes that he can take them out and get as many points as possible. And Vortex waiting. He does get a knock and a thirst on Zer, and that means his teammates know that there's someone here, Vortex, ready to take on another fight again. UMP in his hand. He gets good damage, but unfortunately, Bear Boy will be taking Vortex back to lobby. Quite unfortunate for him. They was actually doing a good job. And unfortunately, the odds were not on his side. The numbers were just not adding up.
Yeah, that's why you sometimes need a calculator, right? Because math sometimes can be quite tough. Just as the players here from all region experience the chaos and the mayhem firsthand. Down they go. Only 2 eliminations in the bag here for them, but down to the final 6 it is. This is where AST is looking pretty good. Ray's also looking to bring in quite a bit of heat here. But Wildstorm, a very cautious position all the way on the far side. It's stage 9, so there's nowhere left to go. You can't go out of this blue because it will absolutely eat you up. But now, Sasuke is going to look to push on forward. Zeol is going to try and play for as long as he can, right? He's playing for placement points, but unfortunately will be denied all of that as Wildstorm is the next one out and only 4 eliminations up.
Well, you said it, and we have said it time and time again. Rogue Esports knows how to hide throughout the game. They know the right places to hold, where to stay, until they get as many points as possible. 7 eliminations to their name, and they're still surviving. For Astra Creatives, one of their teammates, that will be Pew Pew. He goes down. Balalal, very much aware of K's and K's location. He wants to see if he can get something happening here. He is still cooking up a grenade. He wants to take on Astra Creatives, but unfortunately for him, Balalal has already changed his location. Rossini, though, on the other side, he has hell getting closer to him, and he doesn't want anything to do with it, but a shotgun will be connecting. First player goes down. Sasuke, he wants to get closer. He gets knocked as well, and that will be it for Sasuke and his teammate. Rossini is on a streak, and probably they might be looking for that chicken dinner in this game for Astra Creatives.
I don't think they're looking for it anymore. I think they might have found it, right? There's just one player standing between them and the victory right here. As you can see, the odds stacked heavily in their favor. The blues starting to close up. Ooh, Ara goes right on down. Rossini taking that top shot, drops them right on down, and Astra are going to be the ones smiling at the end of this number as they walk away with that winner chicken dinner and a very aggressive assault on the lobby.
Yep, I mean, they took their time around Miramar. They went into Los Leones so early that it finally paid off. Again, something to do with locations actually pays off. But of course, good stuff there for the teams. They were able to survive, got a little bit too heavy. Some teams couldn't make it, but for Astra Creatives, that chicken dinner is something they were looking for, and they finally found it. And that is going to be their second chicken dinner in 2 night games. I stand to be corrected this time around, DK. I said no one is going to be giving us a chicken dinner, but guess what? Not twice, actually. Astra Creatives have proved me wrong and almost getting same points as the previous chicken dinner in Erangel. They actually got 25, and the first game in Erangel they got 26 points. This is good.
Yeah, it's what happens when you give them creative freedom, right? They're going to step up and walk away with that winner chicken dinner. 17 knocks going their way as well, and a bucket load of health that they've healed up as well. Same thing goes for the damage, almost hitting 32 players worth of damage in just the single game. So a lot of hard work being done over on their end. But let's take a look and see where this takes us as we jump into our team stat breakdown. It is a decent spread, right? Balalalal has come in with 6 eliminations for a total of 15 eliminations. Pew pew. Maybe ran out of ammo, right? Wasn't in a position where they could really lock in on those eliminations, but did contribute quite heavily with regards to the damage.
Yep, the whole team was creating havoc the whole game. The damage is good. Even for him not having an elimination as Pew Pew, he still has 700 damage, tied with Balalal, who already has 6 eliminations. So that does show the whole team here was putting in the effort. They were looking for that chicken dinner together. They did put in the same effort, and it finally paid off. An amazing chicken dinner for Astro Creatives. But look at the 70 knocks coming from Miramar with 59 eliminations. A lot was happening. A lot. Everyone was spraying. Everyone was, there's someone moving, getting. This is anything that had feet and could run or walk was getting knocked. And it was a good time, honestly. They did get the damage of 13,703. The headshots have gone up to 11 from 9. Seems like people are finally fixing their aims. And the revives as well, they're good. 25 revives. A lot has happened in this game, but it has been an enjoyable one, if you ask me. They really worked for their positions, all the teams.
Yeah, I mean, 70 knocks, that's quite heavy, right? But of course, as we know, here are our starts from this match. It's going to be Balalal to have the most eliminations, 6. Of course, Rossini coming through with the most damage, almost hitting 900. Then we've got one of the players from Rogue with 2 grenade finishes. We'll go with James. James is the name for this player from Rogue. We got the Colonel there with the longest hits. That makes absolute sense. 311 shots, and of course, Ziol was the one running around too much, right? All the way for the Wild Storm team there. 12.5 kilometers. That's not as much as we saw back in Erangel, right? Almost 19 kilometers being traveled over there. So, all things considered, Wild Storm definitely choosing a fairly decent drop location to get themselves back up in towards the zone relatively quickly. So I like what they were doing. Now, of course, we need to take a look and see exactly how much the points like them in the Sparse game and where these teams find themselves with that overall distribution, because it was a pretty tough one to play through, right? Quite a few teams, I think, walked away with not a lot to show for this first Miramar.
Yep, they just had to do what they gotta do. And to be honest, some teams actually have gotten good points from this. We just need to see what it affects at the end of the day. Rogue is the team I really want to see. The last time I checked on the stats here, they had 7 eliminations, and they did get a couple of placement points from this game. So they probably have gone higher on that leaderboard. So teams that are sitting comfortable around 8th, 7th place, they need to start getting worried. As we enter in this last Miramar, they need to start fixing whatever is happening to their team. If not, a team like Rogue that is really good at holding compounds and not moving, because that's what they're doing. They're literally entering a compound and keeping quiet. because they know if we get placement points, we can always steal a kill along the way. That one we can find it. But if we can survive long enough to get placement points, that does give them an edge when it comes to the points. But for a team that is not really thinking about the next steps, a team like Rogue could actually try and move them from their place. So of course, going into this last game, I cannot wait to see where Rogue will be in terms of their points. And of course, for all the teams in that second page of the results, a lot could have changed just from this game. And that's why Miramar is always interesting, because it's everyone's game. Whether you know it, could be a plus. If you don't, could be tricky. But if you take your time, could be worth it.
Yep, and that's all the risk factors that you have to take into consideration when stepping out onto these battlefields, right? You can still at any point pop off, go crazy, and get the points that you need for your squad. So curious to see how that is going to pan out for a team like Rogue, for instance, as you mentioned, right? Because coming into this match, they had 14 points, right? Are they now considerably closer to the top 8? Are they knocking on the door? Are they just still standing out in the driveway? Like, where are they situated? Of course, we'll be heading into that right about now. But first things first, we need to take a look at the teams that didn't quite make it into the top 8 for this game, right? TER, unfortunately, getting sent back with not a lot to show for this game. The same can be said then for the players there for Full Kill Esports, as well as Extraordinary Pain. I know it hurts a little bit to see those lovely circles there next to their names, but it is what it is, right? Only so many teams can walk away with points. No Expression, also just barely scraping in on that one, but it is going to be the Astra creatives that are going to be walking away with a glorious 25 points. Rays also bagging quite a few plays here as well, right? Securing themselves with a glorious 10 points alongside the side there of Rogue. So I think for Rogue, this could have been quite an important play.
Yep, they have finally gotten 11 points from this game, so I cannot wait to see how that plays out in that overall ranking. But looking at the head-to-head against Astra Creatives, we do have Astra getting 17 knockouts with 15 eliminations in this game. They literally confirmed every single player that came their way. For Rogue Esports, we had 3 knockouts for them with 7 eliminations. We saw them picking up some eliminations along the way. Anything that was just moving and was knocked, they made sure they tried to get that elimination. So good stuff again from Rogue. Player of the match, Astra Balala. Hey, DK, why? Why is this happening to me? It's so unfair. Balala, it's so unfair, but congratulations for being player of the match. 6 eliminations to a damage of 723. Well done for him. With 5 knockouts, he literally confirmed them all. Rossini as well, getting 5 knockouts and 5 eliminations as well for his team. Damage a little bit higher compared to Balalal with 894 damage, but MVP still stands strong. Rossini is still leading, and he adds at least 5 more eliminations to his name. That again bridges that gap. No one is going to be getting closer to him just yet, but Bully and Slazy have already found their way in that list, with Dempsey going down. Same to Pew Pew.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be funny to see the other Pew Pew in here as well, but you got to give a shout out to our top 5 so far. The MVP is doing the most throughout the past 5 games, and of course we know there's still 1 more to go. So Bully showing that a good roof position could definitely help you capitalize on all the chaos and carnage. And speaking of which, there we have it. Rogue, they've jumped up 3 positions all the way into that 9th slot. 25 points is what they have to show so far. 22 going over to Expression. Rays also, with their exceptional performance in this prior match, also awarding themselves 2 additional slots all the way up into 12th place. So I like these upward trends. The teams are doing some pretty good things. United Strikers also swapping spots there with TER. So upward moves are upward moves. But now we got to see what the top 8 position is, because Rogue, they're knocking on the door. They're looking to gain entry, and it's going to be 33 points to close up the top 8. Veterans also just swapping places there with the Persecutors. We did see Zeus and Bane swap places. And then, of course, we can see the rest of our top 3, top 4 teams situated right there, right? I mean, all Legion still holding strong in the top 4. Our top 5 all sitting on 40+ points. But Astra Creatives, the double chicken, it just tastes so good.
Yeah, of course. It always tastes amazing to have double chicken dinners. Beautifully done from Astro. 61 points. The margin from LLN is just getting bigger by the minute. WSG also closing in there at the 42. At least we can say the competition is getting stiff by the minute. But of course, it is just one more game to go. And then we'll call it a night for Group 2. So if there's a team that is sleeping on a chance of making it to that next stage, all I can say is, my friend, you have only 30 minutes to get your game right. Otherwise, you're done.
Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't change in the next 30 minutes, we don't know when it's going to change. But so the pressure is going to be pretty high. I mean, Rogue, this could be the opportunity to gain entry into the top 8. Same could be said for the players there from No Expression. Of course, it's all going to boil down to how they approach the final match of the day. That is going to be the big decider. And of course, on that, we are going to be taking a break. So be sure to stay tuned and we'll see you right back on the other side.
time has come. Be the number one for Africa.
It helps if everybody can hear me when I say welcome back. We're getting ready to hop into the action here for the final match. The big decider is about to descend down upon the battlefield to see which top 8 teams are going to be representing Group B for wildcard in the finals, the playoffs, the qualifiers, the slot to get in the seats to go into PMGO qualifiers yet again, right? So qualifiers upon qualifiers, but that's what these teams have to do. They have to jump through hoops, they have to jump over hurdles, they have to run through deserts and go through jungles in Rondo, and then of course, you know, go through everything that this match and game can throw at them. But so far, Mitch, I think we've been in for quite a bit of a treat, right? The teams really stepping up, proving why they made it all the way here. Even teams that we saw at the start of the day having a bit of a tough time securing themselves points, managing to find that within themselves to step up and bring in what is required. But it's all going to come down to the final push, right? This last opportunity to see, can they make it?
Yep, they have the last chance, literally, as it said, last chance to make their way to that next stage. So if they don't take it seriously, there's nothing we can do. We'll just judge them from the seats and just wait for them to realize that they actually were not serious in that last game and they lost a very big opportunity of going into PMGO. So I hope the teams that are slacking around a bit can sit back and look at what's really happening and change their plays.
Well, all that we have to do is wait, right? We can do nothing but sit and see what these teams will have in store for us. But of course, well, we are going to be heading into the match, you can see, in a very short few moments. Now, interesting thing is, I wonder whether or not we're going to have a Los Leones zone again, right? I would like anywhere other than there, right? Maybe somewhere up to like Pozo, maybe up in towards Cruz del Valle, you know, essentially anywhere, or maybe even up into Chumacera and the surrounding area. Of course, excited to see what the teams will have to do, but let's take a look and see what will the flight path bring.
Let's see what is going to be happening in this last game of the night. The flight path, of course, as usual, has to be fair for everyone. They just have to be sure where they want to land at the end of the day. You've talked about Jumasera. It's also quite close into if they decide they want to stick around there, then we might be having a zone there. If it goes towards Puerto Paraíso, we're going to be having a heavy last game of the day where teams will be forced to figure out how they're going to be playing by the shore. Well, let's just wait and see how it goes. The flight path looks a little bit fair. If you ask me, from the southwestern side to the northeastern side, it looks good for them, leaning towards the southern side. Los Leones is still in play. The only thing we need to wait for is to know where it's going to be landing. I kind of like whoever's glider this is. They look very comfortable going to the compound. They're so ready to begin the day.
They could definitely be looking to come in with a bit of a clean sweep, right? So,
Ooh,
yeah, broom,
guess
broom.
who?
Let's see, can they get it done? Ooh, the zone going up north. I like this. It is centering up on the Crater Fields. That is going to be a big problem for the teams, but so much fun for us to look at.
Yep. It's going to be a good watch. And you can see where the teams landed. Almost everyone just chose to go back to Los Leones. Astra Creatives went back to Los Leones. Rays from Hell is still there as well. There we do have another team. WSG is there as well. All Legion. All these teams have decided to go on the southern side. Pain Africa, though, and 4Kill have taken on that eastern side of the safe zone. They will not have to move a lot, just trying to make into the zone. But where they are in terms of the safe zone and the rotations they're going to be making, a lot will come to play. Their results are not looking good for teams like 4Kill, a team that I know for sure are really good. I'm not sure what really happened. I'm not sure if they understand that this is the only chance. There's no other group game being played. This is the only way they advance into the next stage. And you can see how far they are from their position to the 8th place. Unless they get 20 points, there's
Mm.
no way they're going to be making their way into the top 8.
Well, let's see if they can live up to that hype. Can they get the points that they are so in need of, right? Because I mean, it's all going to come down to one big decision, right? Can the teams make that decision, right? Can they do what is required of them to go for gold here and rise to the occasion? Of course, only time will tell what these teams are capable of. So far, they've been proving quite a bit of that. But now, for the players here from the United Strikers, this is an interesting setup, right? Unfortunately, they've been spotted, right? They can't really look to cause too much issues for the players here from the Magicians, as the Magicians know exactly how to get all these escape artist tricks secured, right? They know exactly where to go look, and for Zaire, well, the time's up.
He cannot go anywhere. He's literally, he's basically gate kept where he is. If Magician Aim God decides to go up that bridge and walk all the way to the other side, he might be able to get Azir. Oh, who is actually getting good damage on Aim God? He might just be the aim god at this situation. He's getting good damage on him while he's on the other way, on the other side of the bridge. His teammates, though, all on the eastern side of where he is right now, they cannot really do much unless they get closer to him and try and give him as much cover as possible. But they seem not to be interested in that at all. They don't even want to be close to him. In case he goes back to lobby, that's it. The team survives. We told you not to go there, but you decided to go there. And for some reason, the magicians have decided not to engage as well.
Interesting. Interesting. Let's see how this one is going to play out between both these squads, because, I mean, they don't really have the luxury to sit back and just stare at each other. I mean, as nice as it might sound, they can't do that because the blue zone is going to catch up with them, and they also still have almost 2 kilometers to travel to get themselves into that next zone. So the sooner they can get down to business, the better it would be for them. Hopefully something is going to change on that front. We do see Zaire now opting for a completely different approach, moving on towards that southern island. But as we know, there is going to be a little bit of that veterans and rogue situation happening on that far southern position. So you got to be careful. Might not live to tell the tale of that. In the meantime, it is going to be all region also now starting to move on up, looking for their position and their angle to rotate. Not quite sure why they're choosing to go to the far western side. Maybe trying to avoid a lot of teams. But unfortunately, from what we can see, they're not avoiding anybody, right? They might be pulling right into the side of the United Strikers.
Yeah, they actually don't have anywhere they're going to right now. But let's see. Maybe they're looking for something. You know, it's the last game. They might not see it as a loss to them if they take on a fight this early. Some teams, like we keep on judging, they somehow make decisions that seem fit for them. If taking that fight this early is okay, they will actually take it. If they decide not to, that is all up to them. A team like Extraordinary, they've decided to hold on El Pozo. They're safe for now, but magicians are going towards them. So all Legion as well, they have decided not to take on that fight. They are also making on their rotation towards the zone. The western side might just be a little bit crowded as the game continues. Rogue again. Rogue is in the blue zone. And I think they'll stay there for a while, just like the previous game, and then start moving later when everyone is done fighting. Then they come in and look for one compound that no one is in and sit there and wait again. And when people are fighting again, they wait and then they move and wait. That's all they've been doing so far. But let's see if you say James, if James can do something against the veterans.
Yeah, because we can't go for Trevor, right? Trevor's occupied by another team. We can't give the same name to players from different squads, even though they do that, right? Pew pew and pew pew, right? But either which way, you next is the next one to get hit as the shots connect on through, and this might even be the first blood that we are looking at right here. The first casualty for this match, as we've been waiting almost 7 minutes, and there is the confirmation. You next is the first one down. So who else is going to dare to try and step on up? This is a little bit of a troubling situation on that far southern side, right? The veterans and rogue They need to kind of just ignore their differences for now and focus on that zone positioning, because James, I'm sorry, but if you don't patch up, you are not going to make it back into safety.
James is not ready. James is not ready. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to do much. He's okay. He's comfortable with his life. So I think we'll give him time and just let him enjoy whichever decision the team decides to take as of now. But they need to start moving. The zone is already shifting. It's actually closing. So these three teams, veterans, rogue, and unite what? Why am I forgetting their name? They will come and say a good thing. Oh my god. DK, don't laugh.
It's
don't
not even
laugh.
Monday. It's not even Monday, so you can't blame it on Monday. It's weekend. It's Friday. You're supposed to have a clear mind because you can sit back and relax. But either which way,
Who said it's not Monday in Kenya?
you know, it could be. It could be. You could start your
Yes.
week on a Friday. That would be absolutely brutal for you. I don't know why you would choose to do that, but you know what? Hey, if it helps you, sure. Go for it.
Honestly, I don't know. My mouth wanted to say, but my mind was like, there is no way that's their name. But of course, forgive me, please, United Strikers. My mouth just failed me for a second. I'm really sorry for that. But they should also start moving towards that safe zone. I don't know why they're deciding to, stay all the way into that blue zone. It's never a worth it decision. Ever. There's nothing you're gaining. Actually, you're losing your utilities. So why
Yeah.
would you stay there?
Yeah, and I mean, like me being a loot goblin, right? If I've spent so much time looting up things, I'm not gonna give it away to the blue zone. That makes no sense, right? So might as well just go enjoy your hard farmed loot back in the safe zone. Hopefully the teams will be able to catch up. It does seem like a big majority of our squads are pretty much out of the blue. It is just the side of the veterans and the United Strikers that are still facing a little bit of a hurdle coming through from the big bad blue zone. But now, center zone, right up in San Martin. As if these teams didn't have enough pressure with one city finish, right? Now they're kind of forcing themselves in another one, right? San Martin is not as crazy as Los Leones, but it's not any
Yeah.
better. It's still a city.
Yep. And if you don't know it, again, just like Los Leones, you'll find a team that understands it so well that they're just comfortable waiting for you guys. They're not even going to move. They'll just wait so that you can come to that one compound. They know every single hole. They know every single stairway. They know every window, and you'll be at a loss. But we'll wait and see if that's going to be happening at this time round. For LLN Esports, they have spotted TER, and Captain is already knocked down. Beautiful cover coming from his team, and they have been able to stop Sexy from trying to get that thirst on Captain. They're smoking him out. They're trying to get the revive. But we have a rotation there coming in from Dempsey, who's trying to get closer, and King Tartar does get that knock easy, but unfortunately for Captain, he will be thirsted with that spray. Player one on that side getting a knock on King Tartar. So now the push can happen if they want to. Already TR is down 2 players, and that will give them a chance to at least try and maybe get a revive or just finish this fight once and for all.
Yeah, well, let's see. Can LLN bounce back? Is there opportunity maybe for them to chase that winner chicken dinner? We don't quite know just yet, but we are seeing quite a bit of action now starting to erupt all across the battlefield. Of course, San Martin. Ooh, that was beautiful. LB, do that again. Closing the door on the nade as he approaches. He's like, it's just a nice entry. He's like, nope, not interested. Thank you. Go bye. Right? Just out it goes, getting sent back to the sender. And now let's see whether or not LLN can push through this position here. TER, I like the confidence, but will they survive? LB, ooh, just having the stars working out in his favor, managing to avoid that nade and didn't have to move and muscle, but then Sexy had to go and do it, pushing forward. But it's all now down to the final contender here. It is going to be Jaros, the last one to hold the torch alight for the squad. Up comes the send. The push is there and down they go. Very efficient push here from LLN.
Yeah, that was well coordinated. They were able to do it well enough for them to survive. We even have Sexy carrying the loot just close enough for him to get the loot there. But of course, good play here from LLN Esports. That is what synergy looks like. Coordinated push does
Mm.
work. If it is done well, it's actually fruitful. You can easily wipe out a team because of how well you went in for that push. But of course, sometimes we have those players that feel the need to push fast, and then in case there's the in case button, if I am able to get a knock, you can come. If I don't, run. So that strategy never goes well, honestly. You end up losing a player and you start actually arguing against each other, asking each other, why did you push? And you actually agreed prior that he can push and tell you when
Mm.
to come. But it's fine. LLN, good stuff for showing people what a good push looks like.
Yes, I hope everybody's taking notes because I just dropped my pen, so I couldn't. But yeah, it's gonna be exciting to see what the teams are gonna be bringing in and what San Martin is gonna hold in store for them. I like the setup coming through from Extraordinary. At least for their part, I hope it works out with regards to how this next zone shift is gonna come on in here, because usually when in a situation like this, the elevated position allows you quite a bit of that flexibility. So let's see how it unravels. But unfortunately, the storm has subsided for Wildstorm as they are our next team out, 15th place. It's not the worst performance, right? I mean, they are quite comfortable in third. I don't necessarily see anybody from outside the top 8 catching them, so they don't really have to stress too much about it. But of course, if you are the veterans, if you are the persecutors, even if your name's Spain, right, you're gonna have to
Yeah.
bring the heat to ensure that you can hold on to your slot.
That's actually true because if you look at the teams right behind them, they are actually closing in, and anything could happen, and the table could turn, and some teams could drop from the top 8 position. So I hope they do have the math in mind and they're actually calculating as they go. But right now, LLN Esports is losing numbers, and that will be no expression giving them a hard time. Unfortunately, one player, that is player one, has already been knocked and thirsted. That does put them down a number. 3 players still standing. It's still good enough to try and survive throughout the games, but if they don't, then they are still in a good position. They have already qualified in that top 8 slot. No expression are also getting closer to LLN Esports. Sexy and his teammates, they are running away from this fight as much as they can, but Respect has decided to take on the fight. They are in 10th place. They can try and maybe make it into that 8th place, but for some reason they are ready to take on that early fight, and Salem goes down. That means no expression is already losing numbers, and it's not a good look for their team.
Well, let's see. Can they maybe bounce back from this one? Respect, though, is going to be what is required on the side here, as LLN is going to look to full on push. Already 8 eliminations under their belt. Can they find more? I think LLN also just needs a player called You Know It, because you know, then it's sexy and you know it. But either which way, we'll see how this one plays out, because the blur is going to start moving up pretty soon as well. I like the fact that LN is kind of trying to leapfrog their way on forward. Unfortunately, Ulsen is not going to be able to make much with that position, as he will get wrapped on up. Now it's going to be Respect and Sexy having to kind of wrap up that showdown, as the blue is going to force their hand. And hey, look at that, Respect actually managing to not have to stress too much, as LN disengages and moves back in towards the zone.
Yeah, he's lucky with that, since the distraction there from 4Kill Esports forced LLN to change their position. For 4Kill, though, 2 eliminations to their name. They might be looking to get more. Like I said, the only way they will be qualifying into that next stage is if they get up to 20 points just from this game. That means they should really look for chicken dinner. Otherwise, if they don't get it, then there's nowhere 4Kill will be able to qualify into that next stage. But they do have time. All they need is confidence and take on the fights as they come to them. Extraordinary right in front of them. Fokil is in a tight position right now. They do have at least two more teams right behind them, and they are not really moving. I don't understand why, even though they can see and hear a lot of
Mm.
people spraying from different directions where they are. Fokil, they should move.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. They definitely will have to bring in something different. But interesting thing is, if we look back to the teams that you hyped at the start of the day, those 6 teams that you called out, right? A few of them
Oh my god.
rose to the occasion, right? A few others
Hmm.
got overwhelmed by the pressure coming through from the stage, right? So hopefully we can see the teams that still need to iron out those bumps do that right about now, because time is literally out, right? They have only this opportunity to try and see what they can accomplish. And for some teams, you know, you were talking about 4 kill. I'm not quite sure if they're going to be
Yeah.
able to get the job done here, because it is still such a long way for them to try and go. I mean, if they prove me wrong, power to them. I am right here for it. I'd love to see that for them, but we're going to have to be a lot more active than they are now, right? Kind of getting Pinsent over there in a little dip. Yeah, you need to do a lot more if you want to try and move up into the top 8.
Yeah, and that includes avoiding that location. I don't understand how they're not feeling it. You cannot be in the same place. You're getting tapped, you're getting sprayed, different directions. You can see you're getting casualties. Then move. Actually get in the vehicle and move. No one is going to prosecute you for not taking on any fight. But of course, maybe they're trying to form some eliminations. Will be a hard fight, but let's see if that's going to be the case for Astro Creatives. The prosecutors are getting persecuted by the Astro Creatives. Lazy, they're almost getting knocked to that grenade. And Pew Pew almost saving them. Is trying to, get some smoke here just to cover their location. They have Extraordinary right above them. They have a couple of teams. Rogue is here as well. So they should really finish this before they're finished, even though they have actually qualified and all they need to do is just enjoy the game. But I'm guessing they want as many points as possible, which is fine. But if I were in this situation, I'd be guns blazing the whole lobby. There is no resting for the weekend. That is me exactly.
Yeah, I mean, having fun, I think, would be a good approach to go for here. Definitely makes it a little bit easier for the teams moving into that next phase, right? Once we get into the wildcard finals itself, that is where the teams will really have to let it all loose, right? They can't hold back. No more excuses. They're going to have to step up to the plate, because there will be 5 slots available, 5 seats up for grabs. And as we know, the other half of the wildcard group already brought all the heat that they could find. So I'm curious to see how our lobby here is going to compete against the opposing side. And I mean, if you look at the overall points, right, so far, Astra, they've been able to kind of catch up with what Elevate Esports brought in yesterday, right? Yesterday,
Yeah,
we did
yeah.
see Elevate finishing on 81 points. So far, we are sitting on interesting stats ourselves here. They could very well be looking to try and rise all the way to the very end. I mean, they're in the running. They just need a few more points. That will come from another winner chicken dinner. Maybe that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, okay. I see what you're getting at, and that could be true as well. If it were a thing of top 16 overall points, that would have been harder. The game would have been tough. But yes, I see what you're getting at. They need to also make it into that top position with good amount of points compared to the group that played yesterday. So that could be the reason for trying to stay as much as they can. 4Kill Esports, on the other hand, the vehicle was okay. When we left here, the vehicle was okay. We are coming back, the vehicle is ruined. That means there's no way 4Kill is moving from this location without getting some players eliminated along the way. They have Plain Africa behind them. They have Hill in front of them, and they cannot move. Oh my God, I am feeling quite sad for 4Kill right now. They need to do something, but LLN will be going back to lobby and 8 eliminations to their name. That is totally okay. They can sit and just watch the live and wait to see how this goes.
Yeah, I mean, great job being done there by LLN. A lot of aggression. 8 eliminations is going to make them feel quite comfortable come end of day here. But let's see what the rest of the lobby will have in store, as is now going to be up to Pain to try and piece this puzzle together. Again, Pain being one of those teams just trying to solidify their position in this top 8. Only a few points away from that 8th position itself. So Rogue, if they don't up the ante here, all they're going to do is just continue to look at the top 8, right? And they can enjoy all the action coming through on the live stream itself. But yeah, this is pretty much it. As Bo Bronx has been found, Zeus just laying into the side of them. And this is looking quite troubling now for Rogue, right? Down to a duo. And I'm not quite sure how Rogue is going to look to respond and potentially even bounce back from that.
Yeah, oh no. What are the teams doing right now? I don't understand what's really happening. Rogue, they have an opportunity. Top 8 is so close. But for some reason, just like 4Kill, they're exposing themselves to unnecessary fights. But let's see how this plays out to the teams that are trying to make their way into the zone. For 4Kill, they are not going to be going anywhere. They just need to just let it go and let it slide. For the veterans here, we have Magicians looking onto Desk. Grenades are being launched towards him. No one is getting any damage just here, but we can see the vehicles are moving, and that means that Desk is going to get distracted, and it's going to be an easy elimination from the Magicians, getting veterans back to lobby. Now here's the thing. Rogue Esports can easily qualify DK. You can see what's happening right now. They can qualify.
They can. They just gotta lock it in, right? The last few hurdles are not even that high. They don't even have to jump all that much. All they gotta do is just survive, right? They just need a few more points on the board. That's all they need to secure. Just 6 more points. However they get it doesn't really matter. All they gotta do is try and secure everything that they can find here. And now with the addition of Pain, feeling quite a bit of pressure, that could definitely help alleviate quite a bit of the tension building in this lobby.
The Pain Africa is really applying pressure on a lot of teams right now, and they can take advantage of the knocks that are being registered and just try and get as many eliminations as possible. But we have a team, the Extraordinaries, are also really farming on those eliminations too. So far, they might be looking for more. They are giving Astra Creatives a very hard time as they try to make their way into that safe zone. They have lost one player though, that will be Khalid, and they have another team right behind them. That will be Zeus Morris, putting them in a tight situation, having to choose which fight they will be going for first and then deal with the other team later. So Astra Creatives can also take advantage of this and try and get some points while the teams take each other on. Honestly, it's anyone's games. This is another part of Miramar I never liked playing in. These ridges and these hills. You cannot go up, but you will always fall down. Always. If you're not careful, you're always getting knocked, you're always getting damaged. And no one is fighting you. You're literally fighting rocks the whole time.
Talk about an uphill battle, right? That's literally what you are looking at right then. Speaking about which, though, 4Kill, unfortunately, that is going to be the end of their run here, as they have to settle 4 placement points and 3 eliminations. So that is 4 points going their way. Now, this is where things could look to get quite interesting, right? Of course, the team that goes out next is also going to be picking up that 1 additional placement point in addition to their overall eliminations. But who will it be? Rogue hoping that it's not them. Extraordinary hoping that it's also not them. Zeus, they're like, you know what? Maybe we could send Astra out of here, right? If we get these sprays, if we get these angles, we could definitely take quite a bit of controlling position coming in on towards the southeastern side of the zone. But stage 8 about to hit. This is where things are about to get really, really interesting, because 7 squads and not a lot of space. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath atop this hill.
This is just it about these hills. If you don't know it, welcome to the bloodbath. It's going to be bad for your team. But teams like Astra Creative, they seem to be handling it quite well. Pain Africa is on the receiving side of the grenades from Astra Creative. Slazy is trying to cook up as many grenades as possible, but they're not really landing where Pain Africa is as of now. Astra Creative is just throwing nades after grenades, but no one is getting knocked. 7 teams still standing. We are in that 8th phase, just like the previous Miramar game. We are going back to a ninth phase zone where now everyone will be forced to get close to each other and just fight. Because what I've noticed is that no one wants to fight in Miramar. It gets to a point, everyone is just holding. Everyone wants to
Yeah.
hug all the rocks, lie on the dirt, and wait. It doesn't matter if I get up and I'm dusty. All that matters is, am I going to win this game? That's you can just see what they're doing. No one wants it. They're getting knocked, no one is pushing. They're getting to do a few things, no one is getting pushed. But for magicians, the game just changed.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say that the three teams outside the top 8 still have an opportunity to get into the top 8 itself and potentially still qualify, but for magicians, as you've said, right, the whole game just changed. Their chances of that happening has gone down considerably. So I'm not quite sure how the magicians are going to be able to pull this one together. Maybe they can pull a rabbit out of a hat. We don't know. Same thing goes here for Rogue. You got to watch out, as James is now in such a difficult position. So much so that Rogue is done. Right there we have it. 7th place, 3 eliminations. They tried everything they could, but they have only 4 points to show, and we can see where that takes them. Now, the magicians, the next team to get snuffed, end of the road, right? So many teams now running out of time, running out of positions, and running out of options.
But Extraordinary is doing the extraordinary thing right now, and they're still surviving. And for some reason, they're looking to eliminate Zeus as well. This might put them at a really good position. They might just be able to go into that top 8 slot. All they did is the placement points and the chicken dinner. Not a chicken dinner, and elimination points. If they can get that, then they'll be at a good position to qualify. But let's see how this plays out. All Legion, all these out here for Pain Africa, they're making sure they cannot survive. They're really putting in the pressure. They're trying to go into the zone, but the grenades coming from All Legion will be ensuring that Bonnie and his teammates will not be moving on into that safe zone. They are gatekeeping, and grenades as well coming from Extraordinary Soul, and they get points one by one. They will be getting the knocks. And right now, DK, we are about to crown the top 8 teams that will be qualified into that next stage.
I mean, it's close, but as we know, Extraordinary, they still have a bit of a chance, right? To just add even more to the overall tally. Essentially, that is what we are looking at for a majority of our squads, all looking to step up and show us what they can bring on through. I mean, Extraordinary, they've got quite a bit of an uphill battle. Are they going to be able to survive the onslaught here? Not quite sure, but we do see another team now getting swept away onto the wayside, as we are left with only the players there from Astra. We've got Extraordinary still in it. We've got Zeus were the ones that just left the game. But down to the final 4, the final show, the final rush. Astra, out they go. 4th place, 9 eliminations. A good run. And, I mean, 13 points. They're not going to say no to that.
Yeah, who will? That's a lot of good points they have been able to gather. But Pain Africa right now, Venom is not exposed in his location, and All Legion is quite distracted, and he takes advantage. Amoli goes in and sucks. He's being cooked alive, and that means that that team is going to be at a very tight spot there. All Legion eliminating the last player from Pain Africa, and now Extraordinary Nate trying to go in for that push. Sucks with the damage. The zone is also damaging them, and Extraordinary will be giving us our chicken dinner for the last game, and that means, DK, somebody just went down the top 8 slot. Question is, who is it?
Yeah, that is a very, very good question. The answer, which we don't have just yet, we'll see once we make it over into the points. But for the time being, got to give a big shout out going over to the side there of Extraordinary. They've brought in an extraordinary push as they went above and beyond on themselves the victory here. Very, very well done. I mean, all of that considered, right? They pushed up into this last bit. It looked like everything was stacked against them. Their health wasn't really working in their favor, but the zone just going such a long way. And there we have it, the final play. To wrap it up, it is 14 eliminations going over to the side of Extraordinary. Almost 3,000 damage, a very heavy hand on their end. But of course, good conversion as well, right? 10 knocks for 14 eliminations. I think it's a good run.
Yep. That's a good run for Extraordinary. That was a good finish, and they are proud of that. They will be getting 24 points in total, and that is a good jump for their team. That last jump on the finish line will be giving them a good chance to make it into that top 8. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But looking at the team starts, they have all been able to do a number, apart from Khalid, who was eliminated by the Astra Creatives that could not last longer, but sold their 4 eliminations, a damage of 1,018. Good stuff there. Seen that Nate had 7 eliminations and a damage of 908. 100 plus points from where he was, and that means the two really did put on a fight for their team, and they finally had what they were looking for, a chicken dinner and maybe a chance into that top 8 slot. For this match, 66 knocks, 59 eliminations. At least it's not as much compared to the first Miramar. They have decided to tone it down a bit. They relaxed a little, you know. It's the last game. Let's not be in a rush. Let's take our time. And it finally paid off for some teams. For some teams, it did not. And it is unfortunate that that was just 30 minutes of pure pain for some teams.
Yeah, of course, we don't know who are the ones in the most pain at this point. We'll find out once we get a quick look at those numbers, but you got to give it up to Soul here, the highest damage, and 2 of the eliminations they were able to secure coming through from grenades. And of course, Nate walking away with the most here, 7 on board. Absolutely phenomenal showing going through. And this is Extraordinary, just living up to their name, right? Looking to clutch it out at the very last moment. We'll get that confirmation in a hot minute. But Slayer also slayed from the longest way away, right? All across the map. 262 meters, pretty decent. And then, of course, Lilsa coming in there as well. As you can see, just over 14 kilometers traveled. And surprisingly enough, for the map that is very large, the distance traveled, not so much, right? I mean, Miramar has seen probably the highest amount of travel throughout the day here. Speaking of which, here we go, taking a look at the points starting on the back end of the board. It is going to be the players from 4Kill Esports walking away with their 4 points there. Rays also managing to bag themselves 4, but is that going to be enough? We don't quite know just yet. We'll see pretty soon. But in the meantime, no expression. 2 points in the bag there as well. And this is going to be the big reveal, right? Who has been able to get enough points to bring major upsets? We already know what Extraordinary did. 24 points, that's what they've got, right? The Magicians walking away with their 4 points there as well. So quite a few teams bagging on the 4-point strategy. But now the big question lies on how much it all has changed up and who has been able to gain the entry that they have so been looking after, right? They've been chasing it throughout the day.
Yep, we have watched 6 games in total, and only 8 will advance. So I cannot wait to see how that plays out. For Extraordinary, 10 knockouts, 14 eliminations, and a damage of 2,847 for the team. Good stuff, honestly, Extraordinary, for putting up the good fight and getting yourself all these points. For Astra Creatives, 10 knockouts, 9 eliminations, and a damage of 1860. They got the points they were looking for. Even though they didn't really get a chicken dinner, I believe that was enough for them to at least hit the 70-point margin. Try to be almost the same level as Elevate. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not, but so far so good. Extraordinary and Astra Creatives are really putting a fight, and it has finally paid off. For the player of the match, we do have Extraordinary player Nate with 7 eliminations, a damage of 908, 3 knockouts, and a survived time of 30 minutes and 58 seconds. Good job coming from Extraordinary. They did not disappoint. I am pretty sure they are right now probably doing air high fives because they don't live together.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good run from them. Of course, just measuring Nate's performance against Kevin coming through there from the side of Zeus Maurice. Some pretty exciting stats that we have here as well, right? 811 versus 908. Very close, but how close was it though with regards to our top players for the day? It has been a sweep between 2 teams. Astra Creatives and LLN, right? Both teams doing quite a bit of work out here. As you can see, Slazy as well as Pew Pew picking up 11. Sexy also picking up 11. And then it's going to be 14 for the side there of Dempsey. And, well, Rossini is going to be closing it up at the top of the MVP board here with a glorious 19 eliminations and a whole lot of damage going their way as well. But as we know, for today, nothing but bragging rights. Going over to the side there of Rossini. And in case you forgot who won the matches, here we have all our teams. So as you can see, only one double offender, right? Astra Creatives coming through with game 2 and 5. Erangel and Miramar. But now we get to see who are going to be our top teams, our top 8 teams moving forward to the next stage, moving into the wildcard finals. Without any further delay, let's take a look at it and see exactly what these teams have been able to accomplish. Did we see any major upsets? Any players that could potentially be looking into the corner, sobbing, having a bit of a tissue in hand? Let's take a look.
Oh my god. Wow. Wow. Just like we thought, DK. We have Extraordinary jumping, I'm not sure how many slots up, but I'm sure you do have that somewhere, and they have qualified for that top 8 slot. Astra Creatives, LLN Esports, All Legion, Zeus Morris, Pain Africa, Extraordinary, Wildstorm, and the veterans have qualified to go into the next stage, being the top 8 teams so far. Congratulations to these teams. I mean, we have to give it to Extraordinary. That is the biggest jump we have seen today. That's quite extraordinary, my people. That's beautiful. Well done.
Yeah, pretty exciting stuff on their end. Love where these teams have been taking everything, and I mean, just so much excitement as the teams have continuously been trying to bring everything onto the battlefield here. And as we know, right, only the top 8 teams can move on forward. The top 8 teams will look to step up and represent at least this region, the wildcards, right, to show us what they can bring on through. Extraordinary, that was a glorious 5th position jump that they just pulled off in that play there. So absolutely amazing, just to show that it all is down to the literal wire, right? Nothing is there by chance. Everything has come all the way to the end. These teams worked really hard to get to here, and of course it was quite the arduous journey that they had to work through to ensure that they get into those qualifying positions. But you got to give it up to the teams that made it over onto this side. The Persecutors, even though they had a winner chicken dinner, consistency just wasn't on their side today. So unfortunate to see that be the case. But you know what? At least we can give them a lot of love for the effort that they put in here today.
Yeah, we do have to really recognize these teams that have put in the best work so far. Unfortunately, for the ones that did not really get to do much, there's always a chance for next time. But Rogue Esports, you guys are doing good, and you can do better next time for sure. So just keep on the same efforts. Just take your time. There's always room for improvement. I mean, there is a season 2, so there is room for anyone to get back up in that leaderboard next time, even if they did not make it this time round. But honestly, DK, this is amazing. I've had a blast. And the jumps we have seen today, that means there's a lot of potential coming from the wildcard teams as well.
Yeah, of course, it's all going to come down to how these top 8 teams that we just witnessed are going to be faring against the top 8 from Group A. And of course, all of that will be revealed on the 2nd of May as the teams will be stepping into the finals to see which will be taking away those top 5 slots to join all the other regions that we've already witnessed. So quite a bit of excitement to look forward to as the teams have just blown us away with their game skill here today. Of course, on that one, we look forward rather to see you all back again once we hop into the wildcard finals. Follow us down on the social medias. Big shout out going out to everybody that tuned in to watch all 460, I think, that I saw at some point hopping in on the stream. Much love going out to you. Big shout out to the teams. Thank you so much, production. Again, see, this time I'm remembering, but Mitch, thank you to you as well. And on that one, we're going to drop the bombshell. We're going to wrap up the stream, and we'll see you all back on the 2nd of May.
has come. Be the number one for Africa.
I first saw my classmate playing PUBG Mobile during a school break. He was talking while playing, and I asked him who he was talking to. He said he was talking to his teammates. That moment changed everything for me. Until then, mobile games only had text chat, but PUBG Mobile had real time voice communication. It felt alive, it felt competitive, it felt like teamwork. This is when I downloaded the game and I never looked back. My house was always the gaming house of the village. Gamers would gather there to play together. Forming my first PUBG Mobile team in my room in 2019 felt exciting and fun. At the beginning, we were just friends playing together and chasing wins. Even today, when I talk to some of them, they remind me that we started in that same room. That room holds memories. It's where everything began. When I decided to step into esports, not just as a player, but as a career, I spoke with my mother first. She told me if I saw a future in esports, I should go for it. That gave me a strength, and also my fiance supported me from day one. She told me that I found myself in esports. I used to make monthly goals. He used to help me track if I'm doing hard enough to reach my monthly goals. If I'm not doing enough, she used to tell me, go for it, don't be lazy. Felt like a dream came true. PUBG Mobile became the first real esports platform that represented Somali youth. It created the first esports community in the country. For the first time, Somali youth or Somali players had something they could proudly stand behind. I realized it was bigger than just a game when I saw young players looking at me, not just as a teammate, but as a leader. When parents started asking me questions about esports, and when players said that they had hope because of what we were building, I understood it was no longer just about winning matches, it became a mission. The hardest part was building a team that shared the same vision and passion. It was difficult to step into a field that no one plays. Many people doubted esports completely. In Somalia, there was no investors, no sponsors at the beginning. What kept me going was the desire to build something for Somali youth that I never had as a player. I did not want them to struggle the way we did. Esports is not limited to a certain countries. It's for everyone. If you are disciplined, focused, and consistent, you can build your own path. Dream big, stay committed. Do not let anyone let you. It's not possible. It's impossible. Thank you, PUBG Mobile, for being a light for esports in our country. You gave Somali youth a platform, community, a dream. I hope to see more investments and more events hosted in our country. Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.